Nosatatu, Jerome Hughes here for Ocean FM Live at the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. And I'll tell you one thing, this is the place to be. You're tuned into the right place because you are not going to miss anything whatsoever. And things really are getting exciting here. I'm not just being facetious or trying to be funny when I say that because there is anticipation building. And I see the people that are sorting out the votes, they're flat out, they're back from their break. And also, there's a growing number of candidates arriving and their supporters. I'm looking across to the other side of the hall here. This is a large centre, part of the Aura Centre that has been cordoned off for this process, a very important process. I see the likes of Pat Cope Gallagher is here. And I see a few other candidates that are still here. Noel Jordan, apparently, the way his votes will be distributed once he's eliminated will be crucial. Everybody will be watching that very closely. But just to recap, as things stand, if you're only just joining us this evening, this is a 5-seat constituency, and already we've got Pierce Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin of Sinn Féin who are elected. So we still have 3 seats to fill here. And Pat the Cope Gallagher is next in line to take a seat for Fianna Fáil, and he's currently on 11,294 votes. But the thing about that is the quota is 12,771. So the reality is that he's still a little bit off, and he's unlikely to make up enough ground now when these latest votes are distributed. However, it won't be long before he crosses the line. And then all indications would suggest, and I just want to mention as well, just want to remind you that we've rebooted just before I carry on with my little update here. We've rebooted the system, and so you can watch us again. Now, hundreds of people have been watching us, and that's why we want to remind you that we had to reboot the system. Once it's been running for 12 hours or so, it has to be rebooted. So if you go onto YouTube and type in Ocean FM, probably what will come up first is, I think, the feed that's the live broadcast that's happening from the Clayton Hotel in Sligo, isn't it? The Clayton Hotel in Sligo, and that's for the Sligo Leitrim constituency. However, if you go down a wee bit, you'll see the Aura Leisure Centre here in Letterkenny, and that'll come up, and you'll see us here. So that it'll be coming up very shortly. If it's in a couple of minutes, it'll be back up, is it? It's up now. And also just to mention as well about the Facebook, if you go to if you go to Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page, you'll also be able to find the link there. It should be near the top now. We're updating the websites and the social media channels regularly. But if you go to Ocean FM Ireland on Facebook, you'll be able to see the link there and you'll be able to watch us. But you can stay tuned to 105 as well. Maybe you're driving in the car or whatever. Or if you're tuned in on your digital device, you're very welcome indeed. And just to go back to where I was, so we've got Pierce Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin who have already been elected. There's 3 more seats to fill. Pat the Cope Gallagher is next. He's currently on 11,294 votes, and the quota is 12,771. So he has to reach that target to get elected. But he is here, and all his supporters are here, and so he will be elected. It's just a matter of time. And then the 4th seat will go to the 100% Redress Party, and that's Charles Ward. So that'll be a massive time when he's elected. You know, each time that someone's elected, they just put them on the shoulders and they throw them around the room and they throw them up into the air. And no doubt Mr. Ward will certainly get that treatment as well because it will be a historic moment that a first-time candidate just comes out. He's not elected to Donegal County Council. They have it 4 in Donegal County Council. He's not elected there, but it'll be his first time actually being elected anywhere. He's just an ordinary guy who's been trying to champion the cause of the people, the thousands of people in Donegal who have been impacted by the defective concrete blocks issue. Very, very important issue. And then the final seat, and this will be another very exciting time. The 5th seat is going to be so exciting because we just don't know yet. It'll all depend on where the votes, the people who are eliminated, where their votes go to, their, the second, third preference votes and so on. The point about it is it will either be Charlie McConalogue, who's the outgoing Minister for Agriculture here in Donegal. It'll either be him retaining his seat or it'll be Thomas Pringle, the independent, who retains his seat. And we just don't know yet who is going to retain the seat and who is going to lose it. And obviously, it'll be devastating for the person who misses out, and there'll be so much relief and elation for the person who manages to succeed. Also, we just want to mention that, what is very important, of course, is the Sligo Leitrim constituency, because an area stretching all the way from Bundoran right up to Lahi actually is, and that's in Donegal, of course, but it actually is in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. That's a four-seater, 18 candidates there looking for one of the four seats. And the man who's been keeping us up to date very diligently since 9 o'clock yesterday morning, Ronan Flanagan from the Ocean FM newsroom. And Ronan Flanagan, what can you tell us now?
What I can tell you, Jerome, is they're preparing for the next count, which will be the 11th count, and that will be the distribution of Edel McSharry of Fianna Fáil's votes. So it looks ever so likely that Edel McSharry's 6,698 votes will be distributed to the candidates. Currently, as things stand, we see Frank Feehan leading the way there of Fine Gael outgoing TD on 11,064. So I'm sure he'll get a good few pushes there. The quota is 11,381, so he'll be hoping to exceed the quota and could secure his seat in the Dáil. Second place then at the moment is Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin, another outgoing TD on 9,947. And then Michael Clark is in third position on 7,573. And that's followed then by Eamon Scanlon of Fianna Fáil on 7,312, with Marion Harkin, the independent candidate, not giving up the fight just yet on 7,312. Now, I've been in contact with a good few of my colleagues down in Sligo, and a lot of them would be of the opinion that Frank Vean will probably benefit from the Del McSharry vote, since as she is a Sligo candidate, and I suppose people are kind of tending to go with the government parties down. Seems to be a very common theme at the moment. It'll be interesting to see where how Martin Kenny benefits from this. I'm sure he'll get a good few votes from it, but whether or not that gives him they're required to get elected now this time around, it's hard to know. Michael Clark of Independent Ireland is also a sitting councillor in Sligo alongside Edel McSharry. Of course, a former member of the Fianna Fáil party. A lot of his supporters would be members of the Fianna Fáil party, so it'll be interesting to see how many votes he gets there. And of course, Eamon Scanlon is a Fianna Fáil candidate, so he's certainly hoping to pick up a good few votes there. And Marion Harkin, a female candidate, so that's a lot of the votes this time around in this election in the Sligo Leitrim constituency have gone that way, which is quite interesting. But I'm just actually looking at the live feed right now at the moment, and the returning officer is actually up on the stage. So I'm actually watching our Sligo coverage right in front of us here. Um, as it is anticipated that Frank Feehan will top the slide, will get elected, retain the seat, and there you go. It is confirmed that Frank Feehan has retained his seat in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. The Fine Gael candidate there with his wife Elaine, his son MacDara, and his daughter Francesca. So great celebrations there. I'm sure that they'll go into the long tonight. And Frank, of course, will sing a song or two. He's well known for singing a song after he gets elected. I think it's "What a Beautiful Morning" from, is it Hamilton? I think it is. I'm not sure on the musical, but Frank is known for singing a song or two when he gets elected. So I'm sure that'll be sung on the live stream coverage over there.
There's a few round here used to singing a song or two as well.
I heard. Yeah.
And the likes of Kevin Fury over there. He's good old singer, I have to say, and I wouldn't be that far behind him either. So tell us again, Ronan, what's so in terms of the four seats, can you tell us now?
As things stand, it looks like Frank Feehan is elected.
Is elected.
After that, then you'll have probably Martin Kenny, and then it's a case of who wants it. You have Michael Clark is currently in third position. I'm just waiting on the figures from the 11th count, but as
Yeah,
things
I know
stand,
what you mean.
Edel McSharry's votes are being distributed. So Michael Clark, Eamon Scanlon, and Marianne Harkin. So it's kind of a three-way tie at the moment for
Do
those
we
remaining
think? I know
seats.
we're looking to see the and we'll stay with you a wee bit. How long will it take for you to get those figures? It'll take a
Um,
while, will it?
I'd say then just if I keep on refreshing the page, I'm sure they'll appear
Yeah, well,
sooner or
listen,
later.
we'll stay with you just for a second if you don't mind, and I can talk a little bit about what's happening. Because nationally now, 106. By the way, I just want to mention because we were talking to that young fella from A&2 earlier on. He was the director of elections for Mary T. Sweeney, and Lucas was his name. I was just trying to remember his name, Lucas Meehan, and he spoke at length about A&2. Now, Mary T. Sweeney has been eliminated here. However, Paul Wallace has been elected for Aontu in Mayo. So actually now they have at least two seats. So they definitely have increased their votes, and they're taking a lot of solace from that. Even though, listen, they're not a big force at the moment, but in terms of this election, they've definitely increased their vote, which I think uh, like qualifies them for a certain amount of funding and that type of thing. But let me just in terms of the national picture, there are 174 seats to fill in Dáil Éireann, and 116 have been filled so far. So we're well over the halfway mark now. And if you just have a quick look, a wee snapshot as things stand nationally, Fianna Fáil have 30 seats. In second place at the moment, Fine Gael have 27 seats, and in third place at the moment, Sinn Féin have 26 seats. And then you have the likes of Labour, which could be very important. We've been speculating about Labour going back into government. Well, they have 7 seats, which is certainly not insignificant because based on the projections that we're looking at, you know, in terms of a coalition involving a Fianna Fáil-led coalition, it would seem like with Fine Gael, to get it over the majority, it might only need 3 or 4 seats, which is not much, as you know. And then, of course, with Labour, with 7 seats, and maybe if they could get some like-minded independents as well, they shouldn't have a problem forming the next government because the projections are that Fianna Fáil will end up with around 48 seats and Sinn Féin and Fine Gael will end up with around 38 each. So it's looking like a Fianna Fáil-led government. Now, there were other projections suggesting that, you know, Fianna Fáil could get into the 50s. We just have to wait and see how it all pans out. And it could be potentially exciting nationally, but I think we know more or less what's happening nationally. At this stage, there's no chance that Sinn Féin. But I tell you, there's just interesting things happening nationally in terms of high-profile people who have lost their seats. The fact that, for example, the Green Party, which was a junior or a minority part of the outgoing government. They've been completely, although they have picked up 1 seat, but in terms of numbers, they're just completely obliterated. So it's been a very bad day for the Green Party, but we've seen that happen before when a party joins some big parties in government. So that's nothing new. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens now. And here in Donegal, it's all to play for. Now, Ronan Flanagan is with us again, and we've been looking at the Sligo Leitrim constituency. Ronan, do we have any more detail in terms of the figures now?
No, still we're looking to
Yeah.
the
But
pages.
it looks like Marion Harkin. We were thinking that could be one of the stories, one of the big stories. But it looks
Yeah.
like Marion Harkin might be okay. Is Chris McManus completely out of the picture? I wonder, or
He's not completely, to be honest with you, Jerome.
yeah,
He is on.
because it would be a big
Yeah.
story if Sinn Féin could pick up 2 seats.
But he's on 6698. Well, before Edel McSherry's vote has been distributed. So he'll ideally be hoping, I'd say, for Martin Kenny to get elected sooner rather than later. And he'll be hoping to pick up a good few of those votes. I'm sure number twos and whatnot. Um, at the moment, anyway, I'm still trying to get these figures from.
No problem. Stay with us for a second because Brendan Byrne is back in the hot seat. It's always good to see you, Brendan.
Thank you very much. Not many say that nowadays, but anyway, I'll grant you
It's
it.
always good to see you. But Brendan, if you don't mind giving us a brief recap, you can be as brief or as but just because there's a lot coming up here. I see, Brendan, that the Aura Leisure Centre here, the Count Centre, it's like a hive of activity now. Those people that were involved in sorting the votes, counting the votes, they're all back from their evening tea or dinner or whatever you want to call it. And I see a lot of the candidates, like
Yeah.
Pat the Cope's over there, his supporters. There's a good few candidates, like that end of the room especially is filling up. Can you just for those viewers and listeners who are joining us now, because we're approaching 9 p.m. and I think a lot of people will be home now, to be back from sporting events or whatever else, or they'd have finished the dinner or whatever else, and they'd be tuned in. Can you just for those people who are new to this scenario, I did a wee snapshot there, but can you give us a wee overview of where we're at?
Well, we're at a critical juncture for the survival of Charlie McConnell. I think we're all accepted to the fact that Pat the Cope, who's just 1,477 votes short of a quota, will eventually come so close to the quota or exceed the quota anyway, his election is beyond any doubt. So it's a critical juncture for Charlie McConnell Logue because one of his government party colleagues, John McNulty, has been eliminated. And John McNulty had 3,434 votes. It's critical that whatever vote Thomas Pringle gets out of here, and he will get a sizable transfer from John McNulty, but it's critical for Charlie McConnell that he get a transfer and that the net gain for Thomas over Charlie McConnell is kept at a minimum. I would expect it's going to be in the 300 to 400 range. If it goes beyond that, then it makes it more difficult for Charlie to hold on. He's currently got a 1,976 vote of a lead over Thomas Pringle, Charlie McConnell. This elimination of John McNulty will benefit Thomas because of geographical factors. But the key point is Charlie has to maintain a sizable lead over Thomas Pringle before the elimination of Noel Jordan and eventually Nicky Bradley. It'll be Nicky Bradley that'll go after Noel Jordan or after John McNulty. I think the two will go in succession. I can't see Nicky Bradley claw back sufficient votes to overtake Noel Jordan. And we're all expecting that the votes of Noel Jordan contain a sizable transfer for Thomas Pringle because of geographical factors again, and because of the same geographical factors and the fact that Charlie McConnell is so far northeast of Inver, the amount of votes that Charlie McConnell will get from Noel Jordan will be very insignificant relative to what Thomas gets. So he needs to build up quite a lead, sizable lead. If you're asking me to quantify that, I couldn't because I do not know what is exactly inside the 5,339 votes of Noel Jordan. But it's becoming, we're now within the two most critical counts for Charlie. He has to hold his own. We accept that Thomas Pringle will have more of a transfer from John McNulty than Charlie McConnell. It's the scale of the difference, the net gain for Thomas that's going to be critical here. And then that has to be protected when Nicky Bradley goes out. We know that Charlie McConnell will be probably the largest net beneficiary of that. And that's going to be all needed as we go into the final count, which would be the elimination of Noel Jordan and his 5,000 plus votes.
And Brendan, you're a former Fianna Fáil councillor here in Donegal and former Fianna Fáil director of elections. Would you know Charlie very well, Charlie McConnell?
I served with him on the council for 18 months, and then he got elected, as we know, in 2011 to the Dáil. He was one of the few TDs that won a new seat for us in 2011 at the tsunami when we got battered in that election and lost almost 80% of our seats, really. So I know him very well. It's a difficult time for him.
Well, that's what I want to ask you. Is you know how you when we talked about your own situation and you were very pragmatic about it. Is he a pragmatic type of person, or is he would he be would he be able to contain his emotionals? What sort of a person is he?
I'm not sure in the context of losing his seat what type of individual he is. Look, we're all human at the end of the day, and there's going to be a human dimension to it. And it's fine for me at the end of the day. I was just a county councillor. This is one of the 15 cabinet ministers, constitutional office holder of government. It's high profile.
He's around the cabinet table.
And the higher you are when you lose out so publicly as this, the more difficult it's going to be. I'm sure he has spent the last 4 years working on the premise that he's doing his utmost for the constituency and working for the greater good of the constituency. And from that, he would have expected naturally to be re-elected. But politics isn't as simple as that. And there was a new dynamic here in Donegal. There was multiple dynamics, in fairness, but the new dynamic was that whilst the government felt they had sorted the redress issue and the defective block scheme was, in their view, meeting the needs of the people. The overwhelming majority of the people that were directly affected by the defective blocks felt otherwise, and they won 4 council seats on the strength of it. And they're they're now confirmed to have won a seat in Dáil Éireann because of it. So therefore, it um, it goes to show that unless you're on top of every issue every minute of the day and work with these organizations, that an issue can get ahead of you.
And would Charlie be 100% hungry for this, or would there be even 5% who that of him that might say, "Listen, I had a good run. I'm sick of some of the abuse I get. If que sera sera. If it doesn't come good, what like in that sense, do you get the feeling that he's 100% hungry for it,
But
or is there even 1% that
Charlie is a consummate politician. Prior to him going into politics, he worked in Fianna Fáil headquarters as policy and a strategist. And he went through the ranks pretty quickly from being 18 months in Donegal County Council to being in Dáil Éireann. And then from that, he was a junior minister briefly in law reform and then became Minister for Agriculture, Food and Marine after the second Fianna Fáil minister in quick succession had to resign, as we remember from the formation of the last government. So it was a rapid progression to the point that he is. And look, it's going to be a very public showing, and you feel for anyone that's losing their job, effectively, what it is. And not alone that, but they're losing their position in something that they firmly believe, because I don't think anyone goes to seek elected office from the perspective that you want a job, because you need more than a desire to have a job. If you're going into public office and public life, you need to have a vocation to public service and to the greater good of your community and public. And that's probably the most thing that hurts, that there's a feeling that through whatever decisions or actions or failures, that you let down your respective communities. I think that's the most that affects any politician that eventually loses their job. And I don't know quite, can't quite remember which politician said it, but the majority of political careers end in failure.
and what's your analysis? How would you categorize Charlie's style? Because when you look at him during the debates here, or when you listen to him on the debates here, maybe it's a similar style to it's sort of a very non-combative style, maybe similar to Micheál Martin, or Micheál Martin might even be slightly even more combative. Is he? How would you categorize Charlie's style?
Well, I'm not quite sure. It's probably a unique style.
Right. And
Uh,
and would there be a public style and a private style, or behind the scenes
no,
style?
not in my estimation. Charlie is Charlie, and that's that.
Right.
Um, he, I suppose, reflecting on his general election campaign, I'm not convinced that he handled the entire redress scheme correctly.
Right.
Trying to convince people that it's great and it's fine and everything is grand
Wrong
doesn't work,
approach.
doesn't work. And I felt that once he was aware that the grassroots weren't in favor of the defective block scheme, that he should have changed tack. Literally everyone else did, including the Taoiseach of the land, for the brief duration that he did come to the county. He almost done an about turn in terms of re-evaluating the scheme, and I felt
And
Charlie
does
being
that
the
show? Yeah. Does it show
Charlie.
a lack of political? Like, does it show a lack of political awareness or lack of political?
No, I
I
don't
mean,
think so. I think he's governed by the principle of this is the scheme and this is the government's approval of the scheme. Then it's my duty to be responsible and honest and say, this is it. I signed up to it. I negotiated through the cabinet. It's funded to the tune of whatever number billion it is, and it's billions, not millions. And he felt a moral duty, I would imagine. I'm not putting words in his mouth, but I guess he felt a moral duty that he had to defend that rather than taking the easy option out and say, grand, that's the scheme and it's worth 2 billion. But meanwhile, I'll go back and pull something else out of the hat. So I suppose there was a higher level of responsibility in his assessment of the situation. And you have to admire that.
you do.
But it's that position that he took, I think, is hurting him most here.
Yeah, yeah. And I know that we've been rejoined now by India Kennedy, who is studying politics and international relations in Belfast and has been one of our panelists now since 9 o'clock yesterday morning. Michelle Nick-Fagin, a journalist here in Donegal, well-known journalist, has been around now for a while in a few different publications, is also back. And I'll start with yourself, India. The hall is starting to build up. There seems to be, we see more people arriving here, supporters of the candidates, candidates themselves. All the counters are back in position. They're back from their food, they're back from their break, whatever it was. And as you walk around, what are you hearing? What are you seeing?
I think everybody's under the same impression that it is going to be tooth and nail for the last seat between Charlie McConaughey and Thomas Pringle. A lot of people are saying one way, a lot of people are saying the other way, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be known until the tallies come out and we see where the transfers go. But a lot of Pat the Cope supporters have arrived. A lot of Charlie McConaughey supporters have arrived. It's starting to fill up, and the buzz is definitely starting to become more prominent. But it's definitely everybody's under the same consensus that it's going to be a long night.
Michelle?
I feel that it's kind of like been an election of two halves. Like yesterday, we had the Sinn Féin candidates elected, and today we're
Ever since,
uh,
nothing.
and ever since we've been sitting, waiting, and talking, and arguing, and debating, and speculating. Did we
And telling
expect
bad jokes.
and telling bad jokes? Yes, and
I'm
having
trying to
really
keep you on the straight and narrow. Look at, we're doing a very good job of that. Don't underestimate.
Geez, here comes food as well.
oh,
My God. Anyway, sorry, listeners. I'm just everything is exciting. This. Go on,
I
Michelle.
suppose if we were to just helicopter out for a second,
okay.
and we're kind of got into a tunnel vision, if we were to helicopter out and deal with what we know,
Yeah.
at this critical point, Charlie McConaughey is 1,974 or 76 votes. My memory's slipping on me. Ahead of Thomas Pringle. We're accepting that Thomas Pringle is going to claw back some of that in terms of the elimination of John McNulty. But we're also putting forward a case that Charlie McConnell will get votes from John McNulty. And we're also accepting the fact that Nicky Bradley will transfer heavily to Charlie McConnell. So the two key questions that the listeners would be focusing in on: how much of the 1,974 votes does, how much does it narrow in by after the John McNulty elimination? Then we'll proceed to the elimination of Nicky Bradley, and there'll be a net gain for Charlie McConaughey resultant from that elimination because it's very favourably disposed towards Charlie McConaughey. So at that juncture, if Charlie McConaughey is in and around the 2,200, 2,300 ahead of Thomas Pringle, going into the elimination of Noel Jordan, then it's going to be neck and neck. So the more ahead that Charlie McConaughey is, greater than 2,300, the safer he is. That's my estimation. Now, if I was looking at not knowing any of the candidates, and I know both of them, I would say that Charlie's in a stronger position because when you get to this critical point, and we must be on count 14 or 15, to have that scale of a lead is a sizable lead this late in the day. It's a sizable lead. Also having the advantage of one favourable candidate that's going to be eliminated and one candidate that's going to be eliminated that's not as favourable, which is Jordan because of geographical location and from the Republican gene pool. So that's
Jordan
it
is
in a nutshell.
Jordan is going to be a king. Noel Jordan from Mount Charlotte is kind of key.
Yeah.
Key. Now, if Sinn Féin, and you'll have to forgive me because we're tired, but if Sinn Féin didn't run Noel Jordan, in terms of my question,
That's a very good question, Jerome.
yeah, but I don't. Maybe he will have the answer. I don't know. Do you? I mean, do you have any idea about that? I mean, sure.
Yeah, it would be purely speculative, but I suppose that's what everybody's doing. But if Sinn Féin hadn't run, um,
What do you think, Brendan? If
yeah,
Sinn Féin hadn't run Noel Jordan, right?
Mm-hmm.
what difference would it make?
It would have strengthened Thomas Pringle considerably because that 6,700 votes of a surplus of Pierce Doherty on the first count, what little of it was needed to bring uh, Pádraig McLaughlin over the line, the residual amount would have transferred much heavier to Thomas Pringle, like what we've seen in 2020.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So that's the first thing. The second thing is because there was another candidate, quite honestly, in Thomas Pringle's home patch, which I consider west of Donegal town, parish of Inver, sizable parish for voting power. And the fact that you had another candidate on the home patch of the sitting TD wouldn't have helped. When you have an area that's crowded out with candidates, and the southwest corner had three candidates this time, whereas in 2020 and 2016 there were none. You had effectively the entire area to yourself, exclusive, and you can mount a different campaign when you're there by yourself, which Thomas Pringle did in 2020 and 2016. So there were two impactful reasons that the candidacy of Noel Jordan would have impacted negatively on Thomas Pringle. But I don't think that's the key factor that has led him to be in trouble here. I think, as I said, about 9 hours ago now, when I saw the first two transfers, that there is a trend developing here. And the trend that was developing that Thomas Pringle, who so heavily relied on getting the majority of independent votes and transfers from just about anyone and everyone in previous elections, had to share that privilege with Charles Ward, and not alone share it, but lose on multiple counts when the votes were being transferred. He lost out to Charles Ward. So it was the Charles Ward and the emotive issue that redress is, not alone that, but the fact that he was a new independent. And when you're an independent, the longer you're there is an expectation that you deliver. There's an expectation that you'll sit down, perhaps, and form a government or support a government for the greater good and benefit of your area. And none of that had happened in the 13 years that he's been in Dáil Éireann. So there was a lot of factors. It wasn't just one dimensional.
The Sligo Leitrim constituency is very significant for many people in Donegal because it includes an area stretching from Bundoran right up to Lahey. And it's a four-seater, 18 candidates. We've had one election there, we've had one elected, so it's now, you could say, but it was initially 18 candidates looking for one of the four seats in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. Let's get more information what's happening the latest because it is relevant to many people in Donegal. Let's say hello again to Ronan Flanagan.
Thank you, Jerome. Yeah, I can confirm that Sligo Leitrim has seen its first TD elected after the 11th count. So Fine Gael's Frank Behan has been re-elected at that 11th count. So he received 12,241 votes, which were well over the quota of 11,381. And he secured 1,177 votes from Edel McSharry, who was eliminated in the previous count. So he has regained a seat. So congratulations to him. Our live stream coverage, I mentioned earlier on that he often sings the song, and he did sing the song. So that'll be, I'm sure, shared far and wide. After that count as well, we see that Martin Kenny, another outgoing TD, Martin of Sinn Féin, and Eamon Scanlon, who lost his seat in 2020, the Fianna Fáil candidate, have moved closer to being elected. Martin Kenny now is on 10,218 and Eamon Scanlon on 9,740. So that looks like it's going to be seats 2 and 3. And then for the fourth and final seat, it is a battle between independent Marion Harkin, outgoing independent GD Marion Harkin, and independent Ireland's Michael Clark. So Marion Harkin has actually overtaken Michael Clark now after the last count. She's on 8,306 votes, while Michael Clark is on 7,969. Interesting enough, I suppose, the last candidate that was eliminated was Chris McManus of Sinn Féin on 6,932.
Eliminated.
Eliminated, yeah. so he's out of the running. So that'll probably give a good few votes. That'll probably see Martin Kenny over the line. And maybe to Eamon Scanlon too as a fellow Sligo candidate. And then I suppose it's a battle, as I mentioned, between Marion Harkin and Michael Clark. We're interested to see where the votes will go there.
So again, Marion Harkin not out of it.
Absolutely. Like I suppose it's kind of been described really as Lazarus type stuff, really, yeah.
And McManus, he would be downhearted. I mean, he's had it's not a fall from grace, but it's a fall from political grace, if you want, in the sense that he was an MEP, you know,
Yeah.
and he's not making the ground in terms of getting re-elected to the European Parliament, and now failing in the general
Yeah.
election. And a formidable he's formidable player in the game, but for whatever reason he's not getting the traction that he needs to make it over the line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, listen, thank you so much once again to Ronan Flanagan. And any updates that happen to take place at the Count Centre for the Sligo Leitrim constituency, we will make sure that we bring those to you directly here. And we're broadcasting live from the Aura Centre here in Letterkenny, Ocean FM on 105 FM. And don't forget, you can watch us live as well, as hundreds you have been doing, hundreds of you. And thank you so much for that. If you go to YouTube and you put in Ocean FM and you scroll down to the Aura Leisure Centre and you'll see us here, well, you're more than welcome to watch us live. And also, if you go to the Facebook page, the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page, we're updating that regularly with information, and there's links on that to the live feed as well. So really, there's loads of ways to listen to us and to watch us, and we really appreciate your company. Thank you very much for staying with us and being loyal to us since 9 o'clock yesterday morning. And actually, well, I'll update this first because I've only one phone and there's different things. I'm getting different feeds through here. But before I go back to what I was going to say, if you just look nationally at the moment, by the way, and we're going to keep you up to date with any developments here regionally, but obviously, as we know at this stage, 174 Dáil seats, which is an increase, I think, of 14 on the previous Dáil. And so far, 123 of those have been filled. So we're actually, I see that counter going up and up and up. 123 seats have been filled out of the 174 seats. And if you just look at the breakdown now, the key players, well, Fianna Fáil have 32 seats, Sinn Féin and Fine Gael have 28 each, and Labour seem to be doing well, it has to be said, for a party that has been rebuilding. And obviously, Ivana Bacik has made an impact. Well, they have 8 seats now at the moment. And so if this trend continues, it looks like only one way going, that we could have a Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Labour government. And the projections have been that Fianna Fáil will end up with 48 seats, and then Fine Gael will have 38, and likewise with Sinn Féin. Of course, nothing is certain, but those have been the projections for a while now. And with Labour continuing to gain seats there, I'm not sure how many candidates they ran. But anyway, even at that, and if they were then to take in some like-minded independents, but they wouldn't even need, depending on how it goes, they wouldn't even need to. But so we're going to keep you up to date here. What's happening?
I think there's some early indications
Go
coming
ahead.
from the John McNulty papers. Charlie is holding his own. I think the lead is not as substantial as you would expect or as Thomas Pringle would need. Um, and there's quite a significant transfer going from John to his running mate, which you would expect. So that delays the ultimate decision, because those papers going to Nicky Bradley could contain something else. But the fact that they're staying within the party would lead you confidently to believe they would go from the party on to the government parties, which has been a trend not only here in Donegal, but right around the country. And it was a trend also, to be fair, in the June council elections. The election of Manus Boyle was based on very strong Fianna Fáil transfers. John, what do you think?
Looking at things, I think the indications are that there's been a strong transfer from John McAnulty to his running mate. I know we had figures being knocked around for John McAnulty to Pringle. It appeared that those where wide of the mark if we're to believe some of what we're looking at.
I think they made an assumption because I was with them when they were telling. They made an assumption that Nicky Bradley would be eliminated by the time that John McNulty would be eliminated. So they are looking at threes and fours from Bradley onwards, which is fine, but it's not that straightforward.
Not that straightforward.
In my expert opinion, I think we're going to get another announcement very soon. It's kind of got that sort of quieting that down.
If you keep quoting your
Here we go
expert,
now.
if you keep quoting your expert opinion all day, you're bound to get it right once.
This, strangely enough, this could go a long way towards indicating to us where
Really?
it's going. If
I think you made that point the last time.
tally figures we're looking at there, and I think we're not supposed to use them if memory
see,
serves me.
To borrow a
until
phrase
they're-
from my American friends, Thomas is looking for a blowout. And he needs a blowout. He needs a big lift. He hasn't got that. Every time he's near one, the blowout goes to redress.
Yeah.
And that's why, if we were looking at this fairly and critically, from the moment the count started, by and large, Charlie McConnell has kept a very healthy lead. It's been whittled down, a couple of hundred here, a couple of hundred there, but it's nip and tuck all the way. And as I said earlier, Charlie McConnell is still 1,974 votes ahead.
You sound, and dare I say it, maybe for the first time, or let's say almost the first, you sound like you're kind of feeling it could be Charlie's okay.
My gut feeling is, and I've been intentionally, I didn't call it because I don't want to damage the reputation of Ocean FM because they wouldn't have me back. It's all right for you to do that because they'll not take you back.
Oh, jeez, you wouldn't want to have a thin skin around here, no?
No, I shied away from it because there was a few imponderables that I hadn't clear sight of. But when I looked at the tallies of Niall McConnell and I saw a lot of papers unmarked for Thomas Pringle from that whole gene pool of independent votes, I said, yeah, that's a trend within a broader pattern. And then when I saw the lead not being whittled away at a more sharp or accelerated rate, then that's a trend. But most significant of all, it was, and I think we in Ocean called it 2 hours before others, that there is a trend here, and that is Redress is the new show in town. They are the buzz independents, and they're hoovering up the votes. So those are factors. Now, out of an abundance of caution, I just didn't call it, but I would be gravitating towards the belief that Charlie McConnell will retain that last seat by a margin less than 60 votes.
Gravitating towards the belief. That's a very subtle way of putting it. But listen, it's a fair, from what you're saying, it's a
But it's
sounds
going
like
to
a
be so
reasonable
tight.
assessment. So tight.
When you're looking at it, when I gravitate towards a belief, how could I do anything else? There's 77,600 votes floating around there, and we're drilling down to the 13th, 14th count.
And you're even drilling down to the last 60 votes.
Yeah.
That's a big drill.
But I know that Thomas has a potential to go at this through Noel Jordan's vote, but I'm not convinced. However, which way I look at it, I'm not convinced that he can jump the final hurdle.
And I just want to remind people, because we're getting lots of messages in, and actually at this time of the night, because we're after 9 p.m., means we can use bad language. No, that's not what I was going to say. But at this time of the night, after 9 p.m., it means that, you can get, things are going to start getting more interesting. So you can get your questions to the panel here, or you can make comments or whatever else. You'll find the contact details online, but the WhatsApp number is 083 3500 530, 083 3500 530. And we've had a message in. We've had a few messages in, but just having a look here. Brendan, John, India, Michelle, and Jerome. Absolutely brilliant all day yesterday. He's kept us entertained in hospital. Keep up all the good work, Helena D. So thank you very much, Helena, and hope you get well soon and those around you. And it's nice that you're watching in as well.
And if this doesn't come to a conclusion quickly, keep the bed beside you because I'll be there. I'll be there before morning.
Exactly. It has been a long spell. I mean, I think Well, maybe now we're probably saying it's not a bad thing, but we were expecting things to adjourn after the first count,
Yeah.
and that didn't happen last night. So we were here till 2 o'clock in the morning. If they had have adjourned, we could have been away at around 11 o'clock, I think, around 11 o'clock. But then you can add those 11, 12, 1, 2, you can add those 3 hours onto now. So 9, 10, 11, 12. You can understand now why they carry it out a wee bit. They have it more sus than I did anyway. And who was it saying, Michelle? Was it yourself saying that they can't go on until tomorrow, or there's something on here, there's some event, or India? Go ahead.
The hall's booked for tomorrow, and a lot of them have work as well.
Just 1 second, India. We're not hearing you, I don't think. Michelle, no, it's okay. That you were saying the hall. What?
The hall's booked for tomorrow. I was speaking to some of the workers here. They said that the hall is booked for a different event tomorrow, and a lot of the talliers have worked tomorrow, so it can't go to tomorrow. It could go to tonight. I was speaking to a few people who are going to say it's going to go to 4 o'clock tonight. So I hope you brought your toothbrush and your jammies, Jerome.
Jeez, on that note, now I'll see us later on. We can. No, we'll
Run down to Dunn's quickly.
Well, we'll just have to stay with it. And of course, our loyal listeners and viewers will want to see what's happening. So that's what we're going to do. And we're going to be here every step of the way. The returning officer, Geraldine O'Connor, is going to be going to the podium again shortly, actually. And from what our analysts are saying, we've got Brendan and John here, Ziggerly have been saying, is that the next count could be very significant and tell us a lot. So actually, this could be very important. And I'm looking over at Geraldine O'Connor now, and it could be imminent. But how would you assess, John, if you were to look back over the last, say yesterday morning, we started at 9 o'clock, and it's after 9 now, so you could say we've been here 2 days. And maybe longer. How would you assess this general election compared to the ones that you've been through before?
Long.
Right.
No, I think that did surprise me. Like the length of time it has taken.
It has surprised you, did you say?
It has surprised me the length it's gone on. I really think it could be done substantially faster. But anyway, that's a discussion for another day.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, I mean, when they went off for the wee bit of dinner, and that's fair enough, and then the result came 45 minutes later. After, and I know you have to check everything, but I'd never seen that before.
well, I appreciate why she's taking it the way she is, because at the end of the day, you're going to have a member of the Oireachtas losing their seat. So, and potentially a minister losing his portfolio, but obviously by the way. But I think it's been an interesting election. There's been so many things in the strategies of the parties. None of them are actually brilliant. When I look at it, obviously the Fine Gael one I've dealt with, that was very poor. The Fianna Fáil one, as a party, was slightly confusing. The fact that they decided to add a candidate who subsequently polled very poorly. I think that was possibly saved by the fact they had a candidate, a high caliber candidate, who covered up any cracks that might have been appearing there. The Sinn Féin vote was down. The problems that, for example, Thomas Pringle had of the vote, him not being able to access the votes, the transfer friendliness that he did the last time was interesting. So there's been several different things that have come together in this election. um, if it goes this way, I think the other thing to keep in mind, while there will be the Fine Gael party will be disappointed, the powers that be in the two parties will not be if it works out Pat the Cope and Charlie McConnell, because when it comes to the body count, they'll have lost nothing in Donegal. And I think that's how people nationally, the Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael will look at it nationally. Yeah, we could have had another one there through Fine Gael if it had worked, but we're not down one in the overall package of Donegal, because two Fianna Fáils have got through, so that's two votes when it comes to the formation of McGovern safe. And I think that's important as well. The fact that that's how the head count, Brennan said it and someone else, it's all about head counts. And the head count is about how many TDs Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil have tomorrow evening when they start putting something together. And that's how the people who pull things together inside the party, with the two parties in together to government, will look at it. I think they'll be happy that they are not saying, well, it's -1 in Donegal. And I think that's something to keep in mind when you look at it. It won't be great consolation to Fine Gael people looking at it that way. But when it comes to the greater good, as we just say, about putting a government together, the numbers are there.
Of course, we have a lot of naturally, we have a lot of women listening, like Helena. Thank you, Helena, for who's in hospital at the moment. Hope you get well soon. We don't really have we don't really have we have sort of a male-dominated political situation here in Donegal. All of the TDs that will be confirmed here either tonight or probably most likely in the early hours of the morning will be male. And on Donegal County Council, there's 37 members of Donegal County Council. 3 of them are women. So in terms of elected representatives in County Donegal, is 3 councillors. Is that a fair assessment? 3 women councillors. Huh?
Dakota McManaman, Neve Kennedy, and Joy Beard.
But of all of the I mean, so 37 plus 6, no, 37 plus 5 is 42. That's 42 42 people that have been elected, democratically elected people, and only 3 of them are women. India, why do you think that is, or what's going on there?
It's hard to know what it is. I mean, nationally, the vote for women has definitely improved in the last couple of years, and there's organisations like the She School, See Her Elected School, and Women for Election that are holding workshops and supporting female candidates that want to run in the local and the general election. But I think it goes down to the way people vote, and as I keep saying, and everybody keeps saying it, people in Donegal vote very, very differently, and it doesn't seem that in a general level, they've voted for women since Mary Coughlin, since before 2011, because unfortunately she lost her seat in 2011. I don't know what it is or why it is. I would have said Nikki Bradley was a very strong candidate. Mary T. Sweeney was a very strong candidate. I don't understand why we're not voting for enough women. And even in the local election in Southwest Donegal, on the Sunday morning of the count, Neve Kennedy didn't think she was going to get a seat, and a lot of people didn't think that she was going to get a seat because she was so far behind in the first preference vote. But she came on in the twos and the threes to take the 5th seat. So it's hard to know why that was, and I think it's something we need to address. Why we don't have enough women in politics.
And Michelle, what do you think?
Um, I think it's a legacy issue now, if my memory serves me right, and it better serve me right with the table I'm sitting at. Moira Duggan was the first councillor female to be elected in Donegal. Maureen, yeah. And first Kyle, that's right, yeah. So she was a powerhouse in her own right. We have 3 sitting councillors: Dakota McManaman, Neve Kennedy, and Joy Beard. That's 8%.
Trying to do TikTok and a hard pressure.
No, it's just when you're speaking, couldn't be heard. You don't like the headphones anymore, no?
No. I'm going to self-impose some censorship.
Huh? What's going on now? Sorry, go on, Michelle, carry on.
Yeah.
Carry on.
19 females ran in the 5 MDs municipal districts. But now Glenties and Milford have no female representation. Now that's nothing strange, I don't think, to Milford, but to Glenties, we did have the late Norrie McGarvey, which we should recall and pay tribute to tonight. To be honest.
Yeah. And you would have known her well. Noreen McGarvey.
Yeah.
I never met. I don't think I met. I've spoken to her, but
she was a work colleague of mine when I was working with Pat. She was working
because she worked in Pat's office here in Donegal.
Yeah. and worked with Pat for quite a long while. And formidable character, great with drama and music, and a great keen golfer. She was president of Clutch Golf Club and very loyal to Pat the Cope and to die at such a young age with cancer. It was a big loss to Pat and a big loss to her family, her daughter particularly, but such is life with the illness that it is.
It was a huge loss to all councillors as well in the Glentees Municipal District, I have to say. Herself, and to be honest, herself and Meow Holland McGillaspig were quite close. She supported him in a lot of his issues, and um, they buoyed each other up from Annagray through Dunlow and stuff like that. So they were great. So yeah, Norrie McGarvey is a huge loss. My Therese Gallagher Sinn Féin stepped down. Former Cahill of the GMD. Deputy mayor as well under Cora Harvey. Again, that's somebody else that ran Cora Harvey, for Sinn Féin, and she fared quite well over the years. And there's even the question, if she had run this time, what the result would be. Would the result be different? Would herself and Noel Jordan have fared differently? It certainly would have had a different impact on what we're seeing here today. There's no doubt about that.
I'm just thinking out loud, and we're rightly put focus on women in politics. But if we look at the intake of councillors, it doesn't reflect our county at all. It's overly male, and there's nearly always over 50 by and large. There's very few young people going into politics of India's age. I can't consider myself young anymore, but I was 29 when I went onto the council, and I was the youngest
You were young.
intake that time. And I was the youngest chairman at that time. But what we're electing, let's be honest about it, doesn't reflect modern Ireland or society that we have around us. So it's not just simply a secular age of women, the sector, or that segment, I should say. It's more broader than that. And why is that? And it's because it's a very hard life, and public representation has become more and more difficult with the onslaught of unfiltered, uncontrolled social media.
Yes.
Can I say something? Ask something. What's the upside to it?
Upside of
Because
what?
no, because what you said, it's a very hard. Like outside looking in at politicians, it looks like a nightmare, not a very hard life. So what, as somebody who's been there and elected, I would like to know what's the upside to it.
Well, the upside is when you achieve something. Now, some people say, let's put it, if they achieve a social housing scheme of 10 houses, 12 houses, that that you've made a massive contribution to the lives of 10 or 12 families that have got a house. That's one thing. Others would say you get a you lobbied for something as basic as a planning permission or an improvement to a road or group water scheme, that there's the satisfaction that you have left an indelible mark somewhere. And then there's different things. And I always got the greatest satisfaction out of the small things that no one ever knew that I ever done. And look at the big public infrastructure projects, and that are a benefit and for the greater goods, and there's a dividend from that for the public. But there is an adrenaline addiction from achievement, not personal achievement or not achievement for your party, but achievement for the individual, for your community, and for the broader area. The sense of satisfaction that you've achieved something, that you've succeeded in taking something from nothing to finality to completion.
Manus Boyle said yesterday, or was it earlier today? I can't remember. The Brookles councillor, Fine Gael, no, Brookles.
Brookles Fine Gael,
And he was saying that he said it's a lovely feeling when someone actually rings you up and says thanks for that.
mm-hmm.
Now that could be a good lesson for all of us in life, to
that's a
show a bit of
fact.
appreciation, because the old saying is my favorite saying: "Eaten bread is soon forgotten." Just like that sausage roll I had
Yeah, but you can
in
have
5 minutes.
Yeah, but
I'm
it's
immediately undermining my point. But the point, well, it's not. Maybe I'm not, because in 5 minutes I'll have forgotten about that. But anyway, he
well,
said,
not if your constipation hasn't
"Oh well,
cleared.
that hasn't been sorted. So that's actually a problem
It'll
that's
have a
getting worse."
lingering effect. But uh,
Anyway,
if
thanks for
it's
that.
if it's for
Thanks for the update.
if it's for thanks, then you wouldn't be in politics, because more often than not you
I
don't
know,
get
yeah.
thanked. You have to have
I'm
a
sure,
much
and I know
broader,
you're not saying he did mean it like that.
but
He probably meant it in the sense that
yeah,
you know yourself. He's a very nice guy. He probably just
he's
meant
very
it
genuine. He's the most
very
genuine
genuine.
councillor that
Really?
I've known in my time. He's very genuine,
Well,
and not alone
his
that,
father is very
he's
nice.
very hands-on. You know, the night of the flooding in Killybegs, he was there at
Yeah,
10 to 7 in the morning.
first
He
on the
was
scene.
still there at 10 to 7 in the evening, physically there,
yeah.
and that's the
That
style of
means a
Manus
lot, doesn't
Boyle,
it?
which is very hands-on and no way out front, no way out front, which is very unusual for politicians. But back to the point we were talking about, it's not just women participation in public office. It's not just young people participation in office. It's just that office has become something that people just don't want to participate in. Full stop.
I want to go back because we've had a few comments or questions in on that issue, and people can continue to do so. But just a technical question for you first, Brendan, from a listener or a viewer, I'm not sure. A wee question for Brendan Byrne. How close does it have to be between Pringle and McConaughey before they could call for the dreaded recount?
In the various acts that govern counting, there is nothing prescribed. There's nothing written, but there is an unwritten rule that it would need to be under 15 votes. Ideally, it should be under 10. Uh, but there is no prescribed legislation that dictates what the margin has to be in order to call a recount. I have seen recounts called for as much as 30 votes. I have seen recounts that should have been called when it was 6 votes and they weren't. It's very much a personal choice because it very much is a personal decision,
It's a decision by the candidate, obviously.
absolutely, and or his or her agent.
What do you mean by that?
Your director of elections or your designated agent who would be there in your stead
But the
has
candidate would have to agree to it.
no. Well,
What?
yeah, of course he would, but he or she doesn't have to be here. Your designated agent or
Right.
director
In
of
other words,
election.
if they can't be here
Mm.
for whatever reason, they're designated they're designated.
So there's nothing prescribed, but look at there's 77,000 odd votes there. If it was 15 or less between two, you would be within your rights to call it. But if I was there personally, it would have to be less than 10, John.
Can I ask now, John? Do you want to, John? No. Do you have anything on that?
No, I've been there. I've been involved in it. I was involved on the night where it was 2 votes
Really?
in a
Well, that would
local
be fair
council.
enough, wouldn't it?
It was, and there was a recount. I
Was it?
recall it was 4 and went down to 3 and then to 2 and put them went back up. It was between two people from Carrick, Padraig Carr and the late James McBurty. But even though everybody knew it was close, the significant thing was for about a day, even on the recount, nothing changed because the count had been done very well. So it was counted and there was a second recount, but the results stayed the same because it dropped, I think, 1 at one stage, but it was accurate.
Can a recount go against you? I don't know whether you know what I mean. But the
Count against yourself. It's your
no, but
opponent.
say, huh?
It's the opponent would call a recount
Yeah.
against you.
In theory,
Well, hang on a
in
second.
theory, it could, because if, for example, they were to come across
Yeah,
10 unstamped ballot papers, an unstamped ballot paper gets pulled automatically. So if
but
you
it
were
would,
unfortunate enough to have 10 in your bundle,
but it
you
could
were
go
gone.
against you just for the statistics rather than for any meaningful reason. Obviously, just can we go back now? Just a quick question, because we want to keep our listeners or viewers. It must be easier when you used to say listeners, or if we're on television, viewers. But like now, I don't know what to say. Just audience, listeners or viewers. That's fine. But Brendan's looking at me like this guy's losing it altogether now. But just as a question come in now, and he says, "Do the panel members think more women will run in 5 years' time? What about you, India? Do you think more women will run in 5 years' time?" It's a very kind of open question, but
I'd personally, I'd love to see more women run, but it's not about just running women. It's about running women that are very sure to get elected or have a very strong chance of getting elected.
okay, we're going now to Geraldine O'Connor, the returning officer for the Donegal constituency.
Seo Alianas Thury on trio Kuntas Jeg in ye cuid voti John McNulty 3,000 Kerricade Triaca Cara vote a 8 Bradley Nicky Finnegail Moja Mila Shockgate Fihas a Hain. Umlon voti 6,000 agus a Hain. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Moja Kerricade Quagus a Shocked. Umlon voti 1,000 Jeg Shocked Gade Quaga Hain. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Cade Shocked a Cahar. Umlon voti 5,000 Cade is a 3 Jeg. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil Moja 2 Quaga Hocht. Umlon voti 9,000 agus a fiche ní. Sin 9,000 agus a fiche ní. Pringle Thomas non-party Moja 5 Shocked a Hain. Umlon voti 7,000 3 Shaska Ward Charles 100% redress Moja Cade Fihas a Coig. Umlon voti 9,000 ní Gade agus a ní. Popper Waloji now in Ashtraha Cade Fihas a Hocht. Umlon Mila Cade is a 3 Jeg. Near one ein Irhor an quota ama sa Juntas Shaw. Kenneth nach will Fuilje voti a yal woo, Chori me an Irhor a will an Majus Lou voti ega, Noel Jordan. 5,000 Cade is a 3 Jeg vota as an orif. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 13th count, which consisted of the distribution of John McNulty's 3,434 votes. Total of votes distributed 3,434 votes. Bradley Nicky Finnegail plus 1,721. Total votes 6,001. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil plus 457. Total votes 11,751. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin plus 174. Total votes 5,513. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 258. Total votes 9,029. Pringle Thomas non-party plus 571. Total votes 7,366. Ward Charles 100% redress plus 125. Total votes 9,909. Non-transferable papers not effective 128. Total 1,513. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Noel Jordan, 5,513 votes. Thank you. Goramahi.
Geraldine O'Connor there, the returning officer for the Donegal constituency. And as things stand, we still only have 2 candidates across the line who have been elected. They're no longer candidates. They're elected. Pearse Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin have taken the first 2 seats here in the Donegal constituency. And 3 seats still remain vacant, with Pat the Cope Gallagher just needing 1,020 votes to cross the line. For more analysis now, let's cross over again to Brendan Byrne.
Thanks, Jerome. as we had anticipated, we said before the result of this count came in that Thomas Pringle would have to have a minimum margin here of a 400 vote gain in the context of the net gain of votes that he would get in transfer from John McAnulty over that of Charlie McConnell-Logan. As we see, Charlie McConnell-Logan actually got a reasonable transfer of 258 votes from John McNulty, who's based in Kilcar, as we know, whereas Thomas Pringle got 571. That's a net gain of 313. It's somewhat short of the minimum that we set of 400 votes. Charlie McConnell is still 1,663 votes ahead of Thomas Pringle going into this count. It's reduced, it's come down by 113 votes. Not much, in fairness, over the last number of counts. I think all Thomas's fortune now is on this count. He has to chalk up a sizable lead here, because we all know in Nicky Bradley's papers there is a big transfer for Charlie McConnell. So as Noel Jordan's eliminated with 5,513 votes, you're nearly looking at a situation where he's looking for something north of a 40% transfer. That is a very tall order. A 30% transfer is a tall order in politics, in a multi-seat constituency where there was 20 candidates running, and it's a very tall order for Thomas Pringle to come out of this one.
We go now to John Jared Campbell. It's a very tall order for Thomas Pringle to come out of this one.
Yeah, it's very tall now. We had said that the minimum had to be nearly 400, the absolute minimum, and probably 6 to 800. I think it's becoming a lot harder now, because if we look at it sort of in another way, Thomas Pringle needs to get 16, almost 1,700 votes to become equal with Charlie McConnell. Okay, then let's do it this way. Let's say he gets that 1,700 and becomes equal minimum. The problem for him now is arising is that, let's say he even gets another 1,000 to take it to 2,700, which is a huge chunk of a vote. I would be confident to say that Nicky Bradley's vote will surpass anything that Thomas can get to close the gap from No Jordan. I think it was a tall order that's becoming taller by the minute. I think at this particular point, looking on the figures that's there, I think it's advantage McConnell.
And no doubt, Brendan, both McConnell's team and Pringle's team will be looking very closely at all those permutations as you have, but they'll be looking even closer, perhaps, or they'll have a team of people there. And
Well,
you're more and more. You were saying you were, what was it, leaning towards?
yeah,
Were you
I suppose
leaning
that
closer now?
Before you come in, there's
Come on
someone
in.
you said about an hour ago that's coming, that's sticking out a mile here. Sure, Thomas Pringle is very unfortunate that Pat hasn't got over the quota.
it's
It
key.
would free, and that's, I think, you made the point way back an hour ago how important that was. Now it's becoming very, very, because now there's going to be a hell of a lot of votes tied up there in that. And I think if the Cope had got another, or what are we talking about?
1,020.
1,020. Yeah.
Then it would be different if he was over the quota. The fact that he's not is another disadvantage to Thomas Pringle.
It is, because the vote, whatever vote Pat the Cope Gallagher will get from Jordan, had Pat been elected at this stage, there's a likelihood that those votes that are going to go from Jordan directly to Pat the Cope would have went on further directly to Pringle. And by Pat not exceeding the quota prior to this, he is going to hoover that vote up and deprive it of Pringle. And when you're down to tight margins, which we most likely will be a very tight margin, a running mate of yours that hasn't exceeded the quota and will take 3 to 4 or 2 to 300 votes in a transfer off a friendly candidate that you're banking on is doing you a massive favour. And so, look at the other thing that has been hurting Thomas all night long and all day long is that redress are still hoovering up critical votes. I would not have anticipated John McNulty transferring 125 votes to Charles Ward from South Donegal, but I appreciate that there were votes of McNulty's in the Valley and in South Inishowen, but that is 125 votes that without labouring the point that you would have expected to have gone to the other independent, Thomas Pringle, for geographical reasons. So constantly, since count two, votes have been taken off Thomas that he otherwise would have banked on based on his last three general elections, but they're gravitating very strongly towards 100% redress.
You agree with you're on board with that? Well, it's just a fact. It's just a fact, isn't it? And so, Michelle, I think we're getting closer to a stage now where, if you listen to that analysis, a clearer picture is emerging. Albeit, what was the phrase you used earlier on, John, about the fog? The fog is clearing, but there's still fog.
Mhm.
But it's a lovely song.
What do you think, Michelle?
Yeah, I totally agree. Things are becoming far clearer. If you think of where we were this morning, and like I was adamant that Thomas Pringle could, like he always has, the cat with nine lives, come back.
And he could well do, but I suppose if you give us some self-critical analysis of ourselves, we were ahead of the curve saying this is not adding up. At times when others were saying it's done and dusted, good night, Irene, and all the rest, we were saying no, the votes are too evenly split among two independents. We were also saying that Thomas wasn't gaining, Charlie was holding his own, because if you look back at every critical point, Charlie was still getting transfers. And that goes to the point that we said early this morning. Was it a case in any zone when Charlie lost the votes initially that they said, well, I'm not going to give him a one and I'll not give him a two, maybe not even a three. But then they saw him there on the paper and they said, well, I'll give him a four. If it does him any good, so be it. And
Mhm.
it's those votes that are coming back into play.
As well as that, it would be important to return somebody like Charlie, back into government. He is he's a senior government official. He sits the cabinet, one of the 15 cabinet ministers,
Yeah.
and it would be nice to return somebody like that because at the end of the day, I think we have to be selfish. We need a voice like that in
Well,
government.
it's nice that you have your voice so close. We're closer than because I mean I'm afraid to say it, but to labour the point again, India. But like based in the south of the county, you know, and you can talk about the old South Donegal Southwest constituency and what it's part of and what it was part of and all the rest of it. But the point is, we're geographically our nearest TD will be, it's far. You could say,
Charles Ward, probably, and
huh?
Charles Ward is
Well, if your mobile and landline doesn't work,
okay.
try a smoke signal.
Huh?
No TD is far away nowadays.
I know, but like Thomas Pringle gone out of, if he's gone out of Killybegs, that's a big stretch. If you talk about Donegal representation in the old-fashioned sense with the Donegal Southwest
With
constituency,
two TDs, at the Cook Gallery and Pierce Doherty.
well, you're talking about and Mary Coughlin was.
The old constituency was from
Hold on a second.
Creasla to Lefford, down to Bundrose River.
But now what you're looking at a situation. If Thomas loses his seat, you had where does Mary Coughlin come into it? But she was a TD.
She was in Donegal Southwest.
Well, she's out. Where is she? Out in Brookles. Where's
Frosties and
Enver.
Frosties.
I mean, Inver.
Yeah.
She's out in Inver. That's just down the road.
Yeah, but if you're
don't
using
know.
the geographical description of old Donegal Southwest,
I
it's
know,
from Creasla to
I didn't mean
Lefford.
it that way though.
Oh, sorry.
What? Anyway, listen. Just let's get out of technicalities for a second.
It's yourself that bogged you down.
You want down? I'm just saying, I'm not bogged down at all. I'm not bogged down because I'm telling you a fact. I'm telling you, I'm not bogged down because if you get in a
As
car,
Truman says, you're not entitled to your own facts.
well, if you get into a car and drive from Bundoran round to Glencolum, or let's say Killybegs, and maybe a stop off at Biddy's of Arnis there. That's you're talking about a large area that would physically have a TD.
Is it a pub crawl you're going on?
I was going to
Or
say
are you
this
looking
is
for a
a
TD?
great fun.
Would you clarify what you're looking for here?
Yeah.
Like the homes of Donegal. No, anyway, sure. Look at. But what do you think, India?
Oh, I completely agree with you. But as we said earlier on, I think not going, not to harp on about Pat the Cope, but I think if we didn't have Pat the Cope, we'd be in a very different predicament because Pat the Cope is 24/7, 365, and he's shown that even when he wasn't in government, and now he's going to be in government, he's going to have a staff behind him. He's going to be even more active. So I think it's not ideal that we may not have a TD at all. I don't think we're completely left in the dark.
Now, where was Jim White based? Ballyshannon?
Yeah, but
Jim White, the late Jim White, RIP. That's close to home, Ballyshannon.
It's close to you, but I'm closer to Dunlow.
Well, that's grand. Well, so you're
Is
grand
your
up.
right greater than my right?
Huh?
Is your right greater than my right?
Uh,
Everything is relative.
Go on, there's
We
John.
can take this argument back. There was a time when we had a TD
In
in Kilcar
Kilcar.
and Killybegs,
Yeah,
That's right.
lovely.
you know, so
There's no harm in that, is there?
swings and roundabouts.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a good thing. But sure, look at
But sorry, that will never happen again for the very simple reason the volume, the density of population is not there in a lot of places,
Yeah.
irrespective of that. It like you've seen John McAnulty did a good personal campaign. He got a great vote. 60-70% of the County Glen counted for nothing in the overall context.
and I mean this in it's a genuine question. It's not loaded or anything else. It's a genuine question, and I think the answer should be yes. I really do. But in
Can
terms
I
of
reserve a no?
you should have a no if you want. You can have a no if you want. But in terms of the oh geez, you've put me off now. In terms of the
That was my intention.
yeah. But the point about it is like in terms of this emergency this emergency mechanism from the European Union, which was designed by the European Commission and adopted here, in terms of the Ukrainian refugees here, right? Which we have a sizable number. I think it's like 3,500 or maybe 5,000.
In Donegal.
In Donegal, it's the highest. It's the highest number. But do they have a right to be on the register, or can they register to vote? Sorry, go ahead, India.
I'm nearly sure, but don't quote me on it. I think
You're
it's
off air now.
only-
Just speak again.
I think it's only the local election that they can vote in, not the general election.
Right. I mean, it's something that I should know, or what we should know. But
Irish,
Say-
UK born, isn't it? Irish.
what's
and
that again?
The Irish and UK born are allowed to vote in the elections here.
Yeah. Anyway, so that would be, and I mean, that might change. There'll be a lot of Ukrainian refugees that will no longer have refugee status because they'll stay here, they'll be working here, they'll be part of the communities, and many of them already are part of the communities and making fantastic contributions. And I'm not just saying that to be woke or anything else. I'm being serious. So in 5 years' time, maybe that will make a difference in terms of a growing population. I'm like a bit like Elon Musk on this, John. You talked about sparse population. I do like population. I've been saying for a long time that there are too many places with not enough people. Because for a long time there was an argument about an overpopulated world and all the rest of it. Well, you see this situation with fertility rates and everything else. Margaret's looking at me. What's he talking about now? But if you look at the situation with fertility rates going down and all the rest of it, and I think Donegal would benefit greatly from a larger population, generally speaking.
I think
it would encourage better infrastructure, healthcare, the whole lot.
I
and
think Margaret should
services.
press the pause button, go for immediate commercial
I
break.
think Margaret deserves a holiday after this.
For goodness sake, I don't know what you want me to talk about. I mean, what am I saying that's wrong? But these are pertinent issues that relate.
An increase in
that-
population in Donegal and how it impacts
I
the
just think it would
infrastructure.
be a good thing, But there's a lot of people in Donegal, and no harm to them. There's a lot of people in Donegal just want to keep it as it is, and that's the same in many parts of Ireland. They don't like development.
So your request is there's a lot of people in Donegal could do more?
Turn his mic off again, please. I mean, turn it up a bit, Margaret. Would you? No problem. What? See, the mic was down. What did you say?
Said nothing. I said move on quickly.
No problem. So just John, what's happening at the moment in terms of what's happening behind you? They're sorting out the tickets. They're sorting out the latest distribution.
Yeah, distributing Noel Jordan's votes.
And it's a
So
sizable number.
it is.
I mean, Noel Jordan said to me, well, I shouldn't say that, but I had a conversation with him and he agrees that I will use the phrase kingpin moment, like that it's a crucial moment.
It is, yeah. Oh no, look, it's going to, it's potentially if this were to go, and I use the phrase wrong on uh, Thomas Pringle, it's all over. And that's how high the stakes are here. If he doesn't get a certain amount of votes from Noel Jordan, it is all over for Thomas Pringle. If he does, he lives to fight another day.
Very good. So there's some good, nice compliments coming in here about you, Brendan. So we'll get to those a little bit later. I want to read it again.
You mean
No,
to
I
say,
will.
you mean to say I have one fan?
Yeah, and I'll just remind people. I'll just remind people that they can contact us because there's we're in the crunch mode here at this stage at the Aura Leisure Centre in Donegal, and we want you to be part of it. So you're more than welcome to contact us on 083 3500 530, 083 3500 530. And if you have a question for the panel or a comment, we'll be more than happy to take it off you. And again, just a reminder, because we have had hundreds of people watching, and there's still hundreds of people watching. If you go to YouTube, excuse me, and put in Ocean FM, and you can watch us there, you'll just find us. Maybe scroll down a little bit past the Sligo Leitrim constituency count and come to the Aura Leisure Centre count, and we're there. And also on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page, there's lots of information there, along with links to watch us live as well. And we're in a situation now, just to give you an update, if you've just joined us, because a lot of people would have been out and about at sporting events and so off today, so on. Pierce Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin from Sinn Féin have taken the first two seats here in this 5-seat constituency in Donegal. And we've 3 seats more to fill. The quota to reach in order to take one of the seats is 12,771. And Pat the Cope Gallagher is just 1,020 votes away from returning to politics here in Donegal. And with the way things are looking nationally, the way the configuration is looking nationally, potentially he could be returning to the cabinet. Well, I think he was a junior minister, Brendan, but he could be going to the cabinet table depending on what he's offered. If he's offered anything, like, listen, anything is possible at this stage. But then the final couple of seats now, what we're starting to think is, listening to the analysis here from Brendan and John, we're thinking that the final 2 seats, that basically Thomas Pringle's going to miss out, that Charlie McConnell will take the 5th seat, and that Charles Ward, the 100% redress candidate, will take the 4th seat. Isn't that what we're saying,
Yeah.
Brendan?
Yeah.
So it is an exciting time, and we're going to have Noel Jordan. Noel Jordan's from Mount Charles, and he ran for Sinn Féin. And he was more or less, I think, he was a last minute kind of added to the ticket. And I think he did better. This is what I understand. He did better than what Sinn Féin, the powers that be in Sinn Féin, thought he would do. And even Noel Jordan says himself, if he had an extra week, he feels that he could have actually done much better. But the point is here we are where we are, as they say. And the point is Noel Jordan has taken in a significant number of votes that are now being distributed. And given that I've given that little synopsis, John, what's the significance now of his votes in terms of where they
Well,
go?
I think it's very significant now. Noel Jordan's votes will now decide, in my opinion, if Thomas Pringle survives or not. And I think what I would say, I think Noel Jordan did exceptionally well for the time he had when he joined the campaign in South Donegal. Uh, he came in at the last minute. He's been eliminated now with over 5,000 votes. He did very, very well. It was a tough area because basically in that area you had from Glenhead to Lahi, as you pointed out, Jerome. So you had 3 candidates fighting for the votes that were there. And I think we talked about campaign. I think Noel Jordan and his team deserve great credit for the votes that they were able to get together in the time they had to fight the election.
What do you think, Brendan?
I agree completely, in fairness, and he has a formidable canvas team. Of course, he has a great
very good.
family network. I think there's 13 of them in it, and that's a great advantage to any prospective politician. But look at once he was announced, he was on the ground and he campaigned as best he could. He got a very credible result. If they had to manage their vote anywhat any better, an improvement on vote management, and he was in the shake-up. But that being said, it's a credible first-time showing, and as Jerome correctly states, this is a critical juncture. He could be the kingmaker if the right amount of transfers goes to Thomas Pringle over that of Charlie McConaughey, then Pringle can't be caught. If it breaks even, and isn't enough to get over the deficit, which is 1,663, then Charlie is in a very, very strong position heading into the final count, which we all agree, I think, will disproportionately benefit Charlie over anyone else because it's Nicky Bradley, the Fine Gael candidate in the old Northeast Donegal constituency. So it's critical point.
And you know what else in terms of the candidates, in terms of the candidates who the well-known candidates or we've actually talked at length about the Sinn Féin, the success of Sinn Féin and the individuals involved. And I was talking to Brendan there at length about Charlie McConaughey to try and get a better insight. Now, the 100% redress candidate who looks like he's going to be successful, I suppose he's something of an unknown because he's brand new to the political fray. But the one person we haven't really spoken, or we did interview him here and we asked him about himself and we referred to the fact that he used to be in Sinn Féin and so on. But we haven't really spoken in great detail about Thomas Pringle himself. I mean, how Brendan Thomas Pringle in Killybegs in that area, he's a big political figure at this stage. He's been around for a while, hasn't he?
Well, he was first elected to Donegal County Council in June 1999, which is 25 years ago, last June. And he served on the council until 2011. I was with him from 2004 to 11 on the council. And then he went to Dáil Éireann. So he was elected in 11, to Dáil Éireann 16 and 20, and possibly 24. But he has 3 general elections and he has had 3 council elections. And as I say, his career goes over 25 years when he was first elected to Donegal County Council as an independent. And as he confirmed himself, he was for 3 full years a member of Sinn Féin.
A very nice guy as well. And
Yeah.
the first time he was running for the Dáil, I remember it was the Abbey Hotel and there was RTE were having a debate with the candidates and I met him in the hallway in the Abbey Hotel and I says, what time are you on? And he says, oh no, I wasn't invited. He says, I wasn't invited, I just want to see what's happening. I says, hang on a second. I says, you go down there and you insist that you get on. And so he did. But he seems to be very, very well liked in that area. And he was in Sinn Féin, wasn't he?
He was in Sinn Féin. He fought the 2004 County Council election as a Sinn Féin candidate, and I think he came back out of Sinn Féin at some stage in 2007.
He doesn't seem too enamored with that part of his history. Not that there's any scandal attached to it, but anytime I mentioned it to him, he's like, yeah, well, I was only there for 3 years and da da da. He's very against what he could call the political establishment or establish. You know what I mean? Structured parties. He's very pro being independent, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. That's one of his mantras or one of his platforms. But nevertheless, he chose at one stage of his own accord to join a party.
What was he like at the council level when you worked with him there?
Well, he was effective in the sense that he was a council employee when he was a member of Donegal County Council. He worked for the water service of Donegal County Council. So not alone was he representing the people, but he had also the inside information and the inside dynamic of how the council works from an operation and an employee perspective. And so, we worked well together. We shared the one geographical area for 7 years. And then he went on to the Dáil. Look at
Was he a hard worker?
well,
From what you observe, or
when many of us would be in with motions about local things, he always had, not always, but on occasions, he would have motions about everything from Palestine to different things. So he had different perspective, and maybe he had always an outward perspective that he was using the council to become a TD. I'm not quite sure is that fair, but there he was more than one dimensional. He was just wasn't solely focused on council affairs. And nowadays, in fairness to him also, he's just not solely focused on Dáil affairs. He's very active in Palestine, as we are all. We're all united on that one. And different issues. So he was a social champion, I would have
he
to
was
say.
a rich tapestry.
A very rich tapestry and colourful one.
And come here, Michelle. What about when we talk about Thomas Pringle? Because one of the big stories here, either way, tonight is going to be Thomas Pringle elected. Thomas Pringle loses his seat. What do you know, or what can you tell us about Thomas Pringle?
Well, Thomas Pringle, the first thing that springs to mind when I hear the name Thomas Pringle is that he's a really lovely, genuine person, and he seems to be, and he would love this tribute, a man of the people. He really is a man of the people, for the people, to serve the people. He's very socialistically minded. He's anti-party. He's part of the government, which is great and useful. It's great to have him there as well, and for him to have a voice and voice the concerns from Donegal, from Killybegs and that area in Dáil Éireann. Something else that's actually, I suppose, extraordinary about Thomas Pringle is that he's very much affiliated with the rise of Jimmy Brogan, Eileen Flynn, Micheál Holland McGlassbook, and John Boyle, isn't it? John Boyle, yeah, and time's gone. Is it John Boyle? It's getting late in the night.
Oh, I know it's getting late.
John Campbell.
John Campbell,
John
yeah,
Campbell,
because
very good.
I
Yeah.
try not to say that name because John's here.
Well
So
done.
so John Campbell's. So he's given rise to a number of other hard-hitting, far-reaching local politicians, and
But wasn't the guy that was just worked in his office elected to the county council?
Yeah, that's
Who's
Jimmy
that?
Brogan.
yeah,
Jimmy Brogan, yeah.
Jimmy Brogan and John Campbell was as well, and
John Campbell took, I'm nearly sure now, don't quote me on this.
Yeah.
I'm nearly sure John
Don't quote her on
Campbell,
it, anyone.
don't quote me on it or I'll get sacked again. I'm really sure John Campbell took his seat in 2011.
yeah,
And then he passed it over to Seamus Maguire in 2019. Am I right? No, I'm not.
Oh, well, sure, look, these are just
Because I
technical
know
difficulties. I
John
wouldn't
Campbell
worry about
did
John
those.
Campbell
serve
did
on the
take his seat,
council, yeah.
when
Yeah.
Thomas
Yeah.
was elected to Dáil Éireann, yeah. So John Campbell took his seat then. So in that respect, he's got different facets to him than to what other politicians that are in the Dáil would have. You know, other TDs would have teams that work with them on the ground. When you do think of it, right? There are people who canvass, they have political thinkers. However, in Thomas Pringle's camp, they become councillors, they become senators, they become activists within the community. So that's a certain something that Thomas has brought it to politics in Donegal that I personally haven't seen in years, you know.
Yeah. And have you managed to bump into him during this last couple of days, or have you been chatting to him?
I spoke to Thomas on a number of occasions, and I've seen him around the Dáil and everything. And as I've said before, he is as Brennan said, he's a very outward candidate, and his views are very that they go beyond the typical views of the people of Donegal. And his stance on Palestine, I would say, definitely boosted him in this election, and his stance on the 100% redress. He's always been active with the 100% redress party, but I think if he does, as Michelle said, he's a lovely, genuine person. And at the end of the day, he's a dad and he has children, and I can feel for his children knowing that there's a possibility that their dad's not going to get elected. And I think the personal aspect of politics is always taken completely out of the equation, because
People
behind
say it.
Thomas has to go home, and Thomas has a life at home, and every candidate here has a life at home, and that's not always seen. And when it's a good day, it's a great day for the family, but when it's a bad day, it's a difficult day for everybody, and everybody feels it.
And it's not like any other job, is it?
It's
In the sense that,
a lot of
if you
people.
put yourself out there,
Yeah.
like if say what we're doing now, people can ridicule us,
Yeah.
but we're putting ourselves out there, and it's kind of just, listen, it's a show type
Yeah.
thing, you know.
Yeah.
But with when you're a TD or
Yeah.
you're putting yourself out there like you know warts and all, so to speak. Uh,
Definitely. Yeah.
As well as
you're
that,
giving part of yourself almost, you know.
Yeah.
completely. You
All
leave
of yourself.
Donegal.
Yeah.
You know.
It's one of them jobs, and it's so difficult to understand, but it's definitely, it's like a drug. Politics is a drug. It's such an addictive thing to get involved in, whether you're involved in politics as a TD, as a local councillor, or whether you're on the outside as a director of elections. It's something that it's so hard to put down, and it's so hard to let go.
It obviously is.
It breaks your
All the
heart.
evidence is there to
Yeah,
suggest it.
there's good days and there's bad days, and there's some days it breaks your heart and you wonder, why do you do it? But it's definitely something that somebody has to do. And if you can do it and keep a thick skin and continue to work for the people that elected you, I think if at the end of the day, if you go into politics for the right reasons, 9 times out of 10, it'll be rewarded.
Yeah, it's a rough sport, but somebody's got to do it, as you
Yeah.
say. Do you know what I mean? Now, listen, we're going to have a wee bit of a break now, but before we go, and I know that people have been good enough to comment, to send in comments and questions and all that, and we're going to get to all that. If you have the patience, we'll certainly be doing it very shortly, but we do have to take wee breaks as well. But just to let you know, we'll be here till the very, very end, live from the Aura Leisure Centre here in Letterkenny at the Donegal Town Centre. But for now, we're just going to take a little break and just bear with us because in just a few minutes, maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes, maybe 6 or 7 minutes maximum, we'll be back with bringing you all the latest details here. So please come back to us and thanks very much for your time and listening to us. Honestatato, Jerome Hughes here at the Aura Centre in Letterkenny, and this is the epicentre. This is the focal point. This is the general election 2024 hub, because the Donegal constituency will be decided here in the Aura Centre in Letterkenny. And I have to say, the excitement is building. But even as we speak, it's a 5-seat constituency. Only 2 of those seats have been filled officially. Pierce Doherty, Podrick McLaughlin, and we're waiting for Pat the Cope Gallagher to get over the line. He only needs 1,020 votes. And then we've got 2 more seats to fill as well. And we're joined here again, once again. I'll say a quick hello to Brendan.
Thank you.
Brendan Byrne, come here to me. So Pat the Cope Gallagher will get across the line. He needs 1,020 votes, but explain to those listeners and viewers who have just joined us what's likely to happen with the last 2 seats.
Well, at the minute, they're distributing 5,513 votes belonging to Noel Jordan. That will heavily favour Thomas Pringle on a geographical basis, and also favour Pat the Cope to a certain degree, but not to the scale of transfer that you will see from Thomas Pringle to Thomas Pringle. So if Thomas wants to remain in contention, he would seriously need to lift 2,500 votes here minimum, because Charlie McConnell has already 1,660 vote lead on him. So he need to chalk up and overturn that lead of Charlie McConnell into a lead of his own of more than 800 votes, because we all know that Nicky Bradley will be eliminated immediately after this, and she's 6,001 votes at this point in time. So if you were objectively looking at this, you would have to say that good fortune favours Charlie McConnell at this juncture, because there's a sizable transfer there of Nicky Bradley's that'll follow this. So what they're doing at the minute, they're distributing the votes to the respective candidates that have a continuing preference. I'm looking immediately across here, and there is a phenomenal amount of votes here for Thomas Pringle. I think they have already tallied the net number of votes that Charlie McConnell is to get, and it's around 143 out of the 5,513. That was to be expected, because these are votes of Sinn Féin and these are votes of Noel Jordan, which are predominantly southwest Donegal, and Charlie McConnell is geographically far removed from that. But nevertheless, 143 votes is a significant uplift at this critical time for Charlie.
Is it a bit of a surprise to get that, as you say, when you look at the geography of it? It's kind of a surprise, isn't it? And especially someone voting for Sinn Féin.
Well, when I stepped over the rail, someone asked me what would I expect Charlie to get here, and I said if he gets 90 to 100, I think that would be good. Someone has since then told me he's getting 143, so that would be even better again. So look at this juncture, the gap will narrow, and Thomas Pringle will overtake Charlie if this transfer goes right, and that will then lead us into the last count, the final count that'll determine everything, and that is the elimination of Nicky Bradley from Fine Gael with 6,000 votes. And from that count, you will get 2 definite things. You will get Pat the Cope elected, and he'll exceed the quota, and you will finally decide between Charlie McConnell and Thomas Pringle which one of those 2 sitting TDs is going to return to Dáil Éireann.
And not to overcomplicate it further, but it's an interesting point that you made earlier. If Pat the Cope could have passed the line sooner, what impact would that have had?
Had Pat the Cope passed the quota earlier, it would have meant that those that voted Jordan 1 and then for whatever reason voted Pat the Cope 2 and voted possibly Thomas Pringle 3 or 4, that vote would have skipped Pat because he was elected and continued on straight to Thomas Pringle, and that would have given him an effective bonus vote, because the people that voted that way intended the vote to go to Pat, but had he been already elected, it would have went on to the remaining candidate as a continuing preference to the remaining candidate. And so the fact that Pat hasn't gone over the quota will deprive Thomas Pringle of a certain amount of votes that could be ultra critical at this juncture to him because it's going to be very narrow margins either way. I think it's going to be in the range of 100 to 140 votes that'll determine this seat.
One of our listeners has asked, do you think all counts will finish tonight? Well,
I,
tonight depends on what your definition of tonight is, I guess.
I think it'll be the early hours, but we're only 2 counts away. The penultimate count is underway. It's there. They're going through the process, and then it's to be followed immediately by the distribution of Nicky Bradley's 6,000 votes, and that's it. It's
And
finito.
finito. And the one thing we've been saying all along is that it's all to play for. Just to give you, before we go to the Sligo Leitrim constituency, nationally speaking, there's 174 seats to fill in Dáil Éireann, and that'll become the 34th Dáil. And right now, 132 of those have been filled. So even on a national level, things are heading towards the final, on the final straight, so to speak. And just in that context, because of course the national picture is so important, Fianna Fáil is on 34 seats, Sinn Féin is on 30 seats, Fine Gael is on 30 seats. So actually, those earlier projections in relation to Fianna Fáil finishing on 48 and then the other two finishing on 38 respectively, looks like it could be heading that way, or maybe Fianna Fáil will get even more at this stage because 132 seats have been filled, 174 left. And Labour have now 8 seats, which is significant in the context of what we were saying earlier about them likely joining the government. And the Social Democrats have 9 seats as well. So listen, it's interesting to see what happens nationally, but I want to mention once again the situation with a significant portion of South Donegal from Bundoran up to Lahey being part of the Sligo Leitrim constituency. That's a 4 seat constituency. There were 18 candidates. Just tell us, if you don't mind, we've got Ronan Flanagan here from the newsroom. Ronan's been monitoring this the whole time since 9 o'clock yesterday morning. Ronan, what can you tell us about the Sligo Leitrim constituency?
So we have 1 seat out of 4 currently filled in the Sligo Leitrim constituency, and that is by Fine Gael's Frank Feehan. He exceeded the quota after the 11th count with a total of 12,241 votes, which really smashed the quota overall, which is 11,381. He picked up actually an astonishing figure from the distribution of Edel McSharry's votes, which was 1,177. In second position, almost certain now to get elected, following the elimination of Chris McManus in after the 11th count, a Sinn Féin candidate. Martin Kenny is in second
And he
place.
topped the poll the last time, Ronan,
He
did
did
he?
indeed. Yeah, he smashed all records. First count, he got elected.
So it'll be second seat this time.
Second seat this time for Martin Kenny. 10,218 votes, which is still a staggering vote in the Sligo Leitrim constituency. And then in third position, we see Eamon Scanlon look like he's going to return to the Dáil for the first time since 2020. He lost a seat in 2020, which was disappointing for him at the time. But he's back now and he contested the general election, and he looks like he's going to regain a seat and as part maybe of a Fianna Fáil government. Who knows? And then the interesting one, really and truly for everyone, is the fourth and final seat. Marion Harkin, who looked completely out of the race all day Saturday. Her supporters were there out in force. They kind of went home with their tails between their legs, really, yesterday. But she's just came out of nowhere today. She is in the fourth spot at the moment on 8,306, which is ahead of Michael Clark of Independent Ireland, who is in fifth position at the moment on 7,969. So Marion Harkin, I suppose, is a good chunk of votes, about just shy of 400 votes there ahead of Michael Clark.
And like,
yeah.
and the other thing, Ronan, like we had 770, no, we had 77,321 votes cast here, right?
Mhm.
And fewer votes were cast in Sligo Leitrim. There's only 4 seats as well. So like earlier on in the day, much earlier on in the day, it was suggested that perhaps that the whole thing would be sorted out in Sligo Leitrim in the early, maybe, in the early evening. But
Yeah.
they're still operating, and we were kind of joking here, but complaining about how long it's carrying on here and how slow it has been here. but actually they don't seem that far ahead of us.
No, they're still going. And like I suppose the facts, I suppose, that Frank Feehan has picked up such a strong vote of over 12,000 votes now will further add to the delays there that they're experiencing. So I suppose they'll be going. The next count they will have will be the final count. That's 12 counts. Now, obviously, we're going further than that. But interestingly, you mentioned there that they were kind of speaking to a few colleagues. They were kind of hoping to be out the door by 5 o'clock this evening, but that's kind of long gone at this stage.
Yeah, but things are moving along nationally, and Ronan, when you look at the picture there with with Fianna Fáil, it looks like it's going to be a good day for Fianna Fáil, disaster for the Green Party that were in government, and obviously Labour will be licking their lips as well with the prospect of getting back into government. That's what it looks like. So it's a more of the same, but a wee bit different when you when you insert Labour into it.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what'll happen. Like Labour won't, as much as there'll be maybe a minority party within that government picture. Ivana Bacik, you've already mentioned her there. She's a tough cookie, really. Like there's a good few Labour candidates there that'll be elected, and they'll be looking to stamp their authority, I'm sure. And there'll be candidates that have been elected now in both Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil that will be maybe eyeing up ministerial positions that they mightn't have got in the last government. Like I know Frank Feehan spoke very openly about his political ambitions prior to this election. And he's been very successful in the last number of years getting elected, and I think he's one that'll be looking to a position. Whether or not he gets one, I don't know. But certainly there'll be a lot of candidates out there who'll be hoping to leave their mark anyway.
And there's a huge chat as well, and it's ongoing in relation to gender balance. Well, in that context, you had a situation where Marion Harkin was very significant because Sligo Leitrim, and if you include County Donegal, I mean, she's one of the few women in a high profile position that was actually elected. So there'll be kind of there'll be her supporters and I suppose those people who are striving or who want to see women in power, they'll be happy that it turns out, retains her seat.
Absolutely, yeah. I suppose Marion has been a very clear advocate for women in politics. She's spoken very openly about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just interrupt you there? That's Ronan Flanagan from the newsroom here at Ocean FM. I just want to go straight over to Brendan Byrne.
Thank you very much, Jerome. We've been looking at the tallies as they're now being collated, and it would be safe to say, based on what we have seen, that Thomas Pringle is going to lose his seat, and that I do believe he's going to get 2,147 of a transfer from Noel Jordan. Charlie McConnell will get 143 votes. Pat the Cope will get in and around 550 votes. Transfer of 2,147 to Thomas Pringle. It's a sizable transfer, but it's not enough in the context that Charlie McConnell has 163 vote lead over Thomas going into this count. That will nullify that lead and turn it into a Pringle lead, but it's not a substantial enough lead going into the last count where Nicky Bradley's 6,000 votes will determine the final seat. And we have consistently said that within that, there is a very heavy transfer to Charlie McConnell of Fine Gael vote that will put Charlie ahead in the final count, and the margin will be greater than I would have anticipated 3 or 4 counts ago. I think Charlie will win the final seat by more than 500 votes.
So that's breaking news here. Ocean FM is projecting that Thomas Pringle will lose his seat. He will no longer be a TD in the Donegal constituency. And furthermore to that breaking news, Ocean FM is projecting here that Charlie McConnell, the outgoing Minister for Agriculture, will retain his seat in Donegal. And he'll be accompanied by those already elected, Pierce Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin. Pat the Cope Gallagher is going to be elected. It's just a matter of time. And of course, Charles Ward from the 100% Redress Party. So that will be the 5 candidates according to our analysis here, and it seems to be pretty solid. I always also here have John Jared Campbell. John Jared Campbell, you would concur with what Brendan has just said in terms of his analysis?
Unofficially from tallies there, Thomas Pringle will carry a lead of about 340, 360 into the final count, but that won't be enough because the transfer from Bradley to McConnell will swallow that up. So I think, reasonably confident with the, saying that unless we've missed something terribly, and there's been a very accurate tally there, it's going to McCullough will won by 4, 5, 600.
To be a 100, 500 margin, which would be a sizable win.
Yeah.
I suppose the point that we were making subtly all throughout this in the recent
Hours.
deliberations
Yeah.
that we was that Thomas just wasn't chipping away Charlie's lead at a sufficient rate.
Not enough, yeah.
And the lead was 2-4. It's down at 1663 now. He would have needed to half that again to be in with a fighting chance. We all knew that Noel Jordan's votes contained a lot of transfer for Thomas Pringle. It did, but it wasn't enough because the earlier lead wasn't chipped away because at every count that was subsequent to the second count, Charles Ward was hoovering up the votes that otherwise would have gone to Thomas Pringle. But on this occasion, he couldn't get them. He was only getting half of them. He may have been getting 45% of them. So the fact that all that independent vote that was there, and it was a sizable chunk of 8,000 votes at one stage, too much of it was going one way or breaking even, and it didn't give any numerical advantage to Thomas Pringle.
There is another thing that we talked 3 or 4 times here about the fact that Pat the Cope was still in the race. And if you look at that, for example, if Pat the Cope had gone over the quota, there's approximately 550, 560 votes that have gone to Pat the Cope from Noel Jordan. Now, can a reasonable assumption would have been a lot of those would have gone to Thomas Pringle if Pat wasn't there. But Pat is there. So that potentially would have widened the gap. But we did see an hour and a half ago, the fact that Pat the Cope wasn't over the quota was going to work against.
And you know what? The bottom
Thomas
line,
Pringle.
John, however way you want to put it, and the bottom line, and we've gone into so much detail here, left to right, up and down, and all the rest of it, and all the different scenarios. But the bottom line, people, and you could say the same about constituencies right across the country, the 43 constituencies. But like people outside looking in, all they see is that what a great day for Fianna Fáil, because with two seats in one constituency, a 5-seater here, but 2 seats for Fianna Fáil. And once again, it firms up that overall picture that we've been seeing. Micheál Martin emerging as the big leader, Fianna Fáil emerging as the big party. From the outside looking in, the bottom line is people just say two seats for Fianna Fáil. They don't understand that how close it might have been, or
From a
Jordan
strict
had the run
political
and all the
thing, it's a good day, great day for Fianna Fáil, for Mickey Martin. They've held the 2 seats. It's a good day for the government because they're not down anything leaving Donegal. They could have, like, they were down one if you look at the vote that Joe McHugh. Now it's the status quo coming out of Donegal. There's at the end of the day, put bluntly,
Well, you
there's
wouldn't
2
even
votes for the
consider
government.
Joe McHugh as part of it, let's face it.
Yeah, but
Do you
he
know
was
what I mean?
let Joe know. But what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Joe's seat going, not being there is not now a minus.
This
in
is
the
even better.
This is
even better.
They've got two nailed on. But for the 2 big parties in brackets, that's how it is,
Yeah.
So they're going to say,
And,
look at.
and Brendan, what do you think? Is it likely? I mean, once he gathers the information and sort of digests it, it's likely we'll see Thomas Pringle here. Do you think?
Yeah,
I mean, it had to come
I
into
think he's here already.
right.
I met him and the family. They're over there.
Do you think
He
do
was
you think the
actually
penny's dropped
tallying.
over there?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
When I was speaking to them as the papers were ready to be distributed there, we all agreed that a minimum of 2,500 votes was a requirement. And once they were collated at 2,147, in and around that, we knew that the gap hadn't been breached and that we were falling
And I
short.
would say that he probably has he has 2 of the best strategists. I
Absolutely.
would have Jimmy Brogan and
I'm going to go over and try and speak to
John Campbell.
got to go over and try and speak to Thomas Pringle now if I can, because we have I'm going to ask Margaret to step in. Brendan, just talk a little bit more there, and in relation to how the relief in Charlie McConnell's camp must be.
Well, of course, they were projecting that the gap wasn't narrowing. And as the day was progressing, I would imagine in Charlie McConnell's camp, once the the gap between himself and Thomas hadn't narrowed significantly. It narrowed somewhat, but once it hadn't narrowed significantly, there was growing confidence in Charlie McConaughey's camp. But also, there was the unknown of the votes of the Green Party candidate and the People Before Profit candidate. And notwithstanding that, at different junctures, there were so many transferable votes transferring on again and again, and no one could have any proper oversight of that. So that was the unknown. But I think one of the things that really impacted on Thomas Pringle's ability to get elected here was the ongoing and constant vote gathering of the 100% Redress Party. Every time there was transfers, they were getting slightly more or the lion's share of that. And there wasn't, in the end of the day, there just wasn't enough votes on the spectrum to accommodate two independents. As we discussed earlier, maybe 4 or 5 hours ago, was it ever realistic that Donegal would elect four opposition TDs, bearing in mind that the two main parties and soft independents still had 40% of the vote? So it was always a strong possibility that there would be a second
The clues
seat.
were probably there the last time, in fairness. If you looked at John Donald, who was an exceptionally strong independent candidate, just couldn't get over the line either. And he ran a brilliant campaign. So probably there was some indications that the vote just wasn't there to take the independents over. And we looked at that, as I say, it was there. It wasn't there. It's not here this time. The sheer numbers, we can look at the electorate is right wing, middle of the road, or left, but the votes are wingless, whatever you want to do. But no, it's like all election comes from somebody losing. It comes to an end very fast.
Yeah.
Very, very fast.
And we kind of always were surmising that we anticipated it to be close, but there were indicators once Niall McConnell's votes were distributed that they weren't all travelling Pringle's way, because politics in Donegal has become more polarised between right and left and centralist. So from that, it was coming clear that the full volume of votes wasn't there for Thomas.
I think that's roll. To do the roll right now. Well, I will sure will say. Okay, thank you very much, Margaret. I think you can hear me over here. You can hear me, yes, indeed. Well, we're just over at the other side of the Aura Leisure Centre here, which is the epicentre of what's happening in terms of the Donegal constituency. As we know, it's a five-seater and the seats are being filled slowly but surely. But our projections and the calculations, Thomas Pringle is here, independent TD for Donegal. It's not looking good at this stage, is it? And it looks like you might be losing your seat.
Yeah, it's not looking good at this stage. The Noel Jordan's elimination came earlier than we expected, and that'll have an impact in terms of what happens. So we don't think that we'll be able to hold on. That Charlie McConnell will take the seat instead.
And it's incredible because it's been a roller coaster situation here, hasn't it? You know, I mean, I was speaking to you yesterday, I think, and today, and it looked like you were safe enough. And suddenly now it's looks like you're going to lose your seat. Can you bring us through how it happened? I mean, was it just that by chance that Sinn Féin included Noel Jordan on the ticket? Like what are the reasons? And I suppose you lost votes to the 100% Redress Party candidate, and what were the permutations?
Well, I suppose the fact that Noel Jordan ran and that John McNulty ran right beside me in the Donegal electoral area had a big impact. So my vote was down in Killybegs, Glencomkill, Duncanely, Kilcar, all over South Donegal. So my vote was down there. So that had a big impact. Also then as well, the Redress Party, fair play to them, they were transfer friendly. Normally in the race around in Donegal, I was a transfer friendly candidate, but another transfer friendly candidate then had the impact of taking more votes than me, so that had an impact then as well on my final figures. I suppose then when we were looking at just the calculations, we didn't factor in that Nicky Bradley would do as well from John McNulty and Pep Noel Jordan, and that would have made quite a difference in terms of the final seat if Nicky Bradley had gone out first rather than gone out second.
And is it emotional at the moment? I mean, have there been any tears and all that? You have your family here and all the supporters, and after so many years, how many? It's 2 decades, is it? How many years in politics? You were in the county council first.
Yeah, the first of Donegal in council in 1999.
Sorry, 1990.
1999 now, so that's
So it's 25 years, and then 3 terms in the Dáil, wasn't it?
3 terms in it all, which is about 3 more terms than I expected to get in it all. So so I mean, look, obviously every political career ends in failure, and then that's
Well, it's
that's
not
not
over yet. It's just on this occasion it's over. But
yeah. But look, and we'll say it's very disappointing for all of my team that worked very hard during the election campaign, and I mean they put in a huge work on that there, and we have a very small team, but they're extremely dedicated, and it's an honour to work with them, and it's disappointing for me that we lose that they are disappointed, and that's the reality, and that's where I feel about it at the moment, in that so we'll just have to see over the next couple of days and take a breather, take a wee break, and see what happens.
and when did this difficult penny drop? It was when you were looking at the Noel Jordan votes, isn't that right?
Yeah, well, basically, when Noel Jordan was passed out by Nicky Bradley, that's when it changed everything that was happening at that stage, and that's where things worked out. So now we have to see the figures come in, but the figures will work out that Charlie will take the seat rather than me.
And it means as well, and we've been having this debate now for a while, and it's not your immediate priority, but it means a large section of County Donegal, if you just forget about the Sligo Leitrim constituency side of it, a large section of it will be without a local TD, no?
Yeah, well, like like from Donegal town, it's will be 40, 50 miles to the nearest TD, so that will be Dunlow, and then you go over to Buntrana then as well, so that's where the situation will be. Well, obviously Charlie Ward will be there, so that'll be in the Finn Valley, but that's the reality of the situation. You're always going to be up against it in Donegal anyway, because the majority of population is in around the Letterkenny area and stuff like that there. So when there was two candidates along with me in the Donegal electoral area, it left it squeezed anyway, and it's come to pass now. So that's
Has it sunk in yet, or do you think it'll take a while?
yeah, look, it's sunk in. I mean, it's obviously it's there in black and white, so it has to sink in. So you have to take that as it goes, and that's when you're involved in electoral politics. That's what happens. You win some and you lose some, and I've been very lucky. I've won an awful lot more than I've lost.
And what is the next step for Thomas Pringle now after this, or what do you think the next move is?
I'll go home and have a good night's sleep anyway, and then take it from there.
But you'll be back politically. You think you'll be back?
Oh yeah, probably will be back, and Jimmy Brogan is there as well too in the council, and he'll continue on the independent politics for the south of the county and that too, and so that it's not the end, but it's just been a new chapter.
And for all those people who voted for you, and for all those people who supported you in trying to get you re-elected, what's your message for them?
Well, look, it's been a great honour to serve those people and to serve the electorate, and that's always what I have felt, and I thought there was an opportunity to actually build something. And I think we can still do that. And it's a great tribute to all my team, the election team that have been here, and they're all here waiting as well too with me. And it's a great tribute to them. And it's an honour to have worked with them over the last number of years. And fair play to them. And I think they can all be very proud of what they've done as well.
And well done, Thomas Pringle. Very pragmatic and very gracious in terms of your approach to it. And when you mentioned talking about ending in failure, I think that's a load of rubbish, because there's no doubt I think you'll be back. Well done.
Well, you never know. Anything's possible, Greg. You interviewed me in my first interview in politics, so and I don't think this will be my last one. So we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. The first one, and for this chapter, the last one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you very much. Okay, Margaret, back to yourself.
Okay, thanks very much, Jerome Hughes, speaking there with Thomas Pringle. I'm joined now by Charlie McConlogue. Charlie, it's difficult for Thomas, to lose his seat, but at the same time, I suppose you weren't that clear, were you, for the last few hours as to where it would go between yourself and Thomas?
No, and listen, Margaret, first of all, I want to just wish Thomas well. And he's obviously seen the tallies there. I haven't seen them yet, so I didn't realize until I was tuning into what Thomas was saying there, where exactly it was at. I did feel we were in a reasonably strong position, but listen, it was always going to be close from whenever the count started yesterday morning, and I'm very grateful for the support, the strong support I got of the people that came out and voted for me and my colleagues, Pat the Cope Gallagher and Claudia Kennedy. We won a very strong, united campaign. Then the party under Niall Blaney, Senator Niall Blaney, as the director of elections, and with great support from our party canvassers and workers who went out on very dark nights and wet days. And I think we canvassed way more doors than any other party, and worked massively hard and put a massive effort underway. And it was all for the objective of making sure we go back with 2 seats. And I think 2 seats would be a great result for Fianna Fáil in the county. But also, I think it'll be a great result for the county, because it's really important that we actually have 2 government TDs representing this county. If it had been the opposite, it would have been 4 opposition TDs, I think, and 1 government TD in terms of where it's looking at. That nationally, with Fianna Fáil in first position by a good stretch nationally, and Fine Gael second, and Sinn Féin third, having lost about a quarter of their vote, first preference vote from the last election, and now in third place for county. And this was the message I was delivering to the public during the election. Having influence in government is massively important in terms of taking forward our county, in terms of delivering the potential of our county, and to do that, you need people in there. And I'm very glad that it now looks like we will have 2 government TDs, and that it'll be returned along with Pat the Cope Gallagher. But listen, for Thomas. And every other candidate that stood, no more than myself, the stakes are high. People put their head on the block. You put yourself out there for democracy. You let the people decide, and that's challenging for all of us. And I wish Thomas very well.
Now, and of course, when you were out yourself canvassing, what were the main issues for the people of Donegal?
Well, I think it was a range of issues, from the cost of living to housing, and of course the defective concrete blocks, the block challenge, which is unique to in terms of its scale in this county, and in terms of the traumatic impact it has had on so many families, and also our health services, our education services, a range of issues. But listen, election campaigns are always very healthy and cathartic, because it's a great opportunity for every candidate to get out there and that interaction you have with the electorate. It can be almost confessorial in terms of its engagement, where people give insights into what they think, and bring you into their lives and their thinking. And that's a great privilege for all of us that contest the elections, but it's also a great responsibility then in terms of taking that forward, putting your own platform, but really importantly in terms of what you're doing, that listening to what you're hearing as well, and looking to then to try and get into position of government to be able to actually implement and change things.
We'll just take this and then we'll come back.
An thora ón ceathrú cúntas déag in dhé cuid vótaí Noel Jordan, 5,530 a achgalliú. Bradley Nicky, Fine Gael, Moja, Céad Seachta Cúig. Umlán vótaí, 6,176. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil, Moja, 5,529. Umlán vótaí, 2,010 McConnell Charlie, Fianna Fáil, Moja, 143. Umlán vótaí, 9,172. Pringle Thomas, non-party, Moja, 2,147. Umlán vótaí, 9,530. Ward Charles, 100% redress, Moja, 9,046. Umlán vótaí, 10,855. Popper Wallója, now in Astraha, 1,543. Umlán vótaí, 3,056. Níor bhain aon iarrthóir an quóta amach sa cúntas seo. Ceannas nach bhfuil fille vótaí lédáliú amach, curthaí mé an iarrthóir a bhfuil an méid is lú vótaí eici, Nicky Bradley, sé mhíle céad seachtain sé vóta as an áireamh. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 14th count, which consisted of the distribution of Noel Jordan's 5,513 votes. Total of votes distributed 5,513 votes. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael plus 175. Total votes 6,176. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil plus 559. Total votes 12,310. McConalogue Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 143. Total votes 9,172. Pringle Thomas non-party plus 2,147. Total votes 9,513. Ward Charles 100% redress plus 946. Total votes 10,855. Non-transferable papers not effective 1,543. Total 3,056. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. Nikki Bradley, 6,176 votes. Thank you. Gurmagi.
Okay, so that's the result. Now, before I let you go, Charlie, and we'll get down into the numbers as well. You held the portfolio of a minister, and when you went out to the doors after holding the portfolio, was it more difficult on you? Did you find more pressure out canvassing, or did people expect a lot more from you then?
I found the response very good in the doors, and the conversation's very good, and the response and the welcome good too. Listen, being in government is, I'm very clear. You have to, if you're running for election, you have to work to get into government. That's where you make the difference. That's where you make a count. There's no point going through all the training and the sessions if you're not willing to get out in the pitch. And that's where you can deliver some results. Listen, the other side is that's where you bring on the criticism, and that's where people you also get that aspect. But I believe, like we've delivered very strongly for the county over the last 5 years in terms of bringing funding and bringing services into the county and making sure Donegal was able to be moved forward across a number of areas. And I mean, in terms of my own portfolio within agriculture and food, we delivered a CAP program, for example, which is really strong for farm families across the county. We invested in our piers and harbours across the county as well. We worked in every way possible to do the very best we possibly could in terms of our quotas as well. I think we delivered very strongly in the mandate we got last time around. And my vote held up. I was in the same position as I was, same percentage as it was last time around, with a lot of pressure on my vote and a quite targeted campaigns against me as well. And then the party vote overall in the county was up about 3%. And hopefully it looks like that increase overall. Pat performed very well, and Glenties in particular, taking 5,500 votes there, which is remarkable performance and a great credit to him. That and myself holding my vote and the good vote management we had under Senator Niall Blaney, working with Claudia Kennedy, and all of our party membership. I think hopefully now is going to see us delivering 2 seats to be able to go forward into government formation from that.
Yeah. Now, during the discussions over the past 2 days here at our table here, fishing and came up, and the fact, just even looking at Killybegs, and even when I was growing up, Killybegs was the most vibrant town in this county. But now the fishing boats are tied up. Should there be a separate minister for fisheries that can? And I'm going to bring Brent. It was Brendan here if I can just bring Brendan maybe in, he is more specialised in fishing than me. But should we have a separate minister or not? That would bring in and support the fishing industry.
Yeah, well, listen, we had committed in our manifesto to having a separate Minister of State for fisheries. But I think what's really important is that you have somebody who's at the cabinet table and who has that heft to represent the sector. You know, if it's to be a junior minister, would work very closely with the junior minister. You know, I've often seen this sort of is a bit topsy turvy. Whenever you have a full cabinet minister for fisheries, the call often is we need a minister of state, and whenever you have a minister of state, the call is often is you need a full cabinet minister. I've seen that over the years.
Mm.
But really importantly, listen, I mean, however you do it, the key thing is that the representation is there at cabinet and government level, and also that you carry that influence forward to European level too. And in our manifesto, we've committed that in the next government there will be a minister of state working closely with the cabinet minister in relation to it. But listen, the point you make there in relation to fisheries, it's been a challenging 4 or 5 years, particularly coming out of Brexit, and also because of scientific stock advice as well. And that's something we have to look to see how we can support the sector through. There's no easy answers to it, but it's certainly hurting. And listen, the parts that have been within my control in terms of investment in piers and harbours and infrastructure, for example, we've seen massive progress, and almost 50 million euro invested in the new Smooth Point Pier in Killybegs with an extra 100 metres of pier side there. And over the last 4 or 5 years, we've seen 55% of all national spending in local authority piers and harbours actually spent in Donegal here, and that's really important. But listen, fishing quota and fish is the raw material, and we have to look in every way possible to work together to try and address and improve that situation. And that's
So how can it be improved, Brendan? I mean, that we were talking about over the past 2 days that should we have a separate minister? Killybegs is dying on its feet. But piers and harbours are great, but if the fishing boats aren't going out,
Well, first of all, in the interest of good manners, I want to congratulate Charlie on his re-election. It's been a very tough campaign, short campaign, but very intense. And it's a great achievement for him and his family to be finally in a safe zone after a long, arduous count. In terms of where we are in a situation, particularly from the catching and processing side, that is no longer sustainable at the current level that we're at. The production is down, processing is down, and we are going to have to, whatever government takes office, bearing in mind that a government has to take office, there has to be a program of government set, and all that will be the template by which, if we have a minister of state and how that minister of state will function, either with delegated authority or not, in what department or other. So there's a whole discussion that has to take place in the run up to the government formation. And I would hope that fishing, particularly in the context of how bad things have become, will be a part of that. Very much more to the fore than what it has been for the last 20 years. I've consistently said this isn't a problem that started in the last 3 to 4 years. This is a problem that's inherited and not dealt with over the last 20-year cycle.
so I suppose moving on, where have we how are we ending up now with figures that we have at the minute that to say that
Before the minister goes, can I ask a
yes, you
question?
can of course.
Just
The
something.
minister.
Well, still a minister. uh, the question I have is that I've been involved in many, many campaigns, and there's fair criticism in a campaign of a candidate, anybody. But certainly, was the line crossed in some of the criticism of you personally in relation to the Micah issue? I think it's fair enough to play the ball in politics. Playing the man, I personally think, is a different thing. And I just wonder, from your perspective, did you feel that a line was crossed that was unacceptable?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd never seen anywhere in the country before that type of a targeted campaign against one candidate and the type of methods and tactics that were used. There's been a lot of the last 3 or 4 years as well. So it's not that I wasn't used to it, but listen, it was definitely ramped up in the last week of the campaign in a very significant way in terms of a call to arms, in terms of trying to, you know, bring to motivate and bring as much anger into the equation as possible directly against myself. And that was that was unprecedented that I've seen. And listen, I mean, it definitely, it was an influence in the campaign too. Certainly in the previous few days, I was, very grateful that against that backdrop that my vote held up. And came back with the same percentage that I had at the last election, and managed to hold that seat. But listen, we've seen that. We've seen, we've seen politics change. But listen, there's no taking that aside. Listen, it has we've really unprecedented situation in the county in terms of people being stressed, traumatized, in terms of the defective block issue in particular, and the impact that's had on people. And that has been the thing I've worked on and put massive effort into over the last 3-4 years. Will again. To move it forward and get people the support that they need, and to see the scheme we have rolled out and managed in a way that it addresses issues that arise as well. And we've seen real progress that the people, the 350 almost that are under construction now are being able to move forward and be supported strongly by the scheme. And it's important we see that continue. But certainly, I think, and that has been a massive issue for people. But a question in relation to obviously how that was then brought in by some campaigners, I think crossed the line, certainly, yeah.
But I actually think that what we witnessed in the last 3 days of the campaign, particularly the personalisation of it towards Charlie in a very aggressive way, actually probably would have worked in your favour, because there's a line which, if it's crossed, by and large, should solidify support towards you, because that line was crossed multiple times. What I witnessed on social media was horrendous. Uh,
Yeah, and that you see that's kind of where it's gone now, on social media. And do you think that then, people who are thinking maybe of entering politics or even put their name forward for a second time, because it's not just them, it's their families that are impacted by these campaigns as well. And people with younger, I suppose, with younger children who may not necessarily understand or think, why is my mother or father, being targeted on social media, that it's making people think twice about putting their name forward.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, politics has changed since even I would have been first elected to the council in '09 and the first general election 2011. And we're seeing that change not just in Ireland but internationally. We've seen it in other international globally in elections in the last couple of years too. Um, and I think it does cause people to think twice. But I have to say, like, it's been very heartening this election to see so many good people come forward, and that's been energizing and reassuring. The people are willing to come from different walks of life actually and put their name in the ballot paper and go forward, because you need that. Politics is a difficult profession. It's challenging, but you need good people to get into it. And it's one of the, it's a very noble thing to do, I believe, for people, and a very good thing for people to do with their time and put their effort into. And you need people coming from all perspectives to do that. And I have to say, I was really heartened looking across the country this time at the depth and quality, I think, of candidates that actually did step up to the plate, despite how things have been evolving the last few years.
So how do you deal with that? That social media abuse, and I suppose a lot of it is as well as nameless people. Like, I mean, it's what is the keyboard warriors, I should say, is the right word. Do you just don't look at it? If someone said, Charlie, did you see X, Y, and Z? Do you just say, I don't want to know?
Oh, well, listen, I mean, I wouldn't go seeking it out, but I mean, where something is having an impact on public opinion, I would definitely look at it and address it and see how what you can do. But certainly, in terms of how I manage my own social media accounts, I take no nonsense. If somebody criticizes or posts it, and everybody that looks at my social media accounts will see I have a very high threshold for criticism, and I don't go blocking or putting people off or deleting stuff because of criticism, but I do where there's abuse, or where the line is crossed. And I believe it's important public representatives take no nonsense in relation to that and show that leadership, because it's not acceptable. And anybody comes up to me and says, "You blocked me," I say, "Well, listen, if I blocked you, you deserved it. And you need to look at yourself, not look at me." So that from that aspect, yeah. But listen, I'm pretty robust.
Yeah.
And
We
I
all
can
have
manage it, but
feelings. We all have,
yeah,
we're all human.
Yes, but having said that, you become neuter to it after a while as well, and becomes a sort of a part of doing your job nearly now.
Mhm.
When every politician has to deal with that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's back now up to Dáil Éireann for you, and congratulations on that. Are you in your head thinking you'd like another ministry, another senior ministry, and if so, what would it be?
Well, listen. I mean, first of all, hopefully this will turn out the way it's been predicted here at the moment, and I want my party to be in government. I want to be there working with our councillor team here in Donegal, who have to say are an exceptional group, and hard-working group, and to bring the issues that are important in our county to the government table, and to serve in any capacity that I can, that actually will deliver for the county, and can be of influence and benefit to the county. So, listen, those parts in terms of what the roles anyone might get offered would be are out of my control, but certainly I'll be stepping up to the plate and
Mm.
stepping up to
But
take
would
on
you not in your head
responsibility
think
that I get the
I'd like a
opportunity to do.
certain one? You know, if
Uh,
it was offered to you, if you were given a choice, is there one that you would like?
I,
Come on.
the listen, my only focus the last few weeks has been making sure I could get past this evening, and get back in. And listen, I'm glad, that, with Fianna Fáil being the strongest party, that we've two TDs now going for the county. I think that will be strong for our county. And myself and Pat now, and thank Claudia for her support to the party effort over the course of the campaign. Myself and Pat now going up to Dublin, our objective will be to have maximize our Donegal's influence, and maximize the work that we can do, and the investment we can make, and the progress we can make for our county over the next 5 years, because our county has tremendous potential. It's a wonderful county with great people, but we need to be punching hard at national level, and that means being in government, and that'll be what myself and Pat will seek to do now, over the next few weeks, and then if we're fortunate to get into government over the next 5 years.
Okay, well, look, congratulations, and we'll look forward to working with you over the coming years as well, on Ocean FM.
Thanks very
Thanks a
much,
million.
Margaret. Thanks,
Thank
thanks
you.
to you and all of the team for the wonderful coverage here over the last couple of days as well of the count. Thank you.
Thanks a million. Thank you. Now we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll get back to number crunching after our last count as well.
Good evening, Jerome Hughes here on Ocean FM, and you're very welcome back to the Aura Leisure Centre here in Letterkenny. And we were talking about the fog earlier on. Well, the fog has lifted, although not officially. Unofficially, it definitely has lifted. As we've been saying now since 9 o'clock yesterday, this is a 5 seat constituency. It started out with 20 candidates. We had Pierce Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin from Sinn Féin elected first. Pat the Cope Gallagher from Fianna Fáil is coming up next. He'll be elected. He'll take the third seat. And then Charles Ward from the 100% Redress Party, he's going to take the fourth seat. And Charlie McConalogue, the outgoing Minister for Agriculture, will take the final seat. So, as I said, it was very foggy. The fog has lifted, but so far, officially, we've only filled 2 seats here. But it looks like it's going to be a very good day for Fianna Fáil. And I'm sure that Jerome Doherty, the editor of the Derry People Donegal News, would concur with that. And a very sad day for Thomas Pringle in Killybegs. And I was just chatting to him, Jerome, there not so long ago, and I could see that there had been tears over in his camp. But a very positive day for Fianna Fáil taking 2 seats.
Yeah, commiserations to Thomas Pringle. Really nice guy. Has done a lot for his home county down through the years as a TD. And yeah, he got a lovely reception, didn't he, from his friends, his family, his supporters over there when he went back to join them after being he was over in the media area doing some interviews. He went back over, got a lovely round of applause, and I'm sure it was quite emotional for him, Jerome, and for his team as well, because he has said, like, the knock-on effect from this is that people on his team will lose their jobs because of this, and he's to go back, regroup, and have a think about what way the future lies.
And you've probably put the paper to bed for tomorrow, but for Thursday, there's plenty to write about. I presume we're doing a big splash on Thursday in the
Uh,
Donegal News, and I would say you've plenty to talk about here because the three big stories, if you like, and that is the return of Pat the Cope Gallagher. The second big story is Charles Ward, a newcomer to the scene, getting one of the seats. And the third big story is Thomas Pringle losing his seat, or if you want to looking at it another way, Charlie McConalogue keeping his seat. But I suppose it's the fact that, you know, there you have Pringle. Pringle was there for 25 years, elected politician, if you include the county council, and then 3 terms in the Dáil. And it's come to an end for now, at least. So plenty to write about for
Yeah,
Thursday.
yeah, and Jerome, we chatted about it yesterday as well, about the different stories that we can have, and that you can look back on in the newspaper. Sinn Féin's performance as well, Fine Gael's disappointing, dismal display, you may say. So many angles, and that's what makes election time so fascinating. We'll have our editorial meeting, and we'll sit down, and the team will all come up with ideas, and they'll have been carrying out interviews over the weekend as well. So yeah, listen, it'll be good. We always get a lift in terms of newspaper sales. All newspapers will at election time, because there are people out there, even though all the information is there online, and it's been talked about all over the weekend. People like to sit down with their newspaper. We'll carry the quotas now in our Thursday edition. Not the quotas, excuse me, the tally figures from yesterday, which make fascinating reading as well. People keep them to put them away,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
to take them out, look at them, and at the next election time. So yeah, it's a good it's good time. It's interesting, and it's really enjoyable.
And but McConalogue had a close shave, Chairman,
He
didn't
did, he did, and this is the thing. I found it a wee bit kind of strange that people failed to see that Noel Jordan would go out ahead of Nicky Bradley. The feeling in here all day was that Pringle was going to be okay and that McConnell was in deep trouble. But they didn't foresee that Noel Jordan was going to go out ahead of Nicky Bradley. So does that suggest people didn't see that John McNulty's transfers were going to go to Nicky Bradley, Fine Gael to Fine Gael? I don't know. I find that one a bit of a surprise. Um,
you were
but
surprised that it wasn't
that it
sort of
was,
more
yeah,
foreseen more clearly?
yeah. It
Yeah.
seemed to throw a lot of people that all of a sudden the situation changed dramatically because of that. But on top of that, yeah, McConnell, does McConnell look at this as a success because he's got returned again, Jerome? Or does he look at it as, I mean, will he be punching the air with delight? Will he be celebrating big time? I'm sure he will, and deservedly so, because he's worked hard. But he's
I know, but Jeremy, the point I made on that is that we're here in a wee bubble here in this constituency, right? But look at there's 43 constituencies right around the country, and maybe similar stories or
Yeah.
equally dramatic stories are being told in
Yeah.
other constituencies. But you know what? From the outside looking in, people from the outside looking into this constituency, if you're down in Cork or wherever you are, all they see is that Fianna Fáil have picked up 2 seats.
Yes,
Do you know what I mean?
I
So the
agree.
bottom line
Yeah.
there is very, very, very positive, and very positive for Micheál Martin,
Yeah.
the man who we even as analysts here were saying, oh well, look, he's a great steady pair of hands, but can he drag in 10 more
Oh,
seats and all this?
you're
Well, I'll tell
right.
you one
Yeah.
thing: he has achieved a lot here, and to have two Fianna Fáil TDs in this county, I mean, it's a massive boost to the party.
It is, and fair play to them. Niall Blaney, Director of Elections for Charlie McConaughey, and I mean he can hold his head high as well. Yeah, you got to say that. You know, when you strip it all back, this is what this election will be remembered for. They elected two Fianna Fáil TDs, and Pat the Cope Gallagher, as you say, is back in business again. So you know that's the bottom line.
It'll be fascinating as well. I mean, that's the thing about politics. It'll be fascinating. India Kennedy's here as well, is one of our panelists, and she's studying politics. But it'll be fascinating now. The government will be formed in 2025. The negotiations will start now, India, over the next few weeks. And the point is, it'll be fascinating to see what happens. And especially here, us here in Donegal, will be looking out to see what ministry. I mean, two Fianna Fáil TDs. You'd imagine that after a ministry leaving, or we just had a ministry here, a minister for agriculture, you'd imagine that there would be a ministry coming up here.
You'd like to think so, considering there's two very strong Fianna Fáil TDs that are coming into the Dáil in 2025. Like, looking at the figures now, nationally, Fianna Fáil have had 35 seats, Sinn Féin have 32 seats, and Fine Gael have 30 seats. So it's very obvious that the ball is in Fianna Fáil's court. And you'd like to think that, given that there's two strong, well experienced Fianna Fáil candidates coming into the Dáil, they will be considered for a cabinet role.
And that'll be expected, Jeremy, won't it? They'll expect it. But what, you don't think so?
No, I often wonder how those decisions are made. You know, I mean, it's not just a case of you know, well, put it this way: Joe McHugh had a good close relationship with Leo Varadkar. They seem to have a good working relationship, but they got on well together as well. And Joe McHugh earned a ministry at that time. I wonder what kind of a relationship Coper has and McConnell has with Micheál Martin. Charlie McConlogue has proven to be a good minister. He's capable. He's a capable man. He and he's got that experience now. So yeah,
And I think we touched on it yesterday, but Micheál Martin didn't come up here on
Yep.
during this. Now, you did mention Niall Blaney was the director of elections for Fianna Fáil, right?
yeah.
Then maybe there's no love
For
lost.
for McConlogue, or am I right in saying that?
Well, it
No,
doesn't matter.
Cooper
No,
Yeah,
he was director of elections for Fianna
for
Fáil.
Fianna
I
Fáil,
think
right?
so.
Yeah.
But in any case, the point is that I don't think there's any love lost. I think it was made quite publicly. Do you remember between Niall Blaney
Yeah.
and Charlie McConaughey? Do you remember at the press conference or something when he was running for the
Between Niall
MEP?
Blaney and Micheál Martin.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the Micheál Martin's support for the candidates.
Yeah, and I'm not sure there's a massive amount of love lost between Pat Cope Gallagher and Micheál Martin
Yeah,
either.
that's me. That's
So,
kind
like,
of
I
what
mean, there must
yeah.
be stuff happening in the background, and so yeah, so it's maybe there wouldn't be a ministry coming up here, but I also heard that Charlie McConaughey and Micheál Martin get on very well.
Yeah.
So, you know,
You'd like to think there's at least one ministerial role, because considering that Charlie McConlogue is an outgoing minister, a minister for agriculture, and he's, as you said, he's shown his track record, and he's shown that he's a strong minister. So you'd like to think there's going to be one, but it would be fantastic to get two ministers.
maybe it comes down to what Pat the Cope is expecting. Do
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Because he's so long in the tooth when it comes to politics and Fianna Fáil. Like, if he's not expecting anything in particular, if he's not expecting a reward or a recognition, however you phrase it, maybe that would take the pressure off, and they can just give Charlie another another
Yeah.
portfolio. You know what I mean? We don't know really. We don't know the inner workings behind the scenes, what's
No,
happening, do we?
No, we don't, and that's it. Like, I mean, it'd be good to sit down with Charlie and ask him exactly how that process works.
Mm.
But for now, it's a case of I mean, back in the local elections as well, whenever the 100% redress party did so well, elected four councillors. I got speaking to Dr. Jimmy McDaid, former government minister, former TD for Fianna Fáil, at the end of that count, and he made reference to the 100% redress party's success, their huge vote, and he urged Fianna Fáil to take a look at that and not to ignore that, because he was saying the people of Donegal had spoken, and they've got it. And he also pointed to the fact that Micah or defective concrete blocks issue is not just a Donegal problem. There are other counties as well impacted by this. So he's a wise man, Dr. Jimmy McDaid, and he was making that point, and I just think the situation up here in Donegal is a wee bit different, isn't it, Jerome? We've said that so many times, and perhaps that will be considered whenever they sit down and decide who gets what ministry positions.
And
Because
the other thing, Jeremy, you're living up here now, this neck of the woods, but like there was a time when you'd be working down in the south of the county,
yeah,
or down by Ballyshannon and so on. And I was just chatting, like we were just thinking about this as well. The nearest TD now, that's a large area. If you include the whole Killybegs area,
yeah,
Donegal town, Ballyshannon, Bundoran, it's a large area that doesn't have a
yeah,
TD
yeah,
based in that
yeah.
area.
You're
So
right.
Finn Valley, it'll be Charles Ward will be the nearest TD. And some people, the perception of him is that, and you can understand from his perspective, is that he'll be a one-trick pony, in the sense that he'll be focused
Yeah,
more or less on that, with almost no experience in politics, with
yeah,
no experience in politics.
yeah,
Do you know what I mean? Or as Pat the Cope says, the contacts that he has.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not in any way to denigrate or to put down Charles Ward, the new guy, but he's a complete novice, and
but it's life changing as well for Charles Ward. All of a sudden, he's going to Dáil Éireann as an elected TD.
yeah,
Do you know?
it's a
I
great
mean,
achievement.
it
Massive
is.
achievement,
And
yeah.
he is very good. He's very impressive.
Yeah.
He's got good presence. He's a good talker. And let's face it, and he seems to have plenty of energy. Maybe he could be a good all rounder, Um,
It'll be interesting to see now in the next 5 years what he'll do in his first 5 years as TD, and if in the next election he'll get re-elected under the terms of Micah, or will he go out on his own and say, right, this is what I've done in my first 5 years. I'm now an independent candidate, and this is what I can do for the whole of Donegal, not
and he'll
just.
be judged on his record.
Oh,
He'll be judged on his
definitely, it'll
record if
be
he's looking for
scrutinised.
re-election.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Charlie McConnell, he must feel he must feel invigorated today, knowing that he's back here. When you look at this leader, all of the debate prior to, is Micheál Martin the right guy to bring Fianna Fáil to the next step and so on. And now Charlie McConalogue, Pat Cup Galler are going to be part of a large team. It must feel great for him today.
And you know what, Jerome? We touched on this yesterday as well when we had the quick chat. Charlie McConnell was written off a number of weeks ago. I mean, anybody that I spoke to when we started talking about the forthcoming election, we're saying Charlie McConnell's a done deal. Because of the Micah situation, because of the amount of anger, the amount of frustration out there among voters, and because he was going to be up against a new candidate representing 100% redress he was going to be up against Padraig McLaughlin, who was riding high. So for him to recover, I did say to you as well that in the weeks leading up to November 29th, there was a pep in the step in the McConnell camp. There was a bounce. They were confident. They were getting a reaction, and even though he didn't pull all that well in the show and as well as what he would have hoped, he did ever so well in Milford, Ramelton, Letterkenny, which is a credit to his team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
And a huge, I mean, let's face it, from a Donegal perspective, a local perspective, a fantastic results for Sinn Féin locally, at least, isn't it? I
It-
mean, you can't underestimate the strength of Pierce Doherty and Padraig
yeah,
McLaughlin.
yeah,
Definitely not.
they've done brilliant. Pierce Doherty and we said this as well. The word is that Pat the Cope actually took some of Pierce's votes down in West Donegal because people were thinking Pierce is okay. I'm going to give it to the next local guy,
which was true.
yeah. So Pierce, but Pierce could afford that.
Mhm.
Well,
He
that's
was-
that's what Pat says about that. He felt that that's how he lost out the last time. Is it complacency?
yes,
People thinking that he was
yeah.
safe.
It's
So
dangerous, isn't it?
he was
Yeah.
worried about it this time as well, but it obviously didn't affect him. But it's been a long enough couple of days, Jeremy. It's in terms of you've covered a lot of elections at this stage. Does this one jump out in any way in terms of the pace of it? I mean, like we had two seats filled early on,
Yeah.
and now the three seats are still empty,
Well,
and it's it's
listen.
almost 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, you always want things to go quick, don't you? But you know, Geraldine O'Connor, the returning officer, and her team up there, Jerome, they are so experienced. We've worked in a lot of elections. You can imagine, how
Yeah.
they've had meetings preparing for this, dealing with all sorts of scenarios. What happen? They know what happens with surplus votes. They know when a candidate has to be eliminated, and they know the process. Um, so you've got to admire the team for their you know determination and to be so meticulous when it comes to going through all the votes and letting the tally team see them, etc., etc. And it was that slow process, but that careful process that ensured then that there would be no issues further down the line. Such a close vote, Jerome. But yet in all, there's no talk about any parties or any candidates having queries or questions over the process. Apart from Mary T's little interjection earlier on today, it's been smooth going.
And it's been very lit. Mary T's what?
Well,
What
remember
happened there?
she was Mary T after there was some suggestion that she was going to ask for
Recount.
well
Oh,
a
recheck.
recheck,
Yeah.
stroke recount, put it whatever way you want.
Nearly give us a stroke.
Yeah,
And but yeah, when you talk about Mary T, like look at the representation in Donegal,
yeah,
right? And it looked like I don't know what situation is Marion Harkin, but if you say if you include the Sligo Leitrim constituency, right, which is part of the Donegal is part of that constituency, and look at the TDs there that are going to be elected. If she's not, she might get one of the seats. Looks like she might get the third or fourth seat. Now up here, no woman TD.
yeah.
Look at the county council, 37 seats on the county council, three female councillors. But the only bright side to that you could say is that nationally speaking, it looks like a woman could lead one of the main government parties because it's looking like it's going to be Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, and Labour, and you've got Ivana Bacik, so she'll be there. Is it what? How do you see the formation of the next government going?
Oh, hey, listen. I mean, isn't it looking like Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael,
And
Frank,
Labour,
and well, will they need them? Frank McBurdy was on earlier on saying that how determined were Sinn Féin to become the leading party, leading government party, given the fact that they only ran so many candidates. He was questioning their decision to run. Listen, the figures are lost to me now, but he suggested they should have been running more candidates. They were never going to be the leading party in government, so he was questioning their
yeah. Well,
their strategy on that. Listen,
well,
it's
none of the parties ran enough candidates to make up a majority.
yeah.
But
But Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil both ran more than Sinn Féin. That was his point. So
yeah. But Sinn Féin got cold feet, I think, because they saw a dip in their popularity, and then it seemed like they had regained it. But
yeah, obviously as well, they were afraid of a three candidate strategy. We had it here in Donegal.
Yeah.
But remember what happened the last time. So
Yeah.
obviously there's reasons why they do
Yeah.
what they do.
None of these decisions are taken lightly, anyway,
No.
by any of the parties.
And I think you're right. They had their issues, they had their controversies and problems which they had to deal with, but they almost came at the right time because they were able to get 2 weeks prior to November 29th without those being an issue, without those being debated. So they kind of got over that little hump as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So listen, we're going to have to wait and see what happens now. What are you hearing, Jeremy, in terms of the timeline now? This next count will decide everything, won't it?
Yeah, that'll be it then. that'll be it.
Home time
Jerome,
then,
yeah,
is it?
home time. I'm just looking at the watch. We bit earlier
All
than
the
last
bars
night.
are closed, so that's it's home
Well,
time.
hey, listen,
Huh?
I'll
Maybe the nightclub's open.
I'll get you in
If
somewhere,
it's somewhere
Jerome.
to stay, that's the thing,
You,
Chairman.
you know, there's always somewhere.
Beside
Sure,
this.
Pat the Coke does a taxi service, so you're safe now.
Oh, I heard that story as
Oh, for
well.
God's sake.
I heard. I could.
I wouldn't mind. It was me that actually.
RTE News actually covered it as well.
I can't even blame Pat the Cope for that. It was me that actually spread that. But we were doing all sorts of. I mean, there was at one stage, when you get tired and delirious,
Yeah.
you'll start saying all sorts of strange things. Like, you had Brendan Byrne here saying that, oh, the monks actually is a lovely fella. And I was chatting to him down at the O'Connell Street, and then two boys come up to me, and it turns out they were detectives, and they were asking me, And then we
Yeah.
had another one of our, who should remain nameless, another one of our guests panelists who says, "Oh, I use ChatGPT to help me write an essay."
Shocking.
I hope
That'd be such a bad thing to do.
Ulster University aren't listening.
No.
So listen, that's what happened. You get loose lips
You do.
as the day goes on.
You do.
And did you have a big team here from the Donegal News? I mean,
Yeah.
it takes a lot of people, doesn't it, to actually?
Yeah.
If you look at it, even each media outlet here, you have to have a lot of people, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. And you were part of our team last time out, so you know what goes on. Listen, we've got a website, we've got social media to keep updated throughout the weekend, and then obviously you're concentrating on getting interviews and stories for the newspaper editions with paper out tomorrow. So I spent the majority of the day back in the office getting that paper ready.
That's not easy.
Yeah.
Not
So
easy.
yeah, but it's all done. I mean, it's like the best things in the world. It's all about planning and preparation. So you have your team meetings before the weekend. Everybody kind of knows what's expected of them, and
Have you
hopefully,
decided yet about Thursday whether it be like a call out, like a souvenir
Ah.
call out, or it's going to be part of the paper, or
you're putting me under pressure now.
Yeah.
At this
you
moment in
haven't
time,
decided yet?
it probably won't be a pullout because listen, that would mean increase in pagination, and that all comes down into costs and things
Yeah.
like that, So, but what we'll do is we'll still have a
So to
beefy
enjoy your
bumper
2
paper,
days.
and well, there's John. We'll still have a bumper paper, Jerome, with plenty in it, and a fairly large focus on the elections. Yeah.
Very good, very good. And no doubt, I heard rumors that I'm going to be invited as a guest to your Christmas party at the sort of well, no, I hear it's in Derry as well.
It is. Yeah.
And as sort of like an honorary guest. I won't get crash the meal part, but I could go for the after drinks.
You're welcome to the meal part too, Jerome. You do know
No,
that.
well,
As long as you
I didn't have a going away party, so it's the least you could do. See, it started out all nice, and now no. But listen, maybe it would be good fun though.
It would
Derry's a
be.
great city. I was out there just like 3 weeks ago, and on the 11th of November, and it was a Monday.
Yeah.
And what is it called? There's a night. There's like a club there.
I don't be
Is it Metro
frequenting.
or-
I don't be frequenting those
It's the
establishments.
Metro.
Yeah.
And like they were saying, oh, there probably won't be anyone in here tonight. And half an hour later, the place was packed. So much so.
They must have knew you were in
Well, I was
town.
the oldest one in there. I says, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, Derry's turned into a. And sure, look, if I'm invited, I might go. Well, if I'm invited, I definitely go.
Yeah.
But we'll see near the time.
But
Anyway.
you're invited. You know you are.
Well, then that's great.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Well, listen,
Well-
Jeremy, I'll let you get back to the. What were you going to say?
No, that's it.
Maybe it's better you don't say it. Maybe quit while you're ahead.
Yeah.
Us to quit while we're ahead. Not just you. But listen, Jeremy, thanks a million for coming around, and best of luck. The Derry People Donegal News is out tomorrow morning, and then a more bumper edition in terms. Well, that'll be the tallies tomorrow,
Yeah.
and then in terms of actually all the detail and the whole. You've got a photographer here, Brian, and all of the colour and everything will be in Thursday's paper.
And listen, well done to Ocean FM and the team. Wonderful, wonderful.
We've had great
coverage.
feedback, so
Yeah.
thank God for that.
That's good. Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of competition, isn't there?
There
It's
sure
same
is.
in newspapers, same in all sorts of media.
Yeah.
A
And
lot of competition.
there sure
You
is.
don't have to walk far to see the competition, but
Do you know what, Jerome? They might keep you.
no. There's no talk of that. No talk of that. But listen to me.
Okay.
Jeremy, thanks a million.
Thank you.
Jeremy Doherty is the editor of the Derry People Donegal News, better known as the Donegal News newspaper. Now, John's here and he's putting on the headphones. John Jared Campbell. And come here to me. In terms of where we're at now, John, okay? This is going to be the last count. Can you talk us through it a wee bit?
Yeah, basically it's a distribution of Bradley's votes. just looking at them there, we know what the result is. Um, there's a massive transfer going to Charlie McConlough from Nicky Bradley. So I mean, we obviously knew it a while. It's a foregone conclusion. Um, so that tidies everything up then, and just being in for a question of, for example, is there enough votes there for to take Pat the Cope over the quota? Is not really important. Some people like to have a seat at the quota. So we know the five now after 2 full days. We know the five representatives for Donegal for the next 5 years. And certainly it was very, very interesting because we've seen the comeback of Pat the Cope. We've seen a battle between two TDs, two very high profile TDs in Charlie McConnelly and Thomas Pringle. And
What does it mean? It means we're going to get 3 TDs elected in one count.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
we're talking here, and it's a 5-seater. There's only 2 seats have been officially filled. It's mad, isn't
officially
it?
felt because those two were the only two that I say the
They did the
Dakota.
quota.
Yeah,
But like like it's approaching 12 o'clock now on day 2.
yeah.
And one count then will fill the whole 3 seats. It's a
Yeah,
kind of a
well,
mad.
well, basically, what she's got to do, what she had to do, in fairness, she basically had to keep going until there was no more votes, and people were stacked after the first two, three, four, and five, and that's where she's taken it. In fairness to her, at times it was slow, but it was thorough. So even at times when it was mooted that there should be a recount or a recheck, I think she felt comfortable to stand over what she had done. So uh, it's long, but it was it was very, very thorough.
Well, and Jeremy made the point there that that Geraldine O'Connor has been involved in like she's so experienced, and her
Yeah.
team would be so experienced. So like it's not as if it's their first day at the races. Do you know what I mean?
No, Geraldine has been. Oh my God, she's been here. I remember working with her back so many years. I'm not saying she's older or anything. um, but no, she's always has been very, very thorough. It's um, it's a massive operation. The one simple thing that has made it a lot longer, we just were talking about over there, was the sheer volume of candidates starting to come through, and
Geez, with a lot of candidates.
yeah, and it's going to get worse
Is it?
because it is, we believe over there talking to political people because people are basically at the stage now, well, Mary or John tried that, ran an election. Yeah, that's something I never thought about doing. So, heaven forbid you could have 25 starts on the ballot paper the next time. But, you've only to look at what's happening there. The problem is when the ladies that were in front of us there were checking the ballot paper. They were having to trace down to make sure they were accurate. Like if you're checking
It's
the
like a
votes of the
telephone book.
well, actually, I know you're joking, but it is most like no, no, you go down and then they say so. Uh, it is going to create a problem going forward. It's going to slow the thing down on real.
We want democracy, but not too much of it.
I wanted the small
We
doses.
wanted we
But
want
no,
limitations, but
it is. But on the other side, we can't have it everywhere. We can't be saying on one hand there are not enough people involved in politics, and other things when people put their name forward to contest an election, we're saying, oh no, this is getting out of hand. So, I'll go back to what I think I said yesterday. I admire anybody that has the courage to put their name before the electorate. It's
it
a
really would take
very
courage.
courageous thing to do.
Courage
And
or madness, but
I don't know,
it's courage.
a bit of
But
both, but in fairness, like you're going there, you're can putting yourself forward for public humiliation, ridicule, call it whatever you want.
yeah, you're
But
certainly putting yourself in the spotlight anyway.
oh, you are putting yourself in the spotlight, and I admire people who do it. I've always admired candidates who went in there, and I said, it's fun, it's enjoyable, but as you've seen tonight, it's extremely cruel. It's cruel. I think the cruelest part of it, if it happens very suddenly, or you're very close to getting over the line, and all of a sudden it's just pulled away from you.
Did any of you hear the interview with Thomas Pringle that I did? You,
Yeah.
and what did you think of him? What did they, and he's very, he was, what was the word I used? gracious,
Yeah.
wasn't he? Tell me. We're no one here now.
Towards the end, like I can't even imagine what he's feeling right now. And it was so sad to see his whole team around him, and everybody was just devastated. And I suppose that's just the ups and downs of politics. But I mean, to his team, in no way was it in any way their fault. They did an absolutely Trojan campaign, and at the end of it, it just comes down to numbers, unfortunately. But he was so courageous, and in his even towards the end, I'm sure he was devastated and he probably just wanted to pack up and go home, but he stayed and he thanked everybody and he thanked the tallies and he thanked his team and he wished everybody good luck. And I think it just shows the kind of man he is.
Really does, especially at that time, you know.
Yeah.
And you would like to think you'd be the same, but I'll tell you one thing, you wouldn't know until you're in the same position. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Michelle, you heard him as well. Um, very gracious in defeat. But again, it gives us an insight into how difficult it would be. Like they were very emotional. There was tears in their eyes, and it also shows you how such a public. It's a public celebration when you win, but it's also a public
Execution.
sorrow,
Yes.
excruciate. What do you call it?
Execution.
Execution.
Public execution. Yeah, no, Thomas has always been like that. He's been very gracious and very giving of his time, and he has been a huge asset to this county. And I love the fact that he's a different politician. He's not your normal politician. When you see the thing that's different about Thomas than other politicians, when Thomas goes, he takes a whole lot of people with him. He takes a team, and while his team isn't going to disappear off the political plane in Donegal, we've got Eileen Flynn, he's been affiliated with Neil Holland, McGillaspig, John Campbell, people like that. That's what makes him different. He brought people to the fore in politics that might not be to the fore except for him and his guidance and his steer. And on top of that, again, as India said, he's got a family, and just I was chatting to Altan over there and just saying, it's terrible. So as we've said all night, it peppers down the line. But he is gracious in defeat, but he was also humble when he won. He was
Yeah.
also very, very humble
It
when he
just
won.
shows you the character of the guy. It really does. It's very impressive. Very, very impressive. And you think India that he'll be back?
Um, it's hard to know by the chats of him today, but
Really?
well, yeah, but
I got the feeling he will be back. Like, because
I'd
otherwise,
say they'll sit down, they'll regroup, and they'll think what's next. I mean, they have 5 years, but you'd like to think so. You'd like to think he'd take a leaf out of Patrick Hope's book and continue to be active. And with all the candidates that he has in the Senate and in the county council, I'm sure he will be still active, and hopefully he continues to be active. And maybe in 5 years' time, people will realise that losing Thomas Pringle was a loss, and they'll re-vote him back again.
is he a big loss, John?
Yeah, well, I suppose there's two things we talked about umpteen times. He was a Dáil deputy.
You're not
Uh,
saying we're just repetitive, are you?
oh,
it's-
heaven forbid.
It's now officially Monday.
Yeah.
So
No, the point I'm making, he was, and we talked about here, he was a TD who represented the Killybegs general area, the Donegal general area. So in that case, he did a lot of work, and Jimmy Brogan in his office was an absolutely brilliant guy, and that was the work that Jimmy did in the office, for example, was reflected in how he got into Donegal County Council at the time. So, like, that's an office I presumably is gone now from the people of the Killybegs area. So, of course, it's a miss when a TD public representative is lost to an area, be it a councillor. You go back to the time that Kilcarg County Glen area where Brenton, who was a Lord Mayor, was lost as a councillor. In the years after that, even though Brenton would have done some things for people who were used to going to a local councillor were saying, well, who do we go to with this now? So any public rep has lost any player in rural Ireland, I think, in fairness, they are a mess. I also have a great degree of sympathy with the people who worked for him in his office here, his office everywhere. As an independent, probably the downside of it is if it was, if Charlie McConnell lost his seat, usually sometimes in a political party, the people who are working in that office may be the party would be trying to persuade the new TD. Well, look at X, Y, or Z works for the TD who went out there. You'll give priority to employing there. That happened. I know when Mary lost her seat, some of her people went to Charlie. So, but I feel sorry for, as I said, Jimmy Brogan, there, who works in the office, runs the office in Gillybegs. Very popular man because he's helped so many people while working in the office. Very good guy making representations. So we have all that. We have all that mm, follow up on things that will happen, even to people like yourselves in the media. Like the number of press statements the likes of Thomas Pringle's office put out, which I'm sure were at times manna from heaven to the local media because you were getting a press statement at least probably once a day or
Yes,
certainly
exactly.
every other day. So there was something there to work and you were in the loop. So that all stops tomorrow. And as I say, it's a horrible game. He was very dignified
Very
in
dignified,
what he did.
100%.
I've seen most people are, but I have seen people over the years that weren't so dignified when they lost it and just went off on a rant at that
Yeah.
particular time. And that's even more.
Like Donald Trump.
No, I've seen it a lot closer than Donald Trump. Uh, and that's really sad because it's a horrible end if basically a person who's lost a council seat or whatever rounds on their supporters, rounds on their party, and blames everybody else but themselves.
How long will it take to form the next government? Because I think I read it now, and it could be, but I think it was like 140 days in 2021. The last election,
2019 or 2020, sorry.
2020.
Yeah.
I think it took 100. Anyway,
It was February
it can take
2020.
70 days, 140 days. Like
I think
it can take a long time to form.
I think Neil Martin was chatting even this morning that he wants to form before Christmas.
Yeah,
Christmas?
I think
Oh,
it will be
jeez, no
totally
way.
well. I think what's going to
They'll want
happen.
to, yeah.
No way
The
they'll have a
party
government.
leaders teams would have been in touch with each other today.
Yeah.
They're not going to make it appear too easy because that would cause a whole set of problems. I think they have a few things to discuss mainly. Basically, the rotating Taoiseach, which I think my instinct now is that they will probably agree something on that. They basically have the whole structure in place because it was there, so they don't have to reinvent the wheel. The biggest decision both of them will have to make is, okay, who are we going to invite into
You think
this
they'll have
club?
a government for Christmas?
I think
That's what Neil
there's no
Martin
reason.
It would be
said.
great
Yeah.
to have the government
Yeah,
formed before Christmas so that they can hit the ground running in January.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I hope to do, and I think they will, but I genuinely hope to do. Just get down to business then. There's no valid reason not to that I can think of anyway.
Yeah.
Look at they know they're going to become dancing partners.
They knew that from the
Of course
beginning.
they
Like,
do that
yeah.
from the yeah, if unless they did, like you've only to look at here in every constituency, and I'm sure the reverse the other way. Look at the transfer, for example, that Nicky Bradley gave to Charlie McConnell.
Yeah.
He made absolutely like he survived at that stage because of
Because of Fine
Now,
Gael.
I'm
Because of
sure
Fine Gael.
that's yeah, but I'm sure all over when you get time to look at analyze the constituencies.
Mm.
It was done the other way in many, many constituencies. When Gael TD survived because their Fianna Fáil
Yes.
counterparts either gave them a transfer or gave them money, it gave them votes when they were eliminated. So I think it should be relatively quickly. I think if maybe they have to invite Labour, and I think Labour will have to go through a bit of a ritual that they're having. This is earlier on.
What sort of government are you looking at?
No, it
I know what
has
you
to
mean,
happen.
yes.
If you do it, if you do it too quick, Ivana Bacha will have to see where her supporters,
Yeah.
and she'll have to win them over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fighting a very hard fight for what we want in this manifesto. So, look, it's been done 10 times before. Everybody knows what has to be done. Will Labour do it? I think they probably will. But if they don't, they've got many, many options because the number of seats that look like full they're going to have.
Mm.
If they don't, and I mean, look at this simple thing. If you're too short, let's say you're too short, if you go to the two Healy Rays and Michael Lowry, absolute you can do a deal in a couple of hours. I'm not
Oh,
saying it would be a
100%.
good one, but can you imagine ringing up the Hillary saying any chance we could sit down to get a
Yeah.
Keep,
well,
keep her there in front. Yeah, maybe if we move it back a wee bit. Just
Like as rogue and all as the Healy Rays are, at the end of the day, they do want the best for their
they
people. And
do.
I
In
would say,
fairness, they are.
if you sat down with them and said, "Listen, we'll give you this. We can sit down. We can work with this, but we'll all work together to do this."
Yeah.
You'd have a great government.
come here. We know who the biggest loser was today, and I mean that loser in the sense of not winning. Um, but who was the biggest winner in this constituency?
I would say, I mean, looking at figures, it's one thing. Obviously, it's Pierce Doherty, but in terms of coming from the ground and
Yeah,
heading
but
to the,
yeah, I know what
in
you mean.
terms of figures, it was Pierce Doherty. But
I'm on
as a
about it.
whole, I would say Pat the Cope. I mean, to come from
Yeah.
2020 to be eliminated to get in the
But
third
what
seat.
about a newcomer coming just straight in
Well,
out of the blue and winning
yeah.
a seat?
That's
Or
my
what
next
about a
word.
minister
Yeah.
who's about to lose his seat and what? It's hard to say who the biggest winner is.
I don't know, but I am inclined to go a bit with Pat the Cope as well because the achievement I was here 4 years, 5 years ago, whatever it was, and he was there. And the end that night came very quick for Pat the Cope. It was just one of those things. Votes nobody seen this creeping up, and all of a sudden, oh, he's whatever 100 votes behind. Now we talked about what you have to do, and the first thing you've got to do, like Thomas, you've got to sit down and get your head totally clear what you're doing because it has crushed people to lose their seat. And there's many instances of all parties where people, after being rejected by the electorate, take it very, very personally.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't take it personally, but you certainly can't let it get into your head. It's a bit like football. You can get hammered, but you mustn't, when you go out the following day, you can't let people think, oh, I don't think I'm that good. But I think he
You
was
should
a
tell that
winner
to
that
Man
way.
City because they're on a serious losing streak.
I know.
Which Man City, I mean, but a lot of people would be happy to see them in a losing streak. I think they've lost 7 games in a row or something. I mean, it's
well,
unbelievable.
including me as a Man United fan, I'm delighted,
Of
for
course, you're
example, that they
delighted.
lost.
Yeah. Except Liverpool beat them there. Was it today or yesterday? It's
We
hard to
beat
keep track of
them.
things.
I can't remember which day it was today.
What happens to all of this now? All of these votes, all these piles of stuff that has to be
Well,
stored somewhere, does it?
it has. Now, I don't know there was a change in the legislation at one stage, and I could never understand why it had to be kept for X number of years in case there was a court challenge. I'm not sure is that still the place. Now, incredibly, at one stage, I think it was 7 years that the ballot papers and the paperwork had to be kept for. I still think there's a period that it has to be kept for
You don't want to
in
be
case
stuck for
there's
a hobby to go through those after say 3 years. Oh,
Yeah.
geez, I must look up the box number 5 for the crack. And go,
You want to
but it was for
see?
legal reasons
You
instead.
want to see John Jarrett's basement? It's full of them.
Great firewood.
Oh,
But they'd
no,
have to be
I
kept
must
for a
admit,
while
I am
anyway.
a bit of a hoarder when it comes to election materials.
Absolutely.
Oh
Really?
my God, yeah, I do. I
What do
have
you have?
some, on the political, simple things. I would have letters from, I think about 5, 6, 7 T-sheet.
Really?
Things like, yeah, I do hoard like hell. I was back in the day, I was director of elections. I would have kept election material, not just from Van Gaal director of elections, but you see, I would keep stuff from other parties because I was always more interested in what I knew what Van Gaal was going to produce, but I always wanted to see what
Yeah,
the
yeah.
other parties were doing. So, no, it's,
That could be interesting.
uh,
Like if you did some sort of an exhibition or something at some stage. And when you say letters from Taoiseach, you're like, is that say a Taoiseach that you would writing to you to say to
whatever about
thank you or whatever?
whatever. Yeah, I think I have Charlie Hockey somewhere as well. Which wasn't he obviously wasn't right to me to say thank you for the. But one of the
What was he writing to you for? Huh? Why would you
no,
have a letter from Charlie
well,
Hawk?
I'll tell you a great story about Charlie Hockey, a true story, and it is something that I was totally impressed with. I happened to be in the Dáil many, many moons ago, and I was in meeting Denny McGinley, and we were going out the back door in the Dáil. So as we got up to it, the usher said, "Can you wait a minute? Taoiseach and his entourage are coming in." And so we stood back and with the Taoiseachs, and so uh, Denny said to him, "Hello, Taoiseach, how are you?" And no, "Oh, Denny, how are you? How are you?" And then he just pushed me forward. He says, this is my director of elections. He's from a place called Kilcar, Donegal. And I still was so impressed. He says, Kilcar. Yeah, he says, it's the other side of Killybegs, a little place between Glencullenkill and Killybegs. And I thought,
And it's
now I
interesting.
understand how
Yeah.
he just, like he was programming a computer, and he said, there's a woolen industry there. And I thought, there's politicians in my own country would struggle to get that right. But that's what impresses you about politicians. Guy who can go through a place and all of a sudden turn it on again. But I can always remember that. So I think that's one of the reasons someone else followed up, and that's why I have a letter from him. I have one other thing that I'm very proud of. I got a personal handwritten letter from James Dillon, a former Taoiseach back in the 50s. And I have that. I've always preserved that
But
because
geez, that's something else. And where do you store that stuff?
I think it's in the attic now. Like my wife.
Well, you could do an exhibition someday with it.
Else.
And so we're here now. Sometimes I forget I'm on air, when you get into a conversation like that. But we're here now on Ocean FM, on 105 FM, and it's officially Monday now. It's 14 minutes past midnight. And soon we will have a conclusion to this, even though officially, Pat the Cope Gallagher, we only have two people officially in place in this constituency. And that being the two Sinn Féin characters, the two Sinn Féin candidates, Pierce Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin. But you'll be next. And then we'll have Charles Ward and then Charlie McConnell. That's the way it's looking now. It'll be the final count. But come here, you must be absolutely delighted, Pat the Cope, that to be back. I mean, it's an incredible achievement. We've been talking about it for 2 days.
Yeah. Excuse me. I'm very pleased that I've been elected to represent Donegal in the 34th Dáil. I left here what appears now to be a very short 5 years ago. And when I conceded defeat at that time and accepted the decision of the electorate that I wasn't to be their representative, and I did say on that night that all of those who were elected should wear the Donegal jersey and work together. And I believe that's the way it should be. And I'm particularly pleased with the vote and the first preference vote I got in this election. And I understand that I will exceed the quota after this count, and then followed by Charlie Ward, who is another Ross's man, very Ironmore connections, and Charlie McConnell. And I certainly am pleased insofar as when I stood at convention, I said very clearly there, I'm only interested in one thing. I want to win that second seat. And I wouldn't be happy going over Mina Roy tonight if I were the only Fianna Fáil candidate. We can play our part now in ensuring that Fianna Fáil is the major party in the Dáil, and I expect will lead the next government.
And like I was saying to Jeremy Doherty from Donegal News was over here, and he was saying, I made the point that we're in a bit of a bubble here, which is understandable. You have 43 constituencies, and so each one is in their own bubble, and there's all the different mini stories that are happening. And up here, it's will Charlie McConnell lose the seat and so on. But the point I was saying is, if you're from outside the area down in Galway or Cork or Dublin, and you just look up to Donegal, the headline is two Fianna Fáil TDs, which is actually in line with what we've been saying all day in terms of the surge for Fianna Fáil, or the success of Fianna Fáil, the success of Micheál Martin as leader, and the fact that the party was going to emerge very victorious. So of all these wee stories that we're saying up here, that's the bottom line, and that's the headline, but that's the bottom line, and the bottom line is it's a fantastic day for Fianna Fáil.
Yeah, it's a
Here in Donegal.
It's a phenomenal result, and what makes it more exciting is that this outcome, while many had said all week it'll be 2-2-1, wasn't that clear until the last count when we saw the margin. And it's great news. You're quite right. We're all in a bubble here.
Yeah.
I have to ask other people how my former colleagues are doing down the country. So I'm looking forward maybe to recording tonight and looking at the results and elsewhere. But we have to concentrate on Donegal, and two seats is a phenomenal result.
Do you think the people of Donegal deserve to expect that, because two Fianna Fáil TDs, do you think they deserve to expect a portfolio, ministerial portfolio here?
Well, if a ministerial portfolio is forthcoming, of course, but it'll be a matter
But
for
no,
the.
that's what I mean. Do you not think that they deserve to expect that it will be forthcoming?
Well, I would hope that we would. Having returned two seats, they can say the same in Kerry, they can say in other constituencies. But that extra seat, which we have secured here in Donegal, hopefully will result in a portfolio.
And is it something that, like, would you be hungry for a portfolio? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what's inside your head in terms of, would you be happy? Like, maybe you don't have a massive ambition for a portfolio, or maybe you'd like, say, Charlie, because he's an outgoing agricultural minister. I'm not trying to be tricky. I'm trying to be I'm just trying to get a genuine insight into what you're thinking, what you're actually
I've
thinking.
served in many departments
Yeah.
throughout my political career, starting with Marine in '87, right through Gaeltacht, health, environment, transport. And while I was there, I always tried to ensure that I had delegated powers. And by that I mean, if you were a Minister of State, that you had responsibility for a section of the department. And if I'm offered, of course, one might say, well, we don't we feel he's too old for that.
Not at all.
But
Why
as
would
I
you say
say,
that?
I'm biologically 50.
But it's got
And
nothing to do with age.
well, it
The
isn't. Yeah,
president
well,
of the
yeah.
United States is 78.
Well, that means I've told my crowd already to keep the posters that we might need them in 5 years' time. So,
I mean, 78 these days is not, that's nothing.
not 78, 76.
Well, I never said you were.
No,
But can I
But
ask you
anyway, I'm
about?
biologically 50. But let me tell the
Yeah.
listeners, that today I've completed 1,786 days. And while you people might have been resting this morning at 7 o'clock, I was out doing my 5K. And I have done that. I've done 14 million steps. I've done 3.5 times the Wild Atlantic. And if I could walk on water, I've done the distance between here and Boston. I mean, I'm not bumming about that. I'm very grateful to the man above that my health is so good. And whatever happens tomorrow morning, you can be assured at 7:30, I'll be on the Cope Mountain doing my 5K. So I'm as fit as I was when I went for Europe 30 years ago.
And just when you look at the map of County Donegal, and I know we're talking here about the Sligo Leitrim constituency, and don't get Brendan here started on that because he has his own opinions. No, but when you look at like now, if you get Thomas, first of all, before I ask you about that, Thomas Pringle losing his seat, did you have a good time for Thomas Pringle?
Absolutely. I had a great time for Thomas Pringle. And I was there and I know how he feels tonight. And I know his supporters feel tonight. So I had a good time for Thomas Pringle. And I would have to say, when I decided I would seek the position of Las Concordia, Thomas Pringle was one of the first that I approached outside the Fianna Fáil Parliamentary Party. And Thomas Pringle assured me, and I've no doubt that he supported me. So I had a good relationship with him, as I have with all of them. And like Denny McGinley over the years, we'd be at different corners, but we never crossed swords. Everything we did was in the best interests of Donegal.
Previously, you had Mary Coughlin around Inver, and you had now Thomas Pringle and Killy Beggs. And if you go back further, Jim White was Ballyshannon, wasn't he? Jim White was back. So, but now if you look at the map here, if you look at the map in Donegal, there's a large area of the county, you could say, with no Donegal TD. You know, present in the location. Is that important?
Well, of course, if you look at Donegal as southwest, and I'm southwest, the old southwest, Charlie's northeast, Party McLaughlin is northeast, and in the southwest, you have myself and Pierce, and we have Charles Ward now. So there is a reasonable divide. But talking about the Donegal constituency, I'm one of the few TDs that in 2016, 2020, that period, that made a strong case to the Electoral Commission to return Donegal to its rightful place, that Donegal would have two constituencies. And the only reason this has happened, and I proved mathematically that it could be done in conformity with the Constitution. And I believe we have to review the Constitution and ensure that ensure that there's positive discrimination on behalf of the rural areas of Ireland.
Okay. And I just had a couple more questions, but here is Geraldine O'Connor, the returning officer for the Donegal constituency. Thank you very much, Pat.
Agwini Ushla. Sho Alianis an thora ón cúigiú chuntas séag in dhé chuid vótaí Nicky Bradley, 6,176 vóta a achgáiliú. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil, Móide, 1,350. Omlán vótaí, 3,660. McConalogue, Charlie, Fianna Fáil, Móide, 1,847. Omlán vótaí, 1,010 agus a 90. Pringle Thomas Non-Party, Móide, 742. Omlán, 10,252. Ward Charles 100% redress Móide, 774. Omlán, 1,010 629. Hopper Balóide Neau Inastratha, 1,463. Omlán, 4,590. Ceannas go bhfuil vótaí Pat the Cope Gallagher, thar an quóta, fógraim é tofa. Leanaí mé a rai chun fuille vótaí Pat the Cope Gallagher, 889 vóta a gáiliú amach an tain fuiileh ar fáil agus cholíonann sé an caníl seo. Tá sé níos mó ná an differ idir vótaí an dá iarthóir a bhfuil an méide slú vótaí acu. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 15th count, which consisted of the distribution of Nicky Bradley's 6,176 votes. Total of votes distributed, 6,176 votes. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil, plus 1,350. Total votes, 13,660. McConalogue, Charlie, Fianna Fáil, plus 1,847. Total votes, 11,019. Pringle Thomas, Non-Party, plus 742. Total votes, 10,255. Ward Charles, 100% redress, plus 774. Total votes, 11,629. Non-transferable papers not effective, 1,463. Total, 4,519. As the votes of Pat the Cope Gallagher exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. I will proceed to distribute Pat the Cope Gallagher's surplus of 889 votes, as it is the only available surplus and fulfills the following conditions, exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates. Thank you. Gurmahagi.
Okay, John, I think that's a bit of a surprise because I think we thought that, all of the candidates would be deemed elected. So what do you think is behind this?
Well, basically, the decision has been taken. We've got uh, the two Sinn Féin candidates elected. We've got Pat the Cope elected, which is three. Now we've got two candidates remaining. But what she wants to do now is distribute the surplus the way they're both elected, okay? But what she wants to do is distribute the surplus the way she gets them in order, i.e., 4 and 5.
But why is that so important when we know, like, do you know what I mean? Is that just dotting the I's and
I
crossing the
I
T's,
can't
so to
recall
speak, or
having
what
seen it
is it?
before. I mean, they're elected. I'm sure, maybe wrong, but I don't think either the candidates Shirley McConaughey or Ward are going to say, no, no, let's keep going. I want to see who's number 4 and who's number 5.
Because I'm just looking at the 100% redress group and Charlie McConaughey's supporters and all, and they're all
So
ready for the celebration and
they're going to have
all.
to wait at least, I would suspect, another hour because it is a distribution of a surplus. Uh, I have seen it done the other way. I must admit, I can't recall. Maybe I'm just tired. Seeing it being done this way, why she decided to go and do it. She's doing it very technically and by the book. But I mean, I must
But it's
admit
not
that
going
I
to make
didn't
a
see it coming.
difference. Did you see it coming? No, none of
Absolutely
It's
not.
by,
No,
it's
I
by
mean
the
it's
letter.
crystal clear looking at the
It's,
figures who the winners are and who the loser is, unfortunately. And I don't know, I don't understand the method behind it. I
no,
mean, these
usually
talliers are
people that
exhausted.
what
Like,
would be announced then is that Patacobus of South Dakota, as there are only two candidates in contention for the remaining 2 seats, I declare both of them elected.
yeah,
Yeah, I think we're all, because everyone around the room is going, oh, great, we're going to be, this is it. This, this,
We
we've
know
got
who's
the fog
elected.
is cleared, as
Let's be
Jerome would
honest
say.
about
Like, we know
fuck it just come down again, I think.
like,
No,
we
we
know
know who's been elected. We know the 5 people who they are. We know it's Pierce Doherty. We know it's Patrick McLaughlin. We know it's Pat the Cope. We know it's Charlie McConnell. We know it's Charlie Ward. We know that's the 5 candidates in Donegal Southwest. Nothing's going to change there. The only thing will change is who's 4 and who's 5.
yeah.
Hmm. And there's no reason as such for that, though, to apart from make it official as to who's 4 and who's
Yeah,
5.
absolute letter of the law stuff.
Yeah.
Now, unless somebody changed the act from the last election, but I doubt it very much
Mm.
because I mean, there's no third candidate contesting for the last 2 places. I could understand it if that was the place, but
Yeah. So, okay. So I think we're all just speechless on this one. I think,
so what? It wasn't the tail list.
No, definitely not. In terms of doing it by the book, she's definitely doing it by the book anyway, but I don't know. I don't, I feel bad for the talliers more than anything.
Yeah.
A lot of them, we were speaking to them, they all have work in the morning.
Yeah.
yeah, so we do.
So everybody's working in the morning, sorry. Everybody's working in the morning, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's just, it's obviously just to make it totally, totally official.
By the book.
Yeah.
Definitely by the book. And I'd say, Charles Ward and Charlie McConnell, like, I mean, I'm sure they're there now thinking, right, okay, why did she do that? But look, listeners, stay with us. So we're gonna have to stay. Anyway, this listener saying there's no TD between Glen Columkill and Ballyshannon. TDs are all in the north of the county, and this listener would think it is concerning. I don't know if any of you would
Yeah,
agree
well, look,
with that, or does it really matter?
it's a problem. It's something that's been there before. I agree with the listener. I live in that area. The problem is, it's like a lot of rural constituencies. If you There's 2 or 3 different reasons. First of all, we go back. The Donegal district in that area has been the area from Lahey down has been cut off. The other thing that caused the problem at this time is there was 3 strong candidates who in that area they came up, but you could be really, really cynical and say, look, there was a solution if people felt that strong in that area. If they voted 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 for the locals, the
Mm.
chances are someone would be there. They didn't. They voted their preferences to others, as is their right. So there's none there. It wasn't the system. It was the people who used the system who caused the fact that there's no TD there tonight.
Mm.
Not the system's fault.
But do you think maybe that people are voting and they don't really understand why it's important to go down the ballot paper? Do you think that, Michelle? Do you think?
Yeah, I do absolutely. I think there's a lot that people don't understand about the ballot paper, and I'm not looking to be in any way condescending. That is certainly not my intention. I know that I even learned a new thing this time around that people actually do circles in for number one rather than number one itself, and things like that, and they thought that it worked. I also, Jerome and I were actually talking about when people write up Donegal, then the paper's just defunct,
It's invalid, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, there are little things like that that you didn't know about, but it takes a long time for people to actually understand a ballot paper and
It's
how it
even
works.
wider, Michelle. Sorry for cutting across you.
You're all right.
If you put any mark on the ballot paper
Yeah, it's
that
valid.
could assist in any way, shape, or form somebody uh, identifying the voter further down the line, then it's invalid.
Mhm.
And like I can understand over the years there was many tricks used in by political parties to figure out how people voted. And I can understand where the crackdown. But strangely enough, probably the one area where they didn't crack down was the one area where smart people who are working there could probably trace your vote down.
Can you explain that to me, please? I'd
Well,
love to know this.
I
let me
don't
put it to you
understand
this
that.
way. What you can do, what in theory is possible to do, but you want to go to extraordinary lengths, but you could do it. So you and I are voting in, well, I better not say Tokyo, so much to think that done it. Let's say in Donegal town number 2 or
And
whatever.
it was none of us Donegal town women.
There's no,
Yeah, right.
no.
Go on.
But let's say it was. Okay. So you party people in the day, there was a lot of them around. So you come in. You're the next person you see coming in the door. I go in before you or after you. It's totally irrelevant. I get my ballot paper, go in to vote, and I look at the number on my ballot paper, record it, right? Now I know at that point then, but I know that, let's say it's 2222, it wouldn't be, but let's say, so then the next day I watch out for 223 and I know what you have done.
Yeah, that was something that Dad and everybody used to chat about how Granda used to say he used to know
Oh
if you
yeah,
had
you did.
voted or not because
course
there'd
we
be
did.
ones coming up saying, "Oh, I voted for you," and he was in the back saying, "I know you didn't
Did
vote
you?
for me, did you?"
But can you
Really?
actually know? Do you actually know
I
of,
don't.
Oh
I
God, yeah,
don't
you
know.
can do it.
is it by town lands? Like, say, for example, I live
No,
in
no, no. You must remember that there's a number on your ballot paper.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I think there is a way that people can identify
In the
whether
smaller boxes, you'd
yeah,
be able to
in the
pick
smaller
out
boxes.
Yeah,
if you
they
have the
that's
tally of
why they
each
stopped
candidate.
doing that rule now that you can't view a ballot box that is less than 50 votes in it
Yeah.
because it was far too easy for political parties. They could have a fair guess at everything because using the number system, it was very easy to work. But that was just one way of many. But that, let's be fair, call a spade a spade. That was used.
Yeah.
If somebody wanted to track someone down, uh, they could do it.
Well, I always thought they'd know whether you voted or not because obviously your name is
Oh yeah, well obviously
marked off.
that'll be
But
marked off.
other than that, I thought that's where the story ended.
No, it wasn't.
So we've learned something new. So we could find out when Jerome went in to vote in Sligo Leitrim, and then he voted and he went to Keys for his sausage roll.
All you need to do is
Did he
Jerome
get
the
on
next time
Salahly
say,
and was there?
oh, give me a shout when you're going to vote. I'll go in with you. And then go.
And then we could figure out who he voted for.
And
Now,
it
listeners,
did happen. Like it was.
I'd say our listeners at home are amazed by that. I always knew you'd know whether you voted or not, but after that, the story ended.
I had a councillor come to me and he was giving out about somebody, and this was after local elections. And he said to me, and you know what, Michelle? They didn't even cast a vote for me.
That's amazing. I think we'll leave that food for thought with our listeners now, and we're going to take a quick break.
And it's Jerome Hughes here at the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. And I have to say, it has been some night. It has been some couple of days here. We're in the Donegal constituency and we're just lapping it all into the stages because literally we're in the final straight now and we can see the finish line. And, you know, we have three at this stage. We have three elected. We have Pierce Doherty, we have Podrick McLaughlin taking seat number 1, number 2, respectively. And finally, there, as you would have been live with us just 10 minutes ago, or whatever, Pat the Cope Gallagher came back officially into politics and took seat number 3. And now we have our last count to be announced shortly. Could be another 45 minutes or so. We don't know yet exactly, but it'll take a little while before we just get finally to an end point here. But I'm just looking at just while we're here now, because we know what's happening here locally, and I'll recap on that. We do know, by the way, that Pat the Cope got the 3rd seat. Charles Ward is getting the 4th seat, it looks like. And Charlie McConalogue will take the final seat. Either way, Charles Ward and Charlie McConalogue taking the last 2 seats. So the outgoing minister for Agriculture is staying, even though there was a lot of speculation that he might lose his seat. And unfortunately for Thomas Pringle and all his supporters, he's lost his seat. But great news from their point of view, and everyone who supports the defective concrete blocks scenario, the 100% redress party under the chairmanship now, you could say, or under the election, you could say, of Charles Ward. Charles Ward will go into Dáil Éireann. So listen, it's been a busy couple of days. And I think, you know, as we get to this stage, Michelle, people are they're at this stage now, we've sort of accepted the fact that we know how the results are going to go. And I suppose the focus will be on what's happening around the rest of the country it'll be interesting to see how how the rest of the country votes until we finally fill the 174 seats in the Dáil.
It's uh, it's been really different here. It's been exciting. It's been energetic. It's been great to be here. And I think that, yes, we know exactly what's happening here. As a matter of fact, we probably knew since early this morning when we seen or witnessed how the transfers were going between Charlie Ward and Pringle. We knew that Pringle had lost the ability to or to vacuum or to hoover up these transfers, which he has done quite a lot over the years. And that's because he was very transfer friendly. But unfortunately, Charlie Ward stepped into the breach and he took the vast amount of them transfers, which changed the outlook for today. But we were prepared and we were braced for that. The rest of the country, it's looking like Fianna Fáil are going to go back in as the largest party in the country, and that, you know what, that's great for Fianna Fáil because they have sustained a hit over the years. You know, they have lost some of their momentum over the years, and it's great to see them now coming in as the largest party, and Fine Gael playing
Taking 2 seats in Donegal as well on top.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
and 2 great seats. Like they brought back a minister and they've brought back Pat the Cope, who could have, you know, a different man would have retired. A different man would have retired because one of the things that are being said here tonight is about the pension age in the Dáil and how this would make people actually return and fight for their seat the next time around, because you do want your pension, you've put in the time, you've put in the work, and because of the change in the law recently, that people who have served in the Dáil will not get the pension, you know.
Well, look at the national picture, India. There's 174 seats to fill in total. And at the moment, 146 have been filled. And Fianna Fáil have 38 seats. Sinn Féin have 34 seats as things stand, and Fine Gael has 31 seats, with Labour having 8 seats. So we're starting to see a clearer picture. We're starting to see a clear picture, but still 30 seats to
30 seats to fill.
And at the end of the day, two of those will be from County Donegal.
Hopefully they'll be soon as possible.
I'm not sure. Is India's mic up there? Sorry.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be as soon as possible. And I think it's very interesting to note in the national polls, the Green Party's only got 1 seat so far, considering they were part of the coalition government. To go from the coalition government to only getting 1 seat is it shows a lot about the party and how their policies in the last 5 years have not resonated with the Irish people whatsoever.
Yeah, maybe I'm tired, but I could have sworn I saw 9 seats for Labour earlier, and now it's just
No, the
8.
Green Party. Oh,
Mhm.
yeah, the Labour.
Yeah, but
No,
Yeah,
anyway,
it's
just
yeah, it's
yeah, it's
8, 8, 8. But anyway, so but that's a good showing for Labour. That's a resurgence for them compared to where they were at,
definitely.
back when they after the last time they were in government.
Yeah.
And so it is looking like what's the makeup of the next government looking like this stage?
Well, it depends on Ivana Bacik. I mean, she's saying now that she's not going to go into coalition with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. She's going to stick with her own side. But I think if it's offered to her on a silver platter, it's hard to say no to it. It'll all depend. And a lot of people are saying that Micheál Martin wants to get a government together before Christmas, which would be great, which means that they can start and hit the ground running in January. But whether the other parties will be reciprocal to that is, well, only time will tell.
You see, the thing about it is we respect democracy, and it's easy to say that's how people have voted and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But there's huge numbers of people who might not have voted at all. We have a relatively low turnout here in Donegal. There's a lot of
59%.
people that would have not voted because they would have felt so disenfranchised, or they felt so, you know, they just feel that the what they would describe as the establishment is not doing any for them. That's
Yeah.
a percentage. There's another percentage that would have voted for one way, and their candidate wouldn't have. Like a lot of people around Killybegs will be devastated. So, like,
Exactly.
there's a lot of, even though we're talking about it in a positive way from those who have succeeded, but there's a huge number of people who would be disappointed.
Definitely. Yeah.
And disappointed that we're going back more or less to the status quo.
Yeah, we are. We're certainly going back to the status quo. But you were talking there about the turnout, and I happened to have a wee look through it earlier on today. I was doing a little bit of research. In 2020, the turnout was at its lowest since 1927, which is astronomical. One of the reasons for this, Art O'Leary said that the long-standing issues of some concern, well, yeah, are with the Irish Register, because people are put down on it a number of times.
Yeah, and I suppose it shows definitely. We would have thought in this election the turnout, yes, it's much higher, but it's still not as high as it needs to be. And the national turnout level is only at 59%. And I think that people are very quick to say, oh, well, this is never going to change and that's never going to change and we're never going to see this change. You have to ask them, did they come out and vote? Because
Yeah,
if they
exactly.
didn't come out and vote, I am definitely under the opinion that no, if you didn't vote, you don't get to say and you don't get to give out. Um, it's hard to know. And maybe in the next election, will we see it to 70? Will we see it to 80% of a turnout? It'll depend on how this government works.
The turnout was up at 80% in the 1960s and 70s. That's the last time it was up at 80%,
It's mad.
1960s and 1970s. But there are long-standing issues of concern with the Irish electoral register. Currently, the register includes a lot of duplications.
But are we
So
going?
the figures aren't actually correct, apparently.
But are we going back to the 70s and 80s of the time of the Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael? Because it's looking like that. Like that was the government in the 70s and the 80s. That was Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. They were the two main parties. So maybe with another year as Fianna Fáil as leaders, will we see that much of a turnout in 2029?
It's very, very difficult to say. It'll depend how the government performs and how they fare, in the next coming number of years. Because this time there apparently was an appetite for change, but yet we have returned the status quo.
Yeah.
But
it depends on how you say change. Everybody said Fianna, Sinn Féin were the change party. They wanted change, but yet your my perception of change and another voter's perception of change is very different. So I think throwing the word change around, it depends on what you see and what your views on change is.
Yeah, and I suppose you know what? At the end of the day, I think it's great having Sinn Féin in opposition.
Definitely.
I was talking to somebody recently, and she referred to some candidate, and she was like, "All they do is give out." And I said, "Well, somebody has to hold the government to account."
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so our listeners at home are probably wondering, what are they doing? Especially those who are viewing in. Okay, so Jerome and Kevin are going off to do a live interview for us in a couple of minutes. So we had to do a swap. So
They've gone rogue.
yes, he's but they're still standing there waiting to see what to do. But we're just waiting to get an interview with Charles Ward, and he's just tied up at the minute. But anyway, we're prepared and we're good. We're good to go. So we're actually nearly at the finishing line, apart from dotting the T and cross. No, dotting the I and crossing the T. I'm too tired. Yeah, dotting the I and crossing the T. Um, Indy, this is your first. Well, it's not your first election, but it's your first involvement. As an analyst, is there anything what stood out from you started with us yesterday morning at 9 o'clock? For
I
this
started
part
off
of
and
it.
I was very nervous, and I like start to finish I really enjoyed it, and I loved working with Michelle and with John Jerd and with Brendan and seeing their analysis on everything, because they all have such different experience, but they have such a wealth of experience. And from start to finish, I really enjoyed it. But I think what stood out to me the most is, again, I saw it in the local election and it showed in the general election. You are not in until the vote is cast and until the returning officer says it, because I mean we would have ruled a lot of people would have ruled Charles Ward out completely before the election started, and now he's overpassed a sitting TD to take the fourth seat. So
Mm. Is there highs and lows, Michelle, from start to finish,
yeah,
when throughout a tally and then the count itself?
There are always highs and lows, and you know what, tonight I feel that the low has been exceptionally low to see Thomas Pringle and his team over there, and they're devastated.
Mm.
Do you know, I think again another thing, people react differently. I've seen candidates, whether local or general, actually not turn up when they didn't get their seat because they didn't want to face into the people again.
Yeah.
And that's okay if that's the way you react. But tonight the devastation is palpable and it's visual, and that to witness that is difficult as well, because we've spoken about the lows, but there's highs. Just look at the energy of Pat the Cope Gallagher sitting here and saying, "Look, keep my posters for 2029."
Yeah. Yeah.
That's brilliant. That is brilliant. That does lift your heart, to be fair.
Brendan, I know you were out there and talking to various different people. Are they all surprised that this count is ongoing at the minute?
They are, and they're very much surprised that we proceeded to distribute the surplus of Patrick Gallagher, but from a legal perspective, it had to be done in order to close off the count, because the difference between the two remaining candidates is greater than the surplus available for distribution. So, in fairness, to defend the county register, she had no legal alternative other than to act within the jurisprudence, and she had no choice but to do that. I think what most people are complaining about is the pace in which she goes from count to count. But that is the nature of this lady. Since she came here to Donegal nearly 25, 26 years ago, she works very carefully, and no one has to go back on her work. You know, if there is a re-examination of the papers or a recount, it's taken that it's accurate.
How do you become a returning officer?
You're appointed as county register by the Minister of Justice. If we're talking about that, it's one of the few jobs left for the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice has the power to appoint, and whoever is taking over her job next year, or middle of early next year, will be appointed by whoever the new Minister of Justice is. It's an appointment. It's an appointment for, let's say, for life, but it's an appointment for what you're appointed. And
But can I ask a question? Like, you couldn't just appoint a random person. Like, I could.
Just wondering,
Yeah. So how do they?
What's the background? Yeah.
You have to have a legal background, basic law degree, practicing as solicitor.
Okay, so then does the returning officer then appoint who her next step down from her is, and her surrounding staff then after that, or is that a job for the county council? So who would be her right hand man or woman now
Her
today?
staff that she surrounds herself primarily are the legal court service in Letterkenny, and then the administrative and the accounting staff are a combination of council staff in the main, assisted by the court service staff.
And
Okay,
for example, the county sheriff if that's somebody that would come directly her control, that to process warrants or whatever. So
Okay, sorry, John Jared. We've just caught up with Charlie Ward, and I'm just going to hand over to Jerome.
Yes, thank you very much, Margaret. And I'm at the other side now of the Aura Centre here, the Count Centre. And I have to say, it's a strange atmosphere here because we're coming up to the last count. But one man who's very, very happy and proud of the team that's behind him, taking one of the last two seats here after we've just had Pat the Cope Gallagher come back into the political scene in Donegal and taking the third seat in the constituency. And that's Charles Ward from the 100% Redress Party. And I suppose it's difficult for you in any scenario to be in a celebratory mood, given the backdrop to why you're here and why you're elected. Is that a fair assessment?
Of course it is, and also the fact that Thomas Pringle didn't get elected. It's kind of somber, but we have to celebrate the fact is that the people of Donegal they've voted me to be their voice. They've elected me as their candidate. I was their candidate. Now I'm elected. I'm a TD. It's surreal. Yesterday I was written off, and today I'm a TD for the 100% Redress Party, representing the people of Donegal. And I'm going to become the voice of defective concrete in Dublin for them. And when I'm on the floor of the Dáil, I've been sent up there because the government failed to put a scheme in place, and the people have sent me up as the messenger to them.
And you're disappointed, obviously, for Thomas Pringle because 25 years service he gave and so on. And I think he was very supportive of you, was he? I mean, even though maybe limited power in the context of not being in government.
Extremely supportive, and I will be leaning on Thomas for his advice and guidance through my time in Dáil Éireann. Yeah, it's a hard one, especially when you have a campaigner like Thomas who's a really good man and doesn't make it. And I was honoured to meet him, and I've said it to him in the past. I voted for him in the past, and in the future, he will be back. I'm sure he will.
And have you spoken to the other successful candidates? And two of those would be Sinn Féin and Pat the Cope and Charlie McConalogue. Have you actually spoken to them in the last, say, hour or like this evening tonight?
Okay, well, I've spoken to Sinn Féin, and I've spoken to Pat the Cope. Now, I haven't spoken to Charlie McConalogue. But
just because you haven't had the chance,
just haven't had the chance,
in terms of speaking to the other successful candidates, because regardless of party politics, you'd share one thing in common, and that's you're one of the 5 TDs. Okay, has it been too soon to try and talk shop in terms of you know what I mean?
But look, it's real simple. As an ordinary person, Donegal now elected to Dáil Éireann, Donegal need to get together. Our TDs need to get together, and we need to stop party lines and come up with a way out of this.
Is that what you said to them?
That's what I've said to Pat the Cope. And
what did he say?
Pat says we'll have a meeting.
Right.
And I've said it to Sinn Féin. We have to come up with something. We have to.
Do you think they will come together with you and support your campaign?
I would hope so. I would really hope so, because I've been sent up.
But the thing about it is, Charlie McConalogue was towing the party line, and he might have lost a lot of votes out of that. In one way, it's admirable because he didn't make any wild promises, even though it would have been maybe easier for him to do in this constituency where it's such a big issue, and maybe he could have made some wild promises. Instead of that, he stuck to the party line, which is in its own right is admirable. But what's to say that he won't continue to do that? And what's to say that Pat the Cope won't do the same thing?
Well, you would hope that they would have, they would look at the humanitarian crisis that's going on in Donegal and realise that they have to do something about it, because they've been in government for years and it's 2 failed schemes, and we're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere currently.
And just the fact that you've been elected is a massive message in itself. I mean, it's the biggest message yet, like that you're actually elected into Dáil Éireann and one of the 5 TDs. If that doesn't let them know the reality, in terms of the significance of this, nothing will, I guess.
Well, Genuinely, I thought that if we weren't elected tonight, the defective concrete movement would come to a grinding halt. That's how serious this is. And the fact is that the people have spoken, they've set me up, and I'm going to be the messenger. I'm going to carry the message from Donegal. Dublin will not like it. Dublin will not like the fact that Donegal have elected somebody from a defective home that sleeps in their house at the same as everybody else, gets up to the black mold and the damp conditions every single day, the same as they do, is now representing them in Dublin.
And I've asked you this before, but I'll ask you again, especially now that it's confirmed that Thomas Pringle is gone. Are you saying that you will also be a TD for other issues as well?
Of course I will. Like I work in healthcare. I specialize in dementia care, and I've worked in youth services in the past. My wife's a teacher, special needs, and yeah, of course. And what it is I'm going to go and do what you should be doing, as in you come to me, you got a problem, I will try and solve it. I want to be accessible to everybody and try and help as many people as I can, just like Thomas Pringle had done previously.
Okay, listen, Charles Ward from the 100% Redress Party, congratulations. And I'm sure you'll sleep well tonight. Will you have a maybe celebratory drink or I don't know? But it's supposed to be priority be what?
My two kids are over there, so
that sorts that out.
I think it'll be no.
But you'll have a good sleep
I'll have a
anyway.
good sleep. I'll have a good
Okay. And Margaret, back to yourself.
All right, thanks very much, Jerome. And Jerome, speaking there with our new UTD 100% redress, Charles Ward. And just to say that Sligo Leitrim it has concluded. The four TDs are Frank Feehan, Fine Gael, Martin Kenny, Sinn Féin, Independent, Marion Harkin, and Fianna Fáil's Eamon Scanlon. So that's the four TDs for Sligo Leitrim. Of course, Eamon Scanlon making a return to Dáil Éireann. So another return there in Sligo Leitrim, Brendan.
Yeah, and Eamon, as you know, was previously in the Dáil, and he had two previous terms, and I think there was a break in between. So I think it's his second time to come back, which is unique as well. He's a terrific worker on the ground, Eamon, and he did terrifically well to come out and win a seat. It was hotly contested in Sligo Leitrim this time, and the Fianna Fáil ticket had some heavy hitters on it. And for him to overcome that and get elected is a tremendous achievement. A complete gentleman, Eamon.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We have worked with them over the years as well. Now, before I let Jerome back into the hot seat, I just want to say thanks very much to four of you for helping us out. And I know you put weeks of work into our coverage for yesterday and today. And you got a new tie. Well, that's good, Brendan.
Then I realized it was on the radio. So
Yes, but but you're also on
web streaming. Well,
you're web streaming as well.
It was a good investment.
Yeah, I think this is a number of years now that I've contracted you.
Yes.
Your contract is watertight. I know you're staying working to your 90, is it?
Yeah, 90, I think.
Yeah, well, you're the same now. You're the same for the election coverage as well. And of course, John Jared, you've done a number of elections with us also, and Michelle and India, who started out doing her analysis today, but absolutely brilliant. And our listeners at home really, really enjoyed it. So thanks a million. And you make our job easier. And again, I have to say a special thanks to Jerome Hughes, because Jerome and I worked together, 25 years ago? Quarter of a century, as he keeps saying.
I just want to add my tuppence worth. He's actually a very fine presenter, but I hate saying that, because you just don't want to inflate this guy.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, but thanks a million to Jerome, and it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure working with you for the last couple of days, and of course to Ronan Flanagan, our reporter, and to Kevin, who was absolutely multitasking as well, keeping us on the air as well as social media and all the rest of it. And then back at base, I have to say a special thanks to Andrew Mooney and to Rory O'Brien and Daniel Gallagher, who helped us out with this broadcast, and Anthony here in the Aura Centre. And so what we're going to do is going to take a quick break, and we'll return here to dot the I's and cross the T's before we finish up.
That's a tattoo. Jerome Hughes here live at the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny, and I'll tell you what a couple of days we have had. Thank you very much, Margaret, for your kind words there. And let me reciprocate by saying that Margaret Carr Flynn is the producer here, and she's done a fantastic job over the last couple of days. But listen, we're reunited again. I wasn't sure whether we'd get a chance to be reunited, but myself and the panel are here because we're waiting for the final count. And we know the situation because we have Pierce Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin of Sinn Féin. They've taken the first two seats. Pat the Cope Gallagher has taken the third for Fianna Fáil, which is a big story of the day. And then comes in next, which is another huge story, and that's Charles Ward of the 100% Redress Party. That's a big story in itself. That's taking the fourth seat. And then Charlie McConalogue, again, another big story because it was thought that maybe he would lose the seat. Charlie McConalogue, the outgoing Minister for Agriculture, taking the final seat. But those last two seats, it hasn't officially happened yet. And it will be happening very shortly. And actually, as we look along as well around the country, you see that things are starting to take shape nationally as well. There's 174 seats to be filled in Dáil Éireann, and 149 have now been filled. And Fianna Fáil are marching ahead. Every time I look back at the latest data, you see that Fianna Fáil are going ahead even more. And this is before Charlie McConalogue and other seats around the country, but there are 39 seats now, and 34 for Sinn Féin, 32 for Fine Gael. And Labour do have those 9 seats now that I was talking about. So look, it looks like it's going to be a very good day for Fianna Fáil. What do you think, Brendan Byrne?
Better day than was anticipated when the election count started on the basis of an exit poll that it was as far out as a lighthouse. And I think what probably gave a seat bonus was the constituencies where Fine Gael candidates were being eliminated, and there were strong transfers from Fine Gael. Probably worked in reverse in certain constituencies where Fianna Fáil candidates were eliminated and electing Fine Gael TDs. But look, it looks like, and we haven't the final figures, that despite all the change and all the canvassing and campaigning for change, the change of government will happen, and it will be Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael with a new partner. There's two credible options there, the Labour Party and the Social Democrats on 11, and either of them would be an interesting dynamic. I would still prefer Labour over the Soc Dems. And but look, there's other options, and we'll have to really wait to see what is the final figure for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. It's going to be something more than the 38 and the 32 that's there, because there's still seats to be filled. But look,
It's true, yeah.
it was a different election than was predicted in the polls.
And by the way, because I know it's late in the day here and it's after 1 o'clock in the morning and you're listening to us on 105 FM, but if you want to see a bit of the atmosphere around the count centre when things start, when the announcements are made, you might want to watch it online. So the best way to do that is YouTube, and then you put in Ocean FM, and you might see, first of all, when you go do that, you might see what's happening in Sligo at the Clayton Hotel, because we have an outside. That's over, is it? Is that completed? Okay, that's completed. Are we now on both? Okay, so I should welcome our listeners as well. We're across the network again. As I said the last time, no swearing. We're no longer on 105. Keep it between the ditches. So welcome to our listeners on 102.5 FM, and we're here in Donegal on 105 FM. But I was just saying to the listeners here, so you can just go on YouTube if you want to see what's happening here. We're going to have the last count very shortly, and if you just put on Ocean FM on YouTube, and you'll be able to find it. Also on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page, there'll be links there. And I'm just saying that because when the returning officer Geraldine O'Connor comes out for the final time to make the announcement with the camera here, you'll be able to hear and see some of the cheering instead of just listening to it on the radio. Thanks very much to all our listeners who have joined us since 9 o'clock. I say yesterday morning, and that's an inaccuracy. It was Saturday morning, 9 o'clock on Saturday morning when it all kicked off. And I have a great panel of guests. We've had great guests here a great panel for the last 2 days, giving incredible just up to the date information and analysis of what's been happening. And John Campbell, can I ask you now, as we look to the finish line, and you were using the analogy a few times about the fog Now the fog has lifted, has it?
Yeah, the fog is certainly lifted now. Um, it was fairly dense at some stages there because it was difficult. It became clear early on how obviously the first three, but it swung in many, many ways after that. Then in relation to Charlie McConaughey, Thomas Pringle, and Charles Ward. At the end of the day, I suppose probably the two deciding factors probably were the strength of the transfers inside the two government parties, the strength of the transfers inside the two government parties. And basically, I suppose the second thing was the the way that Thomas Pringle had secured a seat last time and what it cost Pat to cope with seat was reversed in that while he was transfer friendly, he had to share that billing with Charles Ward this time. And basically there wasn't enough there to see both of them over the line. So Thomas Pringle was the casualty this time. It's just politics. The last time the pendulum swung against Pat the Cope, and it happened very fast. This time, the pendulum swung against Thomas, and it happened very fast as well. But I say the key things were that at the end of the day, there was a strong transfer inside the government parties, and the excellent campaign that was run by Pat the Cope on his return ensured that that extra vote was brought out to get the second seat for Fianna Fáil. And as I said, I think finally the government, if we can just look at an overall picture, whilst doing the numbers for a new government, at the end of the day, they won't be too worried what happened as long as they didn't go down a seat in Donegal. And it was
When you say go down a seat, you're referring to Joe McHugh.
Yeah,
But I mean, Joe McHugh wasn't. Was he voting? Was he voting? Was he voting with the government?
I understand on
I think
most
you're
things.
being generous by saying he was with the government.
No, well, I think he was paired.
Yeah,
He did
but I
effectively
think
vote
now
from
they
one or the
really have
other.
a two government.
Yeah, yeah,
Really now
yeah.
that's the real deal. Which do you know what I mean?
Well, I think
Because he
the
was
key
he was
thing
a
from
grey area.
a tactical point of view is that there was no net loss to that
Yeah,
magic figure of 86, 87.
it's an
They
amazing
did,
achievement.
they didn't lose one seat in Donegal, and that's how the people who are putting the government together will look at it. It could have been it could have been a disaster. They could have lost a seat there.
Yeah.
Instead of that, it worked out
Instead of
well
that,
for them.
they've got a better seat,
Yeah.
especially from a Fianna
So
Fáil perspective. I mean,
the campaigns that we want to just go through that. The Sinn Féin campaign was so. Their vote was down. I think that's what we have to be clear about. Fianna Fáil had a very good campaign. Their vote was up, an excellent campaign, because at the end of the day, they got an extra seat, and it's all about seats. Fine Gael campaign was a disastrous campaign, not by the candidates, but by the party. And Thomas Pringle's luck just ran out. Charles Ward, I think, did very, very well, considering when you listen to what they were saying the day, there was those obviously in the party that seen the pathway with Sinn Féin to rectify the Mica issues. I think the issue that they have now is they've got a TD, a very capable guy going to Dublin, but it's again, while he's there to make representations and that, it's all about the numbers. The numbers will lie with Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, and Labour and R. So
I think Brendan
he
likes
will
the
have a.
Social Democrats. But anyway, I don't really. That's the voice of John Jared Campbell, there, former Fine Gael director of elections. And as they say, at the end of the day, it's night. And India Kennedy is studying politics and international relations. And India, it's been a long couple of days. Thanks very much for staying with us as one of our expert guests. Listen to me. Can I talk to you a little bit about the human side of it?
Yeah.
You know, when Thomas Pringle wakes up later on this morning, if you want to be technical, tomorrow morning, for a second he'll probably might think it's a bad dream. It'll be an awful situation for him, and his
It'll be
family and
a tough
friends.
situation. It'll be a tough day. It'll be a tough week. It'll be a tough few months for him. But at the same time, he has to look at the vote that he got and the people that came out for him. And I suppose that's nothing to be ashamed of. If he was eliminated on the first count, fair enough, but he still held a strong campaign and he still fought to the very, very end. And it's just unfortunate that in the end he lost out to a couple of hundred votes. But at the end of the day, he ran a great campaign. His campaign team ran a fantastic campaign, and he's been a TD for the last 11 years, and he's served the people of Donegal for the last 11 years. And this time he was just unfortunate. So this small day in his long political career won't define him.
No, Michelle Nick-Fagin, a journalist, a veteran journalist, perhaps. You don't like that word? I
I
think it's
don't
a
mind
good
it.
word. It's a good word. Veteran journalist.
Not that old.
Byrne doesn't like that word.
Seasoned. That's a maybe that's word. Anyway, Michelle Nick-Fagin, come here to me. So we've talked about that, and it'll be difficult. It'll be difficult in terms of, for Thomas Pringle. But the likes of, and if you, I don't know whether you heard the interview I just did there with
Charlie Ward.
Charles Ward. Like conversely, he'll wake up and pinch himself and say, did that just happen? Have I just been elected to the Dáil? What do you think?
That's brilliant. I heard himself. I heard him saying that he was now a TD. It's strange. You come in here, you put your name down for election. Next thing you're an actual TD, and that must be a brilliant feeling for him because this is what he wants to do. A- and the eyes of a nation will be upon himself and all other independents who were selected in the same manner, and we'll see how he does, how he fares. And you know what? It's going to be a strange affair for him walking into Dáil Éireann, walking into the corridors of power, sitting down alongside faces he's watched on TV, on news, and, being part of that, going for lunch and seeing all these politicians that some he knows and some he doesn't in the restaurant. And his life is going to change. He's going to spend a lot of time in Dublin. I think that's something we often forget that, like the likes of Thomas Pringle and Pat Copel now spend a lot of time on the road up and down to Dublin from Donegal, and they could really use that high speed train you've been talking about, Jerome.
Pat the Cope organised his own airport at Carrickfinn.
Yeah.
So I don't mean that badly. I mean it's a positive development, but it is handy. It's handy to where he's based, isn't it? Yeah,
Oh, it's brilliant.
Carrickfinn Airport, and it's a beautiful airport. But I know he was instrumental, and that's a good piece of infrastructure for the area. Brendan Byrne is a former Fianna Fáil county councillor in Donegal and former Fianna Fáil director of elections. Come here to me. Before you arrived here at the airport, before you
I knew he was going to. I knew he was going to crash and burn. He
I'm
was.
crashing and burning because they're all laughing in the
He,
background.
he
Like,
had no landing gear on
no,
him there. Try
the
again, Jerome, till we
the
see how far we
undercarriage
get.
is seriously damaged. Come here to me. No, but before all this started, okay, like even just a couple of days ago, is this? Did you have an idea in your head of the configuration of the final five seats? Like, did you have your own thoughts about what you thought might happen? And if so, how does the final outcome compare to that?
Well, John Campbell and I would be routinely enough talking in advance of elections and during elections. And whilst we differed on some of the permutations, I was certain, of course, there was going to be two Sinn Féin seats. I was very clear for the last month there was going to be a redress candidate elected to Dáil Éireann. There was very few of us predicting that, but I recall speaking on different radio stations that that was definitely a front runner. And I knew that Pat the Cope Gallagher, come hell or high water, was going to get elected because he moved everything in West Donegal apart from Errigal in order to secure this seat. That's the extent the guy. I think he canvassed every nook and cranny in the Glenties electoral area and in the new area, in the Milford area, and he mounted a terrific campaign. So I knew he was going to make it. And whilst I was getting mixed messages from Inishowen about the strengths and the weaknesses of Charlie McConaughey's campaign and his prospects of getting re-elected, I always held to one premise that Donegal couldn't theoretically elect 4 opposition TDs and that there had to be 2 from either Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael or just Fianna Fáil.
You thought that?
I did.
Why? Just
Well, I was surmising that the Fianna Fáil combined vote would be probably 22, 23%. I knew the Fine Gael vote was going to decline, but it would still be 13, 14%. And that brought them to the high 30s. And in a 5-seater, that would merit 2 seats unless there was very careless management. And so I couldn't get it into my head that you could have 2 to 3 Sinn Féin or 2 Sinn Féin and 2 independents all leaning hard to the left.
yeah.
There is still a middle of the road vote in Donegal, and it is sizable in nature. And you could see that in transfers from the different parties that represent middle of the road politics. And
And Fine Gael weren't there to capitalise on that in any way.
so when I was doing all the projections and self analysis of the situation, I always felt the weakest candidate going into this was Charlie McConnell because more often than not in the last 20 years, particularly since the time of Mary Coughlin, Donegal has become very anti-minister. Once you get the title of minister in Donegal, you're nailed. Joe McHugh discovered that. Mary Coughlin discovered that. Charlie McConnell has discovered that.
Why is that?
It's just the way we are. We welcome you home. We give you 2 to 3 weeks. We put a target on the back, and we spend the next 4 years trying to shoot you in the back. And that's what we do.
Is that an Irish thing, is it, or just a Donegal
I think
thing?
it's,
I think it's an Irish thing.
Donegal. The only minister that's safe in Donegal is a minister of the Eucharist. Maybe.
Yeah.
And then there's places that might be.
We could have done with a bit of the Eucharist around here this last couple
One
of
thing
days.
that
Keep us
possibly
going.
did happen, that maybe Charlie was a bit weaker 2 weeks ago, but because of the attacks, possibly some of his supporters, Fianna Fáil supporters, said no. Some of the attacks on him are over the line,
absolutely.
and that it actually helped him.
Charlie
I
needs to
think
take an ad out in the Tyrconnell Tribune, thanking personally from the bottom of his heart all those that went out of their way to personalize their attacks. They secured an additional 1,000 votes for him because of the amount of people that were just horrified that this was being done in such a public fashion, bringing down the reputation of the body politics in Donegal. It was galvanizing. He should be thankful for eternally for those that sought to do him in such a fashion.
I think it helped him with his maybe disillusioned or disgruntled Fianna Fáil supporters.
I'll go further. The next time I have a weak candidate, I'm thinking of setting up something similar just to galvanize votes.
Well, come here. Can I ask? And I'm not. Maybe I am being naive, but I'm just asking it. Like, where is this stuff? When you said you saw it on social media, is it on his Facebook page? Is
It's
it on
TikTok?
Like, is it people create TikTok videos?
X.
What is it? Can you give me some examples without telling me what they did?
There was a fisheries meeting on in Kellybegs. Charlie McConnell was late to the meeting because he was coming from Dublin. His car was parked outside the Tower Hotel. There was at least 15 or 16 photos up of his car, the exact number plate of his car. And one of the posts was, "This is Charlie McConnell's car. For anybody that's wondering, feel free to come out and trash it."
Right.
That's a year.
Is that the type of stuff?
That was a year ago, yeah.
I think what we're specifically talking, and it's a very emotive issue, and this I
Can you give me an example without giving me what was said or where you where it is?
I'll give you a picturama of it whereby you would have a poster of Charlie McConnell with the Fianna Fáil logo on it.
Right.
And you would have written in red, "Do not vote for this man, broken Fianna Fáil Fine Gael promises." And you would have someone physically with a hammer.
Right.
Spouting out.
This is a video, a real
video. Sprouting out vile rhetoric.
Right.
And hostile phraseology in the video with a hammer perhaps over the poster head of Charlie McConnell. using expletives, as far as I recall, threatening, stirring up hatred, stirring up personal hatred. And
Right.
this was multiple postings.
Is this
And
like on TikTok, on Facebook,
yeah,
on Twitter?
yes, yes. And then, in addition to that, posters that Charlie would have erected in his own, purchased by himself, they were defaced with red stickers saying, "Do not vote for this man, a traitor," or worse than that. And this went on in a military fashion. Person's clearly identifiable. Person speaks on it. And to think that
Could it be categorized as incitement to hatred? I mean, I know
well,
you're not a lawyer, but
it certainly went around the fringes of it.
yeah. But I mean, is it the type
But
of thing
it's
someone
not,
could report to the Gardaí? Or does it
well,
go that
I,
far, or is it just on the boundary of it?
well, the use of a hammer, albeit over a poster head, I don't know, but look at
It's ugly.
we
It doesn't
are
matter, but
we are better than that. If someone wants to take Charlie McConaughey on, let him do so. Let him do so in debate. Let him do so at a public forum. You don't need to um, destroy a poster. You don't need to purchase a poster of
and
your own.
what's the genuine motivation behind that? Do you think? Do you think
It
it's
was to
someone?
discredit and humiliate. It was to really orchestrate his downfall in a most heinous way.
Yeah. So that's that, and so hopefully we won't see much more of that. And come here to me, John Jared Campbell. You're still with us. No headphones. He went off the headphones
Oh,
about
no, I have-
just over it. Well, you don't need them anyway. But come here to me, like, and I'll ask the same question as of you, but I'll maybe phrase it a little bit differently. Like, is there anything that really shocked you about this election in the Donegal constituency? Is there anything that really shocked you?
No, well, I do think that the McConnell, the vilification, attempted intimidation of McConnell was wrong.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was very wrong. It would shock me. It was very, very wrong because it crossed the line. It personalized it. Um, and I think it personalized to the extent that it actually worked against him. I think he should
Worked in
thank
favor of him.
work in favor of him. I
But
think
come here,
he should.
but actually, the election. I'm on about the election results. Like, is there anything? Like, is this how you
Yeah, I
were
think
you just waiting to see, and you didn't have any preconceived notions, or
no, I think there were probably one thing that I didn't get right, and that was I had thought inside the Fine Gael ticket that John McAnulty was a stronger candidate and Nicky Bradley was the weaker candidate. And because the feedback on that in certain areas that I had talked to people involved in the campaign, they believed that as well. I think Nicky Bradley did very well with the vote that you got. But I go back to it again, and I think that to a fair extent, Nicky Bradley and John McAnulty were both left to their own devices to try and fight the election, and I think that wasn't acceptable. It didn't surprise me
but
that
can I
the
ask you, for the listeners and the viewers that be listening to us from outside the area, the immediate area that that we've been dealing with up to now, John Campbell, you're the former Fine Gael, you're a former Fine Gael director of elections. As we speak here in this constituency of Donegal, is there what is the Fine Gael structure like at the moment? Is there like I know that you were saying earlier on that maybe much better direction or support from Dublin, from the Fine Gael headquarters was needed here. But within the county itself, I mean, at one stage, you had many councillors, county
well,
councillors, you had
I can remember
TDs,
it at 12, 14.
12, 14,
But
and Donegal,
I
and that's
think,
when there was only maybe 28 seats
yeah,
on the county.
yeah.
But hold on a second. What is it like right now? Is there a Fine Gael structure in the
Well, the simple answer to the question, there's well, 35, 37
there's
seats.
37
There's
now?
three
There's only
Fine Gael
three.
councillors. It's the second biggest party nationally, yet there's three councillors here. You cannot fight general elections without councillors to go there. You know, if you look at Pat, the Cup, Pat would have had some very, very good councillors. I'm just picking out at random. Anthony Malloy, for example, and some of the councillors in this area, very good councillors who were able to do work for him. So the party for Fine Gael to progress in the years ahead, they need to total rebuild the party. They need to restructure it, take new personnel, and if they don't, they look at the very likely of the same situation that happened in Kerry, where the seat was lost and it took 20 years for the seat to be got back.
But can I ask you, like, you can't imagine, and Brendan, chip in if,
Yeah.
to correct me if I'm wrong or right or whatever. But like, you can't imagine a situation of for the Fianna Fáil party in this county allowing to happen to it what happened to Fine Gael, because you would imagine that it just, like you mentioned about how many seats Fine Gael had. So it's not like you can say, oh, that was never a Fine Gael county. Now, maybe it was never the most
It
Fine Gael
wasn't the
county in the
most,
country, but come here,
but
there was
Jerome,
a
it
big.
can happen.
Huh?
And it can happen if you do a number
How does
of
it happen?
things. Well, the first thing, if you allow the membership to age gracefully,
Right.
and you don't take steps to ensure that it's freshened up, and you take young people with energy and enthusiasm into the party. Those are the two key things. If you allow your council structure, the number of councillors base to decline, and don't do anything about it. Also,
It's neglect.
it is neglect. If you look at the situation where the worst part of neglect in recent years, I'm not saying this whole thing was, the party was aware that a sitting TD, a former minister, had said, no, I'm retiring for a number of reasons. And yet they knew the 16, 18 months before they acted, and they didn't act until 3 months before less than 3 months before the election. Mm-hmm. That put two young candidates in an impossible position. I would argue it put them in a position where it was impossible for them to win, because they didn't have enough exposure, they weren't known, and the organization was very weak. It couldn't deliver. They tried to care and did canvas huge areas, but the organization was
Okay, we're going. Sorry about that, John.
Sorry, you're
John
okay.
Jared. We're going over to we're going over to Geraldine O'Connor now, the returning officer for the Donegal constituency. Oh, sorry, we're still here. I was laughing because I called you John Joe, and that's the first time I've done it. When you after she's been calling you all day for 2 days, and then I said, sorry, Judge. Yeah. Actually, we are here though now. Geraldine O'Connor, the returning officer for County Donegal, for the Donegal constituency.
A gwine úsle, seo a leannas, tarig ón séo cúntas jéig I níomh chuid fuiille vóta Pat the Cope Gallagher, 889 vóta á achgáiliú. Conalog Charlie Fianna Fáil, Móide, 664. Omlán vótaí, 1,683. Pringle Thomas, Móide, Céad Caracha, Omlán vótaí, 10,395. Ward Charles, 100% redress, Móide, 85. Omlán vótaí, 1,670. Opir Waloji Nav Inastраha, Navni, Omlán, 4,590. Conas nach bhfuil ach iarthóir amháin ní smó ná líon na siocháin atá go fóil le lína fógraim na hiarthóirí seo a leannas tofa gan an quóta a bhaintse maith. Charles Ward, Charlie McConalogue. Os rud é go bhfuil na siocháin línta tugam fógra ifigiúil go bhfuil mé chuntarí an thabhacháin a ógurt go hifigiúil. Dearbhú na thoirí dúnagáil. Thabhacháin dála fiche né saoin fiche sa chathair. Seo a leannas an thoirí ón thabhacháin a bhí ar siúl ar an fiche né saoin fiche chathair chun cuaig siocháin a líana I náil ceanta hún na ngáil. Dearbhuim na hiarthóirí tofa san ord seo a leannas. Doherty Pearse Sinn Féin. McLaughlin Podrick Sinn Féin. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil. Ward Charles 100% redress.
Support of they've waited a long time for this, the past couple of days. There's a lot of times during this process that they had almost conceded defeat, which seemed very, very unlikely at certain stages throughout the process. But now Charles Ward takes the fourth seat in the Donegal constituency in the 34th fall. Time we're approaching now, 1:45 in the morning, Monday morning. Well, it is a historic day, actually, generally speaking. They're chanting 100% regret. Donegal, but it's one of those single issue, and we've seen it.
Lanny Misha Ryanish. McConalogue Charlie Fianna Fáil.
Going this, listening to Earth FM and Charlie McConlogue, the outgoing Minister of Agriculture, is being hoisted into the air and all his supporters. Once again, it looks very likely at some stages that he wasn't going to take a seat at all, but he's actually taking the final and the fifth seat. But listen, it doesn't matter. Those are only small details in terms of which seat he is
Ladies
taking.
and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 16th count, which consisted of the distribution of Pat the Cope Gallagher's surplus of 889 votes. McConalogue Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 664. Total votes 11,683. Pringle Thomas non-party plus 140. Total votes 10,395. Ward Ward Charles 100% redress plus 85. Total votes 11,714. Non-transferable papers not effective 0. Total 4,519. As there is one continuing candidate more than the number of seats left to be filled, I deem the following candidates to be elected without reaching the quota. Charles Ward, Charlie McConalogue. As all seats have now been filled, I propose to formally declare the results of the election. The following is the result of the poll taken on the 29th of November 2024 to fill the 5 seats in the constituency of Donegal. I declare the candidates to be elected in the following order. Doherty Pearce, Sinn Féin. McLaughlin Podrick, Sinn Féin. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil. Ward, Charles, 100% Redress. McConaughey, Charlie, Fianna Fáil. I would like to invite the candidates to come on to the stage if they would like to do so.
Well, there you have it now. We're just, we have one final part of it, which is got to go onto the stage. I just want to say thanks very much for tuning into Ocean FM over the last couple of days. I know with a huge team in the Sligo Leitrim constituency and also up here in Letterkenny in the Donegal constituency. Very quick thanks to Margaret Carr-Flynn for producing us, keeping everything on the road over the last couple of days. Amazing. Kevin Fury as well, doing a brilliant job. Ronan Flanagan has also done a great job. And there's been people back at base as well, Andrew and Rory, and, you know, keeping us on the road, and Daniel as well. But I just want to make a very special mention to Michelle Nick-Fagin, John Jared Campbell, India Kennedy, and Brendan Byrne. It was a pleasure working with you. And from Jerome Hughes, live at the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny, a very good Monday morning to you, and see you the next time. Slán go fóill.